Chapter 44, 81 Escape? At this moment, thousands of thoughts flashed wildly in Jian Wushuang's mind. It is absolutely impossible for him to perform the soul-searching technique. Once he is allowed to perform, the things from the divine universe will be fully exposed. Although he is now transforming divine power into virtual power, the soul-searching technique goes straight into time and traces the deepest memories. This point is how Jian Wushuang can change, and it is absolutely impossible to change. Instead of exposing and being killed after performing soul search, it's better to retreat now. For a moment, Jian Wushuang's face remained calm, but his heart began to think back. If the two original supernatural powers of the primitive universe and life shock are directly applied, coupled with the mysterious skills such as dragon blood mysticism, when the explosion erupts in an instant, they will be caught off guard. Go out. And he also has a card called Divine Power Breakdown, which can confuse magic. However, in this way, it is equivalent to all the previous actions of Jian Wushuang, all of which failed, and the supreme corpse of Tai Luo will not be taken away. Misty Double, come on. Just when the Sovereign Lord is about to prepare for the soul search, Elder Banshan, one of the 5 elders, flashed his eyes slightly and suddenly said, Sect Master, Moose Wind is right. This mist is a good seed for our refining Shinzong. With his talent, it will be inevitable in the future. Will be on an equal footing with me. If after the soul searching he is indeed the same person who is out of the same place with the 3, if not, it is equivalent to us personally stifling the power of the future of our refining Shinzong. In this matter, I also ask Lord Suzerain to think twice. Jian Wushuang, who had already exploded far away, could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly and looked towards the Elder Banshan. I saw the Elder Banshan nodded slightly towards him, and there was a flash of anomalous in the eyes that only the 2 sides of the sword could see. Okay. Jian Wushuang saw this, and could not help but tremble in his heart. Yeah. Lord Sovereign, can you test whether Wushuang and the 3 are from the same place, and there are more discernible ways? Why use the soul-searching technique? Elder Moose said quickly. The Lord of the Refining Gods heard that he could not help but flash a slight hesitation. It seemed to be thinking. After a while, the Lord of the Refining God nodded and said, Well, just as the elders said. Miss Chuang, let's do this. You will release the weak force and let this suzerain watch. As soon as this remark was made, there was no expression on the other people's faces, but the elder Sickle burst into a smirk. He had inquired that Jian Wushuang had not really used virtual force since entering the refined God sect. Included in the library, conflicts with disciples of the 4 pulses and confrontation with the angry bear, the use of physical power. It can be deduced from this that this fog double definitely has some reasons why it is impossible or dare not use virtual force. However, after just a breath, the smile on Elder Shin Sickle's face instantly freezes on his face. How can this be? I saw in the hall, Sword Wushuang spread out 5 fingers in his palm. A group of black condensed by force is constantly breeding distortion. The virtual force in it is pure to the extreme. Jian Wushuang's expression was indifferent, and he looked at the refining God Sovereign and said, Master Zong, do you think that's enough? In an instant, the expression of the Emperor of the refining God sinked down, and the Elder Wind of Elder Wind flashed an unexpected color of satisfaction. Before that, he held the sword unparalleled sword to the Elder Banshan, and his eyes were a strange color. Seems to be quite surprised. Jian Wushuang released a weak force. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. There must be something weird in the middle. Just then, Elder Shinxian screamed. He stared hard at Jian Wushuang, his face full of gloom. Jian Wushuang looked at him with a bland expression and said, Elder Shin Sickle, the disciples have offended you somehow. Since I was still participating in the introductory selection, you have been targeting me. The disciples remember that it seems that neither I nor you too many intersections. This Soul-searching technique. I'm afraid you also suggested it to the Lord Sovereign? Elder God Sickle, my disciples are curious now. Is it why the disciples offended you? Or did I accidentally offend you? Interests that make you so hate me? As soon as this remark came to an end, the other elders seemed to be hindered by what they thought, and narrowed their eyes to look at Elder God Sickle's eyes, which became complicated. They could not help but think that the biological son of Elder Shinxian is now the chief disciple of the suzerain, and is now recognized as the first day of refining Shinzong, before Jian Wushuang future refining Shinzong. The Elder Shenxian had proposed to the suzerain in the hall 3 or 5 times to have his son be appointed as the next suzerain of refining the suzerain. All of a sudden, thoughts flowed from the minds of many elders in the hall, and once this idea begins to take root in my mind, it will gradually sprout, grow stronger, and then go on. Miss Chuang, you talk nonsense. The Elder Sickle's face suddenly changed. He wanted to say more. Enough. Lian Shinzong Su looked at him coldly, and then looked at Jian Wushuang again, expressionless. Miss Chuang, you are a descendant of Zongmin. You must not frame the elders without any evidence. After a pause, the Lord of the Refining God continued. Wushuang, that's all for this time. But after Zongmin Big Match, there is a task that you need to perform. You must not refuse. Do you understand? Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. Well, let's just go away. The sovereign lord regained his seat and closed his eyes. The 5 elders of the hall, and the elders, looked at each other and then resigned. Miss Chuang, let's go. Elder Moose patted Jian Wushuang's shoulder and smiled. It is good. Jian Wushuang left with the Elder Wind Elder. Suddenly, the hall was quiet, and only Elder Shin Sickle left. He stared at Jian Wushuang's departed back, with extreme resentment in his eyes. Miss Chuang, you wait. Don't be too proud of yourself. This one will grab your feet sooner or later. The Elder Sickle rattled his teeth, refining Shinzong. Jian Wushuang and the Moose Wind elders fly in the air. God Sickle, it's getting too much. He thought that because he was a suzerain, even his disciples dare to bully. Elder Feng's face was particularly unsightly. The sword's eyes twinkled, and the Elder Shengxian's attack on him and the temptation of the master of the refining were all within his expectation. And it was no accident. It was the Elder Banzhan's sudden words that surprised Jian Wushuang. In the midst, Jian Wushuang has a kind of intuition. This is too much for elders. I'm afraid it's not easy. Chapter 4482. This sickle is becoming more and more wanton. It seems that this is the time for this seat to find a chance to beat him. Elder Moose said. Jian Wushuang was thinking about the Elder Banshan too, and couldn't help but ask, Elder Mokfeng, what is the origin of this Elder Banshan? Is Banshan? After listening to the words, Elder Moosefeng thought for a moment, and then said, I don't know much about Elder Banshan. Although we are the elders of the 5 elder monks, Banshan has always been lonely, and we are extremely lonely. Deal less. Speaking of which, Elder Banshan has a longer history of refining Shinzong than me. It is said that before tens of thousands of chaos ages, the previous monarch returned from a remote forbidden area of the universe, and then Elder Banshan stayed in this refining Shinzong. There are tens of thousands of chaos periods, and no step has been taken. Speaking of Elder Banshan, the number of shots is also very small, but each shot is a thunderstrike. I am afraid that it is not in this seat. Is that so? There was a flash of thought in Jian Wu's eyes, and for some reason there was a speculation in his heart. However, if this guess is correct, it will take time to verify. The two flew in the air while chatting, and soon reached the top of Shirin Mountain, outside the corpse cave of Jian Wushuang. Wushuang, Zong Nei will soon have a Zongmin disciple comparison. Would you like to participate? If you do, I will leave a place for you. Elder Wind asked. Jian Wushuang thought for a while, shook his head and replied, No, the disciples have recently realized something. but I am afraid that the breakthrough will soon occur. The suzerain master will have a task to be given to the disciples later. The disciples want to take advantage of this time to first repair, to ascend. A breakthrough. Elder Moosewind immediately heard the words and raised his palms and laughed. Okay, that's why it's important for you to break through the realm. As for this disciple, it's nothing more than a chance to show your strengths. Why do disciples have to compare themselves, to prove themselves? After speaking, Elder Feng was afraid of disturbing Jian Wushuang's practice, and after a few more words he left with a smile. Jian Wushuang sighed a little as he looked at the back of Elder Moose. In this refining deities, his impression of this Elder Wind Elder is quite good, but the two are inherently hostile camps. I am afraid that they will inevitably face each other on the battlefield outside the territory. Shaking his head, Jian Wushuang no longer thought deeply, striding into the corpse hole. In the main hall today it was really thrilling, and there was a little difference, and I was afraid that it would cause death. If it wasn't for the Elder Banshan suddenly speaking at the last minute, I'm afraid that at this moment he is either already killed in the hand of the refining Shinzong, or he is currently on the way to be pursued. Banshan, 10,000 epics of chaos, returned by a former master from a remote forbidden zone, rarely shot, withdrawn by nature. Jian Wushuang sat cross-legged on the stone bed. His eyes twinkled, and he kept pondering the description of Elder Mofeng's Elder Banshan. After a moment, Jian Wushuang shook his head. Even if his guess was true, he must not easily and recklessly recognize him before the Elder Banshan gave him a clear signal. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang slowly closed his eyes, no longer thinking, and began to break through the middle extreme. In that moment, Jian Wushuang's whole body power was fully mobilized, like boiling water, and started to run frantically. In his body, there was a roar of bones like fried beans. Suck! Jian Wushuang opened his mouth and sucked, and suddenly the body seemed to turn into a huge vortex, swallowing a large amount of imaginary force, and then transformed, like a rolling wave, toward the barrier between the first and the middle supreme. A roaring explosion, like a thunderbolt on a sunny day, exploded in the corpse hole. In an instant, the entire Xian mountain was aflash. This is still the situation where Jian Wushuang has set hundreds of suppressions. Otherwise, just fearing the impact just now, a huge shock wave will be formed, which will blow up the entire Xian mountain. What happened? Who is breaking through? Suddenly, in Xianqin's densely packed corpses, countless disciples who were condensing the corpses or devoted to spiritual practice all changed their faces and looted out of the corpses. The top of the mountain. It's a corpse hole on the top of the mountain. Someone is breaking through. I remember the 7 corpses on the top of the mountain, where several chief disciples lived. I haven't heard of any major disciples who want to break through recently. No, not the chief disciple, but Wu Shuang. Mist Shuang? Is that the one who has been rumored in Zhong Nei recently and has superior qualifications? Nice. Some time ago, Wu Shuang was brought back to Zhong by Elder Moosewind and given him one of the 7 corpses on the top of the mountain. In the corpse hole of Jian Wushuang, there was another explosion. Suddenly, Xianqin shook even more intensely. I remember Wu Shuang seems to have only Samsung or 4-star strength, right? Why is his breakthrough so terrifying? Is this the superior qualification? Even the breakthrough is different from us. Want to be exceptional. Looking at it like this, I'm afraid it's not a breakthrough in a small realm. Well, I am afraid that when the fog double breaks through, the 5 chief disciples will not be able to sit still. I heard that some time ago, Jian Wushuang had a brief encounter with angry bears in Zhangshij. In one move, he defeated angry bears. In my opinion, there should be a good person who spreads the word through deliberate exaggeration. But it is also obvious from this that I am afraid that the strength of Wu Shuang is not weaker than those chief disciples. Well, Zhongmin disciples are much better this time, and I don't know if Wu Shuang will participate and what position will be impacted. A whispering voice came from the foot of Shiyan Mountain, and many disciples of refining Shinzong looked at the location of the peak, soared Wu Shuang in surprise, and immediately opened a discussion. The voluptuous woman named Nine Musk is extremely graceful and uneven, and here, too, she widens her beautiful eyes looking at the position of Jian Wushuang. How long has this guy come to refining Shinzong, and will he break through? Rumble. At the top of the Lian Shinzong mountain there was a rush of wind, and the wind was screaming wildly. Thunder continued to flash, reflecting the ghostly Lian Shinzong, bright as day. Swordless sat on the stone bed cross-legged. A powerful breath was released, and in his deity, an immense amount of divine power impacted the first barrier level and the last barrier level. If in the past Jian Wushuang broke through, and he was also worried that the breath would leak out and be exposed by the power of the refining Shinzong. But now that he has turned all the divine power into virtual power, even if the refining suzerain came in person, he couldn't see the right or wrong. Like Wan Dao Jianzun, please collect. Wan Dao Jianzun green beans, update the fastest. Chapter 4483. Boom boom. Like the waves, the divine power in Giant Shuang's body, like the turbulent rivers, rushed towards the barrier level that crossed the elementary and middle extremes. Wave after wave. Broken! Suddenly, Jian Wushuang's eyes opened, and there was a dazzling shimang in his eyes. A mighty spirit rising from Jian Wushuang's body. An extremely terrifying and sharp atmosphere centered on Jian Wushuang has skyrocketed. At this moment, Jian Wushuang's strength once again produced a leap. In just one breath, this breath was immediately withdrawn by Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath. One stood up from the stone bed and smirked at the corner of his mouth. Medium Supreme, it's done. He can clearly feel that whether it is the strength of his divine power or the strength of his physical body, he is a lot stronger than before. If this is the improvement of the basic attributes, in addition to this, Jian Wushuang can more clearly feel that his fit with the Tianyi Avenue and his understanding of various supernatural powers have become clearer. It was as if a leaf with a barrier was removed, and the sword's unparalleled mind became rare and clear. Even between the feints, Jian Wushuang's heart also gave birth to a thought of creating a supernatural power. I'm stronger. There was a flash of enlightenment in Jian Wushuang's eyes. Now he is confident that if he meets Bingyu Supreme again, he will definitely be much easier to win, and he will not be forced to the point where he can't get caught. It can be said that as long as the invincible Supreme cannot be reached, his sword is unparalleled in the supreme divine realm. In other words, even in this great refining God sect, as long as the Lord of the refining God sect does not come out, even if the 5 elder elders, the sword Wushuang only needs one sword in his hand, he is not afraid. It's time to improve our strength on the next level. The lights of Jian Wu's eyes flickered for a while, and then he was exposed to Samsung's virtual power, which doubled in an instant and skyrocketed to 6 stars. 6 stars, that is, invincible dominates the realm. Now, I just need to continually consolidate the corpse of Taro Supreme. If I can refine the corpse of Taro Supreme to the state of Supreme, I will join forces with the corpse of Taro Supreme. By then the universe will be big, and I will where can I get it? Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and began to think about the plan behind. Now that he has just broken through the middle Supreme, if there is no opportunity to make a difference, if he wants to increase his strength to reach the high Supreme, there is no hardship for hundreds of thousands of years, or even millions of years. Therefore, the fastest way to improve his strength before him is to refine Taro's supreme corpse. After all, these 2 universes now seem calm, but the dark tide is already surging and storms are coming. No one knows when the big war between the 2 universes will erupt. Once the war breaks out, it can be said that the Supreme is like an ant and it will fall at any time. There is no minimum high combat power, and even the qualification for admission is not. Therefore, Jian Wushuang must take advantage of the buffer period before the outbreak of the war to reach his peak strength. Only in this way can he have a hint of self-protection in this battle of mass calamity. Refine. Jian Wushuang didn't stop. After turning his thoughts, he took a deep breath, continued to sit down with his knees crossed, and began to refine Taro's supreme corpse. A force of virtual force emerged from the hands of the sword, and then, like a thin needle, pierced into the body of Tai Luo Supreme, like Xiao Hoheng's tone, refining Tai Luo Supreme. At the foot of Shurian Mountain, many disciples were shocked, then walked out of the corpse cave, watching Shurian Mountain's summit gradually returning to peace, staring at each other. Breakthrough. It seems that the fog double breaks through smoothly. I don't know what the state of Wushuang is now. Once he improves and breaks through, it is presumed that the night of his corpse will skyrocket. Ha ha ha! I'm already looking forward to it. Wushuang is on the Zongmen disciples, and he looks like he became famous in World War I. Many disciples looked at the excitement and didn't think it was a big deal, smiling and discussing. In the other corpses at one of the 7 corpses on the top of Shurian Mountain, the chief disciple Heixing Shusher, Jingheng Shusher, Shenyang Shusher, and so on became gloomy. They knew that this time the selection of beginner disciples, I was afraid they would be sprouting. At the same time, in the sovereign's dormitory far from Shurian Mountain, the main disciple of the Lord's pulse, Yandan, the elder of Shenxian, was already meditating with his knees, and his eyelids jumped. The volatility caused by this breakthrough just now. In my father's mouth is the super-qualified man Wushuang who made me try to kill everything. Interesting, it seems that the Zongmen disciples have a big rival this time, and finally have an interesting opponent. Yandan, sitting cross-legged in the dark, the corner of his mouth, slowly pulled a smirk arc, missed double? Super-qualified. Ha 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 ha. Somebody finally can make me a desire to fight. Boom! An 8-star breath spread from Yandan. Immediately, this breath is getting stronger and stronger, and it is violently impacting towards the mark-level virtual soldier. For a while, because of Jian Wushuang's breakthrough, the situation that was originally dominated by disciples of Wumai became faint. Among the disciples of Lian Xinzong, there was a discussion about the word shuang shuang, which started to sound one after another. Time passed slowly. In a blink of an eye, 10 years passed. In the past 10 years, the sacred refining Xinzong has become even more lonely, and it is rare to see that there are disciples of the refining Xinzong walking outside. Everyone took a sigh of relief, retreating in their corpse hole, hoping that they could go one step further or study the killer at the bottom of the box. What I did was I longed to be able to show my strength in the sky when compared with the upcoming Zongmen disciples. This is related to their practice resources, status promotion, and so on, which are extremely important. Finally, one day after 10 years, with the order of the Lord of the Refining God, Zongmen Dabi opened the curtain. For a while, the entire Lian Xinzong was boiling, and countless disciples who could not retreat for a long time came out of the dark corpse hole. Some of them are eager to try, and some wins are in their hands. Obviously, they have gained something in the retreat during this time, and many have a sad face and anxiety in their hearts. At the same time, on the same day that the news of Zongmen disciples Dabi came out, a similarly eye-catching news came out. In this decade, he was hailed as about to break the 5-pulse disciple S dominance, and was killed halfway through. The most promising dark horse, Wushuang, refused to participate in the Zongmen disciple contest. In a short time, countless expectation of Jian Wushuang disciples of Zhenzong who can show their strength, dazzled, their eyes startled. Wushuang even turned down the Zongmen disciples. Chapter 44:84. In the refining deities, as the priest-disciple Dabi approached, it became more and more lively. The 5 chief disciples, including some long-term retreats and lonely mysterious disciples, have all borne out of the corpse hole. Suddenly, the entire refining Shinzong was in full swing, and the stars were shining. Theoretically, the focus of discussions at this time is usually those who have participated in the Zongmin disciples and have the most popular candidates to win the championship. But this time it was a little strange. Wu Shuang, why don't you want to participate in the Zongmin disciples? Numerous disciples in the refining God sect were puzzled. At the same time, compared with the doubts of these ordinary disciples, the chief disciple of Wumai was quietly relieved. Only one person is the exception. In the refining deities, a side hall of the Lord's dormitory, the main disciple of the suzerain, Yen Dan, studied here. There were no candles in the room, and it was dim. Don't participate in haze? Yen Dan opened his eyes violently, and in his eyes a hint of black mist poured out. In front of him, Elder Shin Sickle sat cross-legged, his expression cold. Father, the boy Wu Shuang didn't even participate in the big game. What should we do next? Yandan frowned. The Elder Shin sickened with a somber face and said, I didn't expect it for my father. The mister was such a chicken thief and directly rejected the Zongmin big comparison. In this way, we were not very good at shooting him. Now, Yandan nodded when he heard the words and couldn't help but ask with some doubts. Father, the baby is also very confused. Why does the father hate this mist double so deeply that he must kill him and then fast? Stupid! Do this for your father. Haven't you paved the way? When the elder Shinxian heard the words, he could not help but open his eyes and gave Yandan a glance. He sneered. This Wu Shuang is a rare, superb qualification of all ages. Superb qualification. What is that concept? It can be said that Wu Shuang already has tickets for the 6-marker class. That's it. In the main hall that day, the Lord Sovereign wanted to perform soul-searching, but was discouraged by the 2 old guys, Ban Shan and Moose Wind, only to wait until the back of Wu Shuang if he wanted to compete for the supremacy. The 2 old guys and Ma Feng will help him. After a moment's pause, the Elder Shin's sickness glanced at Yandan and continued. If I don't try to kill him as a father now, do you think you have been able to fight for the title of supremacy? Baby, you remember, do everything for your father, but you want to clear the obstacles for you and let you gradually become better. Elder Shin Sickle finally took a deep breath and said, Yandan couldn't help but smiled and replied casually, I thought, my father, you really suspect that Wu Shuang is from a different universe. This is one of the reasons. The Elder Sickle nodded his head. Theoretically speaking, Jian Wu Shuang used virtual power and passed the test of the test bedrock. He should no longer doubt Jian Wu Shuang. But somehow, in the vagueness, he always felt that there was something wrong with Jian Wu Shuang. This is his intuition. After thinking for a while, Elder Shenxian shook his head and said, Well, don't say this. Although Wu Shuang did not participate in the Zongmin disciples this time, it does not mean that we have no way to take him. Huh? Father, what's the point? Could we still have a chance to kill him? Yandan eyes brightened, and he asked curiously. When I saw the Elder Sickle smile at him mysteriously, Fusu said, That day the Lord Sovereign was in the hall and said that when the Zongmin disciples ended, he would send Wu Shuang out to perform the task. The adult is definitely going to let Jian Wu Shuang go to explore the land of the gods. At that time, I will add a task quota to the suzerain, and this quota will naturally be you. Hee, when the refining Shinzong comes out, who can protect the boy in Wu Shuang? At that time, his life and death will not be controlled by you. Speaking of which, the Elder Sickle's eyes shone coldly. Ha ha ha! Master Father has done a great job. Yandan heard a loud laugh and immediately chuckled. At that time the mists will die one by one. When the current sovereign lord abdicates, is this refining Shinzong the world of our father and son? The sister-in-law can teach. Elder Shinxian nodded with satisfaction and said, Baby, Lord Suzerain is pretty good to you. When you really become suzerain, don't let your villain get your way. Just as much respect for the current suzerain. Understand? Baby knows well. The two looked at each other and had begun imagining in their minds, waiting for the scene of the suzerain. After 3 days, after the speech of the refining suzerain, and then under the auspices of the elders of the 5 elder monks, Zongmen disciples, Dabi officially opened the curtain. The competition officially started, and the eyes of all the disciples of refining gods were all put on the competition. Naturally, no one paid attention to Jian Wushuang. The whole refining Shinzong a warm color. Countless disciples burst into the air and made their mark in the game. The 5 leading disciples who won the championship are each like a dragon in the sky. As soon as Fang played, he immediately attracted all the attention, attracted everyone's attention, and showed his magical powers. Xianqian became lonely. On this day, an enchanting Qian-ing swept up from the foot of the mountain and flew straight to the top of the mountain. "This guy, why are you still retreating?" Ju Mu muttered, shook her head, and said, After that day, Jian Wushuang met the suzerain and returned to Shiyan Mountain. He has been in retreat as if out of step with the lively world outside. Ugh! With a sigh, Jusu originally raised her arm, put down her hand that wanted to knock on the door, and turned away. And at this moment, in the corpse hole of Jian Wushuang, Refine, the sword sat cross-legged with a dignified expression, and sweat dripped from his forehead. In front of him, Tai Luo's supreme corpse was quietly suspended, and an invisible flame composed of divine power spread and burned in him. A sense of effort flowing from the corpse of the supreme Lord of Gods continued to become strong in Jian Wushuang's body. In the midst, Jian Wushuang felt that he had become Tai Luo Supreme, able to control everything of Tai Luo Supreme. Boom, boom! Under the burning of this divine fire, the breath on Taro's supreme corpse became stronger and stronger. The most critical time is here. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and his face sank. The flame on the corpse of Taro Supreme, suddenly became more and more turbulent. Tai Luo Supreme God's corpse will return to Supreme Realm immediately. Once Taylor Supreme's corpse is restored to the Supreme Realm, Jian Wushuang's strength will be epically strengthened again. Jian Wushuang is confident. As long as he controls the Taro Supreme corpse that restores the Supreme Divine Realm, plus the self-cultivation now, it is absolutely enough to sweep all enemies under the Supreme. The existence of such old monsters as the ancestors and the supreme monsters. Jian Wushuang also dared to pinch his wrists. Chapter 4485. Alas, inside the corpse cave, the sound of invisible divine fire burning the void constantly sounded. Jian Wushuang's expression was calm, carefully controlling the fire of God, 1 inch by 1 refinement of Taro's supreme corpse. Under this refining, Jian Wushuang only felt that he was becoming more and more proficient in controlling the body of Tai Luo Supreme, as if his body was transformed into his second incarnation. Broken! The next moment, Jian Wushuang opened his mouth and drank. The voice fell, and the eyes of Taro Supreme God, who had closed his eyes and hovered quietly in front of him, opened his eyes suddenly. A sharp to the extreme shenmeng burst out from the eyes of Tai Luo Supreme. Hell! A terrifying roar sounded from the mouth of Tai Luo Supreme, forming a rolling sound wave, sweeping in all directions. The next moment, Tai Luo stood up suddenly, opened his mouth and directly sucked the mysterious flames of divine power, like the killer whale swallowing water, and sucked the endless flames into his belly. In that room, Taylor Supreme exudes intense golden light. His body kept ringing like a sledgehammer drumming. Click the next moment, Taro Supreme's unpretentious atmosphere began to skyrocket. The key time is here. Jian Wushuang stared at the dead body of Tai Luo Supreme. Whether Tai Luo Supreme can recover to Supreme Shui depends on now. Black Wings win. Jingheng win. Furious Bear win. Yandan win. As the game goes further and further, it becomes more intense. Everyone's thoughts were all attracted to this contest. No one pays attention to Jian Wushuang anymore. The word missed double seems to be abandoned in a corner. The most commendable match is the 5 chief disciples headed by Yandan. The strength of these 5 people is obviously a lot stronger than that of the same level of disciples. When they are fighting, they are crushed by force. Don't mess with water. Besides that, a rookie named Fu Qin was born out of nowhere and rose strongly. This person is also one of the superb qualifications that have arrived during this introductory selection. He should have attracted much attention before, but he was under the limelight by Jian Wushuang's unqualified qualifications some time ago, leading to some disclaimer. However, in this contest he thoroughly demonstrated his strength, soaring into the sky, losing his opponent in a row. In the later stage of Zhongmin University, he defeated the 2 chief disciples of Black Wing and Xianyang and met Yandan in the finals. Everyone is saying that Fu Qin Xusher is the strongest disciple solicited by Lian Xinzong this time, and this is a real dark horse. After watching the battle of Fu Qin, the master of the refining gods even spoke in person and praised him. This makes the rookie, who is already in the limelight, completely clean. After 3 days, the decisive battle begins. Sun Fuqin and Yandan fought over 9 days. This battle has caught everyone's attention. Countless people are waiting for it, want to see who will win the championship in the end. This battle lasted a whole day. The aftermath of the encounter between the 2 was actually a vision of heaven and earth. The billowing black smoke, like a tide, rolled up and covered the clouds. The rookie called Fu Qin is indeed strong. When he got to the back, he forced Yandan to play the strongest hole card. Yandan broke through. On his left shoulder, the 8 stars representing invincible dominance disappeared, and a long mark twisted and spawned. Yandan, promoted to the rank of virtual honor. Sun Fuqin was filmed for 9 days by his palm. Yandan stood alone for 9 days. Wanzhong Xiaoguang served as his background. The sun and the moon formed around the whole body, like the Lingqin. Take Tiandi Avenue and crown him. He stepped down from the 9-day cloud step by step, like a new king ascended the throne, unparalleled in the world. This sect door comparison. Yandan won the championship and closed the curtain. After Babatai was over, the emperor of the religious sect, Baji Suzun, ordered and celebrated all the disciples, so that all the disciples would go outside the sovereign hall to start the banquet, including disciples who did not participate in the Zhongmin Debi Oishi Rock Mountain, inside the corpse where Jian Wushuang is located. It's done! Wu Jianqi's face was slightly pale, and his eyes were weak. When the mortal body of Taro Supreme resumed his first supreme practice, the moment of breakthrough directly drained all his divine power. When he saw the quietly standing in front of him, the exalted Taro Supreme with sword-like breath, the sword's mouth could not help but reveal a smile. The corpse of Tai Tai Supreme has finally recovered to the supreme practice. The sword Wushuang has soared a great deal of strength, and suddenly it is even more powerful, and the strength once again has a leap. Don't look at Tai Luo Supreme, just restored to the elementary supreme practice, less than 1/10 of his heyday, but Rao has been able to crush a large group of people in the supreme realm. Su took a deep breath, and the smile on Jian Wushuang's mouth gradually closed, and he began to recover his spirit. At this moment, a clear and majestic voice blasted loudly in the sky of Lian Xinzong, and directly passed into the ears of all Lian Xinzong. The end of the Zhongmin Big Match. All the disciples of the Refining God sect will go to the Sovereign Hall to host a banquet at tomorrow morning. Wu Jianshuang heard the words and closed his eyes for a moment, and then he remembered that there is still a case of Zhongmin disciples. I was not able to participate, and Jian Wushuang did not have any regrets. For him now, the so-called Zhongmin disciples are much better than others, but Jian Wushuang has no interest in even raising a trace of interest. Close your eyes. Sword warriors begin to recover again on the 2nd day. The hour is full. Jianwu opened his eyes and stood up, left the corpse hole, and swept towards the sovereign hall. Wu Tailuo's supreme corpse put on a black robe, closed his eyes tightly, like the same shadow, followed behind Jian Wushuang. From the sky, countless disciples transformed into gods flying from all directions to the sovereign hall. Oh, isn't this misty? Is it finally closed? Hey, I was still looking forward to what rankings Wu Shuang can achieve in the Zongmin competition, but it was a pity that Wu Shuang did not participate directly. In my opinion, it is wise for Wu Shuang to fail to participate in Zongmin. Otherwise, in case of poor performance, wouldn't it be a shame for her to have an outstanding qualification? Yes. In the event of a poor double performance, you will be defeated as soon as you enter. Isn't it embarrassing then? A whispered discussion sounded. The angry bear was also in it, but he did not speak, but looked at Xiang Jianwushuang, which was quite complicated. He had a brief encounter with Jian Wushuang, so only he knew how frightening Jian Wushuang was. The sword has no two sides and no expression, as if ignoring it, swept away towards the Lord's hall. Immediately before reaching the sovereign's hall, a clear voice suddenly sounded. "Miss Double Master." Immediately, I saw a shadow of Qian flying from behind and soon stood beside Jian Wushuang. "Sister Nine Musk?" Wu Jianshou turned his head back, his eyebrows slightly raised. His eyes flashed with astonishment. "Nine Musk today, something is wrong." Chapter 4486. The Jiu Musk landed next to Jian Wushuang in one step, her undulating slightly. She wore a tight red gauze and a phoenix crown, making her already bumpy figure even more charming. "Master Wushuang, have you finally made it through?" Yan Ju smiled and looked at Jian Wushuang with a smile, and then his heart jumped suddenly, his eyes gradually appearing suspicious. "Miss Chuang, have you broken through to 8 stars?" "Well, just fortunate." Wu Jianchuang smiled at her. "Okay, no wonder I didn't participate in this Zongmin disciples comparison, and I dared to break through the realm." Jiu Jimu stretched out her pink fist and gently stabbed Jian Wushuang's chest, urging a narrow smile. "Oh, don't say this. Sister Jiushu, look at your dress. Are you going to get married?" Yan Jian Wushuang spoke sharply. As soon as this remark came to an end, Ju Shishang still had a cheerful and pretty face, and she immediately stepped down and sighed. "Yes, the Lord Sovereign has already made his own claim and assigned me to others to become a lover." "Oh, who is so blessed to be able to marry Sister Jiushin?" Wu Jianshou said with a raised eyebrow. Ju, she heard nothing, but looked up and looked at the ancestral hall in the distance. He said, "This person you should have heard, the son of Elder Shinsickle, is also the chief disciple of today's Lord. It is he who personally proposes to the Lord Sovereign and wants to become an acquaintance with me." When Ji said this, Jushin looked lonely and seemed unwilling in his heart. "Yandan." Wu Jianchuang frowned. He had not heard of this person, but the identity of the elder of Shenxian made Jian Wushuang uneasy. "This Yandan is the son of the elder Sickle, the chief disciple of the suzerain, and the champion of this sectarian disciple. It can be described as a stunning background, talent, and all the honors in the world. You can be married to her, and you should be happy. How can you be sad? Don't you like it?" Wu Jianshou shook his head and asked at will. "Yes." Wu Jusi nodded and replied, "Yandan is too arrogant and doesn't put anyone in his eyes. He likes to gang up and behave in a domineering manner. I really don't like him." After uttering a long and short sigh, Wu Jusi sighed suddenly in his eyes. In this world of strength, if the strength is shallow and no talent, even if the skin looks good-looking, it is just a chess piece controlled by others. She looked at Jian Wushuang, and suddenly a thought flashed through her mind like electricity. "Miss Double, I have a way." I saw her pair of beautiful eyes glowing with light, and then she immediately held the arm of Jian Wushuang, her expression excited. "Miss Chuang, can you help me once? With your talent, she is no longer under Yandan. and again with the elders of Taishangmus, as long as you wait to say at the big banquet, "You and I have long been privately set for life. Presumably the Lord Suzerain will never embarrass me again. What do you think?" "Okay." Yen Jianwushwang frowned, and he refused. "I was joking, but he came to refining Shinzong as an undercover agent. What is it to start a family here? What's more, from the beginning to the present, his heart was only cold and frosty, and he could not tolerate others in the early days." It seemed to see the rejection of Jian Wushuang, and Joshi quickly said, "Master Wushuang, of course, what I said just now does not mean that you really want to set a lifelong relationship with my sister and me. But to deal with the Lord Sovereign, wait here if it happens. I must not be entangled in you, you can rest assured." "No." Wu Jian shook his head. Although his tone was not tepid, it was full of unquestionable taste. "This matter will be discussed again." The chanting voice fell, and Jian Wushuang no longer cared about her, stepping on it, and suddenly stepped on the air in the void, rushing towards the Lord's Hall. "You!" Looking at the back of Jian Wushuang, who was leaving like a flea, the Nine Musk couldn't help but stunned, and then a look of shame appeared on his pretty face. She first glanced down at her proud twin peaks, and then looked at her long and straight white legs, stomping her feet angrily. "Damn! Alas!" Wu Jian stepped out without a step, which is the distance. Refining the land and mountains of Shinzong seems to shrink at his feet. Soon, Jian Wushuang arrived at the Sovereign Hall. There is a square of hundreds of miles outside the Lord's Hall. The banquet was held in this square. At this moment, this originally quite spacious square was already filled with disciples of the Shinzong sect, and everyone sat down in their seats. Seeing Jian Wushuang's arrival, many disciples of refining Shinzong all stared at him, and their pupils suddenly shrank. "Fog is here, finally willing to show up?" The man in the black robe behind Wushuang is the corpse of his god, right? It doesn't seem to be that bad. Wait, you see, Wushuang seems to have broken into 8 stars. 8 stars? Hiss! How is that possible? Didn't he hear that he was only 4 stars when he entered the school? I'm afraid that Wushuang did not participate in the entry disciplinary contest, not because of fear of losing his reputation, but because he was anxious to break through. He whispered, "Miss Chuang, come here." At the forefront of the square, Elder Moose noticed Jian Wushuang and suddenly waved his hand toward Zhao Wushuang. Yes. Wu Jian Wushuang nodded his head and strode toward the Elder Wind Elder. 8 stars? Not bad. It's worthy of being a qualified person. The speed of such breakthrough is unheard of. Elder Mufeng stroked his palm and smiled. Next to Elder Moose Wind, there are 4 other elders. This elder, Jian Wushuang has seen them with the Sovereign Hall, so it is no stranger to them, greeting them one by one. Behind the 4 elders, the 4 chief disciples, such as Black Wing and Fury Bear, stood like him. The Black Wings, Jingheng, and others looked at Jian Wushuang up and down. His heart was slightly surprised, but there was no fluctuation on his face. It was only 8 stars, but it was just at the same starting line with them. Shi Wei was angry. The pupils shrank sharply in his eyes, and a chill grew in his heart. I don't know why, he can feel keenly that the sense of oppression and threat brought by Jian Wushuang even more. Before the sword Wushuang, it was like a fog, so that he could not see through it, but the current sword Wushuang is like a thunderous thug that hides behind a thick, dark cloud. It has no prestige, but once you start, you will be shocked. The angry bear couldn't help lowering his head, deepening his jealousy of Jian Wushuang. Banquet open. With a long tune, refining the Emperor's sect's octogenarian Emperor Baji, he slowly walked out of the Lord's Hall. He was next to him. Yandan was slightly behind by half a figure with a respectful expression and followed step by step. The banquet started. Chapter 4487. Noisy on the square outside the main hall of the Emperor Zhuan. As the refining suzerain and Yandan walked out of the hall, the noisy square suddenly became quiet. Everyone looked at Yen Dan, who was half behind him, and his pupils shrank slightly. The Lord Sovereign brought Yen Dan alone to the banquet. I am afraid that the next sovereign person, Ji is not far away from 10, is brother Yen Dan. Everyone looked at each other and thought so. Qi Yandan walked behind the 8-pole virtual emperor and raised his head to glance at the crowd, his face full of pride. Of course, he also has this proud capital, not only a supreme father, but also a close disciple of the 6-marked virtual respect. And at the same time, he has broken through the mark level, and in the virtual universe is a rare talent. That person is Wu Shuang? Ji Yandan looked around, then fell on Jian Wu Shuang's face behind Elder Moose Wind. 8 stars? Not bad. No wonder my father wanted to kill him. If he were allowed to grow, he might one day threaten my status. A sneer whispered secretly in Yan's heart. Yandan's eyes continued to turn and landed on Jiaomu's face, and there was a flash of surprise in his eyes. I have to say that the 9 musk is indeed beautiful. Even if it is placed among the major saints and goddesses, it is also the most outstanding pearl that stands out from the crowd. Today, she is wearing a red tight corset long skirt and wearing a phoenix crown, and she looks like the unsuccessful fire-saddling Annie. She adds a little coolness to the charm between her eyebrows and eyebrows. Wu Jixi also noticed the evilness in Yandan's eyes, and she couldn't help but look cold and lowered her head to not look at him. Ill wait, see suzerain. After a few moments, thousands of disciples of Refining God's sect were kneeling on their knees, and their voices went straight to Ju Xiao. No need to be polite today. Su Baji nodded with satisfaction and looked at the disciples beneath him. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This is the mainstay of the future of refining Shinzong. The banquet began, and everyone pushed a cup for a change, just happy. The atmosphere immediately warmed up. After drinking wine for more than half a round, the first master of the refining who sat down put down the wine glass and said with a smile at the corner of his mouth, "The banquet is held today because of 3 joys. The first joy is this time of the Zongmin disciples. This sovereign sees that the superior descendants in our refining deities are outstanding and heart-centered. With your presence, why do we worry about growing up? Decline. The second joy is to congratulate the great disciple Yandan, the close disciple of this suzerain who finally completed the avenue, breaking through the mark and adding another for our refining Shinzong. The road to the future must shine. The third happiness is also related to Yandan. This suzerain announced that he would distribute the moon disciple Jiaomu to Su Yan, to his Sazim Yandan. From then on, the two became partners and supported each other. After the Lord of the Refining finished speaking, there was a sound of approbation in the crowd. The Refining saw the slight jawhead and then looked at Jiaomu. I saw Jioshin lowering her head, biting her lower lip tightly and clasping her long skirt with uneasy hands. There was a little joy on her face. When I saw this scene, the face of the refining monarch was originally smiling and pulled down slowly. 9 musk, don't you kneel down and thank the Prince Su for your good marriage? You can be married to Yandan. It is a blessing that you have repaired in the 3rd century. Do NT hurry to thank you? Elder Lan Lan paid attention to the face of Lien Shin Sovereign, and suddenly he drank softly when he saw this. Lanya is the only female elder among the 5 elder elders, and the lowest elder among the 5 elder elders. Yan Ming's eyes can be seen. Yandan breaks through the mark, and the future will be limitless. If there is no accident, it is already the next master's choice. If it is not necessary, Lanyu really does not want to offend Yandan. 9 musk was unmoved. What do you want, girl? Suddenly, when she saw the moon, her face suddenly turned. 9 musk head is deeper. She bit her lower lip and seemed to be making a decision. Next moment, she lifted her head and said categorically, Elder Lanyu, Lord Sovereign, I don't want to marry Yandan. As soon as this remark came to an end, there was an uproar in the audience. The expression of Elder Lanya became instantly green, and the master of the refining was ugly. He didn't expect that an ordinary disciple in the Jozi district refining, Shinzong, dared to violate his order. Suddenly, Yandan, the original smile on her face, slowly solidified. Slap! This is hitting his face in front of the whole refining Shinzong. Presumptuous! Master Lien Shinzong patted the armrest of the seat with his right hand, and a moment of pressure was released, pressing toward Jiumu. What is the practice of the divine master? Luchin Xuanzuan set up the gigantic arm of the top of the entire virtual universe, and Jiumu is just a star-like virgin who has not even entered the mark. How can he resist this coercion? Suddenly, Jiumu fell to her knees, her face pale. If you do not control the strength of the coercion carefully, then the fear of this coercion will crush her into a fan powder. I ask you, why don't you want to be married to my son? Elder Falcon Sickle also scolded with a somber face beside him. Wu Jiu shuddered, raised his head hard, clenched his teeth, and said, Elder Huishin Sickle and Lord WWW until novel. It's not that Jiushin doesn't want to become a mate with Brother Yandan, but Jiushin already has his own heart and set a private life with him. As soon as this sentence came out, the whole house was uproar again. Countless people looked at each other. Who does not know that Jiumu has been regarded as a prisoner by Yandan in the refining deities? Who dares to grab Yandan woman? Bad. I ask you, who is the one who has set you for life privately? Qi Yandan yelled. His face was already a little bit sullen. His eyes flashed wildly. The Lord of the refining God frowned. Yes, yes. Yan Jiu's eyes shivered and looked behind the elders of Elk Wind with an expressionless expression, regardless of her lifeless swordsman, and gritted his teeth and said, It's Master Wu Shuang. After she said that, she lowered her head, dared not to look at the crowd anymore, and did not dare to face Jian Wushuang's eyes. What? Is it Misty Double? No wonder I was a big disciple in Zongmin before. Wushuang did not participate, and Jiushin did not participate. It turned out to be for some reason. When the disciples of Zongmin were comparing, I saw it several times. Jiujiu went to the top of Shurian Mountain. I was also curious about what Jiujiu was living under Shurian Mountain and went to the top of the mountain. Now I want to come. I'm afraid to go to the fog double. Suddenly, the entire square fell into a short silence, and then it boiled up. Chapter 4488. Alas! Among the crowd, Qi's gaze fell on Jian Wushuang's face. Everyone looked at Jian Wushuang. Their expressions were weird to the extreme. Meng Wushuang, an absolute qualification holder, is also the elders who are too senior now and personally accepted the introduction. Oh, the person who took away Yandan imprisonment turned out to be Wu Shuang. Now I have a good show. One is the most talented person in the patriarch today. The other is the patriarch of today's disciples, and the next lord candidate in the eyes of the suzerain. Now it depends on how the suzerain chooses. The discussion sounded loudly. Jane Yandan turned his head fiercely, looking at Xiang Jianwushuang sternly, his eyes skyrocketing. Su Shengshan's face also gloomed instantly. He was actually the eight-pole vanity of the sovereign lord, and his somewhat angry face calmed down and frowned. In addition to being a master of Yandan, he is more a master of refining the gods, focusing on a technique of balance. Yandan had asked him for Jiumu before and wanted him to speak in person, so that Jiumu and Yandan became acquaintances. It seemed to him that it was as if the child was asking him for a beloved toy. Naturally, nothing is impossible. But now, with a fog pair inserted in the middle, the situation is different. It is like a steelyard scale. The weight of Jiumu and Yandan was completely different. Everything was tilting towards Yandan. He didn't mind agreeing to Yandan. But after the fog double, the weights on both sides of this steelyard suddenly changed. To tell the truth, as the lord of the refining god, he is not malicious to the sword Wushuang. After all, Jian Wushuang is an outstanding qualification verified by the test bedrock. What he said about the soul-searching technique in the Hall of the Suzerain was only because of doubt. Jian Wushuang is the spy sent by the divine universe. From the perspective of the overall situation, he is naturally a sword warrior is good. After all, sword warrior is a person who refines Shinzong. Sword warrior is better, and god of refinement is naturally better. The two are complementary and not hostile. If nothing else, Jian Wushuang's future will inevitably become one of the pillars of refining Shinzong. For a moment, the Lord of the Refining God really didn't know how to speak. If these 9 musk deer have really become acquaintances with Jian Wushuang already, then the matter of the 9 musk deer and Yandan should really be considered separately. After a short while, he frowned before looking at Jian Wushuang, and Shensheng said, Shuang, was Jiumu said just now, is it true or false? As soon as the voice of the master of the refining gods fell, Yandan also looked at Xiang Jian Wushuang, and his face was cold and cold. Master Wushuang, have you done too much? Wu Jian Wushuang said nothing, expressionless, but in his heart he was already so angry. What are you trying to do with these 9 musk deer? As early as the air above the main hall of the Lord, the 9 musk devil begged him to play with her and shirk her marriage with Yandan. Wu Kajian Wushuang had rejected her very clearly at that time. He didn't expect that these 9 musk devil were so selfish and did not care about his feelings. In this square, they openly declared that they had settled with him for life. Wu Jian Wushuang understood that he was used by Jushin. As for why Jushu chose him, of course, it wasn't because he was so charming. They have only seen each other only 3 times. Why is that charming? The reason is simple. What Jiumu is fancy is Jian Wushuang's outstanding qualifications. She believes that between Yandan and him, the Lord of the Refining Gods will be difficult to choose. However, she didn't think about it. After this incident, she apologized to Jian Wushuang and was able to pat her buttocks and leave like an okay person. But what about Jian Wushuang? Jian Wushuang will definitely offend Yandan, becoming a nail in the eyes of Yandan father and son, and a thorn in the flesh, which will attract resentment. If it is an ordinary disciple, such resentment is caused, it is simply not far from the death. Jian Wushuang's thoughts flashed quickly, and he was naturally not afraid of the Yandan father and son. For him now, even if Elder Shinsickle and Yandan were tied together, it was not enough for him to punch and sword. But he was very displeased that people take out the feeling of blocking the gun. He stepped out, and Shan Wushuang said in a deep voice, "Return to Lord Sui. What did Jusi Shurji say about a private life, my disciple?" "I don't know." "How?" As soon as this remark came to an end, the whole audience was upset again. "I don't know." These 4 words are absolutely extinct. In that moment, everyone's face changed. Suddenly, the 9 musk deer kneeling on the ground suddenly felt like a knife twisted in his heart. Jiao's body trembled and almost fell to the ground. Her face turned pale and looked at Jian Wushuang's indifferent and calm face, cannot help but utter a grin. "Are you so heartless?" Yan and Elder Shenxian, including the Lord of Refining God, are all one, including the Elder Wind Elder standing next to Jian Wushuang. There is also a touch of surprise on his face. "Wushuang, are you afraid of Yandan?" They just said that. You can rest assured that if the 9 musk devil is really the woman you fancy, this seat will leave this old face out, and it will certainly help you to put her in your hands. Elder Moose Wind spoke to Jian Wushuang. This cannot help but let Jian Wushuang be touched by heart. I have to say that Elder Moose is a very competent elder. If Jian Wushuang is in this universe, maybe he treats the relationship between Elder Moose and Elder Wind. Extreme Wave. He is just a pity. After all, they're not the same person. I sighed in my heart. Jian Wushuang shook his head and replied, "Elder Moose Wind, no need to do this. I do not have a half relationship with Sister Jioshin." "Okay." Elder Mengfeng nodded when he heard the words. Since Jian Wushuang had already said so, He would not force it any more. Ha 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 ha. Cheap. I want to see who can take advantage of you now. Jane Yandan sneered. First glanced at Jiumu, then turned his eyes, looked at Jian Wushuang. A sneer appeared in his eyes. He looked at Jian Wushuang. His face was full of satisfaction, as if to say, "Count as your boy." This makes the sword unparalleled. A frown cannot help. He didn't like the move that Jiu Jitsu was good at advocating, but Yandan eyes were equally unhappy. Master sect, my disciples implore, now let me bring Jiu Mu back. Ji Yandan turned back and said to the Lord of the Refining God, "Well, go." Master Lien, Shen nodded blandly. This result is better for him now. Xie Zhongzhu. Yandan arched his hand towards the Lord of the Lien Shinzong, and immediately looked at Jiumu again, stretched out the corner of his mouth and licked his split lips, obscene and cruel eyes, glanced from Jiu Mu's enchanting, perfect body. After He smile, stretched out his palm and scratched at the 9 musk. Suddenly, in the scream of Jiumu, she soared and fell into Yandan's hands. He picked up the 9 musk deer and walked towards the square. Just when he was about to pass by with sword unparalleled, he seemed to remember something, his footsteps, suddenly. Chapter 4489. Missed Double. Qi Yandan stopped, turned his head, and looked at Jian Wushuang. What? Sword replied without expression on both sides. I saw Yandan glance around, then lowered his voice and said playfully, Miss Chuang, I know that there must be something unspeakable between you and this base man. But this time you know the truth, knowing that you have avoided the limelight. I will let you go, but you remember, wait here. Between you and me, there must be accounts to be counted. When that time comes, not only will this scumbag die, but you will also have to be a slave to me, in order to dispel my shame today. After saying that, Yandan sneered and then planned to leave. Jian Wushuang made a statement to deny, and indirectly made a clearance for him. Instead of being grateful for Jian Wushuang in his heart, he remembered it even more. As proud as he was, Yandan was born with a golden key since he was a child. Not only did his father, who was a trace-level cultivator of the elder Shinzong, become an elder, after showing his prominence, he was refined by the Lord of the Elder God, the chief disciple of the entire refining Shinzong. What kind of status is this? Therefore, this cultivated his high-minded and domineering character. He has been sailing smoothly since he was small, and has never been rejected by others. But today, a woman in Jiushu district refused him under the court, and even said that she had a private life with others for a long time. What a shame to him! After that, although Jian Wushuang uttered a denial in his opinion, what Jian Wushuang said was like a knife, and it was tied to his heart. What for? Is it Yandan? Is it only for your misty eyes to look down on? Therefore, he had a jealous feeling in Jian Wushuang's heart, and he was even more disgusted with resentment. The most important thing is that he absolutely does not believe that these 9 musk devil really have nothing to do with Jian Wushuang. He has made a plan now. When he returns to the dormitory, he will teach the 9 musk deer well, through the method of double cultivation. Directly the 9 musk deer Qingren to let her know and humiliate him. After dying, I was looking for a chance to make Jian Wushuang thousands of swords. Once, the possibility of Jian Wushuang competing with him for the supremacy was cut off, and the other was to vent his hatred. This man is in the same vein as the elder sickle. I was just when Yandan made this plan and was about to leave. Suddenly, stop! There was a quiet voice coming out of Jian Wushuang's mouth. As soon as this remark came to an end, everyone who thought that this farce had come to an end couldn't help it. He included Yandan, who had already stepped out of the square, and his eyes were narrowed. Then he turned slowly and looked at Jian Wushuang. His expression was somber and asked, Mist, what are you doing? Among all the people, only his face was pale and the despairing 9 musk deer. His face suddenly burst into a joy, and suddenly looked at Jian Wushuang. At the same time, She was excited and quickly transmitted a voice to Jian Wushuang. Miss Shuang, what I did just now was really helpless, and I just did this stupid thing. Miss Shuang, I apologize to you, but I beg you, save me, save me, otherwise I will die. Jian Wushuang heard the words indifferent, but looked intently at Yan Dan. His voice was flat. You say what you just told me, and try again. He had planned not to intervene in this matter, and this Yan Dan would just obediently leave. But he would die. This Yan Dan had to run to him to provoke him and make him a slave. I'm sorry he has acted with his sword and never gave in half. Yan Dan narrowed his eyes when he heard the words, and gradually raised the corners of his mouth, asking instead, Shuang Wu, how about I repeat it? Do you want to stop me? Stop you. Wu Jianshou sneered, stepped out, and suddenly appeared in front of Yan Dan, indifferently speaking. You say it again, then you can't get out of this door today. I dare. Yan Dan heard the words, suddenly angrily in his heart. His eyes skyrocketed. A torrent of torrential weather emerged from Yan Dan. Suddenly, the whole square was turbulent, and the coercion of the mark-level virtual lords came to the audience instantly, forming an inverted tornado around him. This coercion is like a tiger that is swallowed by others and flings towards the sword unparalleled. But that's it. Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed, and the whole body burst into momentum, spreading out of the coercion of 8-star virtual men. This coercion speaks of the power of horror. Although it is far worse than Yan Dan, even standing in front of Yan Dan, the sword Wushuang, who is under the impact of Yan Dan's pressure, is like a flat boat in the sea of anger, as if at any time are overturned. But nonetheless, Jian Wushuang's footsteps have not been removed in the slightest, as if it were the pin of the sea god. No matter how the waves rise, he stands still. Look for death. Seeing this, Yan Dan suddenly became more angry. She was first refused to be humiliated by Jiushin, and almost put on a green hat. Now she was blocked by Jian Wushuang, and she was shocked positively. Where can he hold back at this moment? A killing heart jumped out. I saw in the void behind Yan Dan a mouth was suddenly torn. A cyan arm protruded out of the void and grabbed at the sword unparalleled. This arm is extremely dry. The meridians are crisscrossed, and the 5 fingernails are painted black, long and pointed. In front of this scratch, the whole void is like paper, and it is torn, instantly crack. The owner of this hand is really the corpse of Yan Dan, De Huai. Everyone looked at this scene, and suddenly his eyelids jumped. Yan Dan hits the fog double. This time, Wu Shuang is afraid to have trouble. If brother Yan Dan did not break through the trace level, maybe the two could fight. But now brother Yan Dan breaks through the trace level. Even if the fog double talent is even higher, 10 of him, it's not enough Yan brother Dan. Everyone talked quickly. Jian Wushuang saw this. His eyes flashed for a while. His mind quickly thought. Yan Dan's aggressive claw, in his opinion, was as flawless as a child's dance sword. Even if he didn't need to practice it, he could only break it with only the strength of an 8-star dummy. Also, if I am concentrating and developing in this refining Shin zone, I have never revealed my strength. I am afraid that I will never be able to climb to the top of the virtual universe in a short time. Knowing the peak powers of the virtual universe, then I am qualified to understand the true secrets. It is not possible to show a little strength today. In this way, it is also convenient for me to climb at an early date and find out the deployment of the virtual universe against the divine universe. With this in mind, Jian Wu's eyes flashed coldness. God corpse, come. How? Suddenly, a whole body was shrouded in a black robe. Only a figure showing only his eyes appeared in front of the sword without double sides. An extremely sharp sword spirit burst out from this figure. This figure is a terrific corpse of Tai Luo who has recovered to the state of elementary supreme. Chapter 4490. Hell! As soon as the extreme corpse Fong Tai Luo appeared, the shocking sharp breath suddenly shocked everyone. This is the corpse of Wu Shuang. It is rumored that this corpse is the strongest corpse on the Coffin Hill. At first, even the Lord Sovereign and the elders of the 5 great brothers shot together and failed to refine it. Scar. Scar level breath. This corpse has already reached Scar level. No wonder the mists are not afraid of Brother Yandan at all. It turns out that they are relying on this. I saw that the corpse of Tai Luo was numb and stiff, and his fingers were raised to merge into a sword finger, and nodded towards the withered arm that was photographed in the void. In an instant, the endless sword energy erupted from the fingertips of Taro's corpse. Boom! A shocking loud noise came, and I saw that the arm that tore everything retracted instantly like an electric shock. Then I saw that Yandan was backstepped by 3 steps and his face flushed. It's not over yet. In the void behind Yandan, a painful growl was issued again, and a dried-up body covered with black hair fell out of the void. This corpse is De Huai refined by Yandan. Defeat the enemy with 1 finger. Suddenly everyone exclaimed. They did not expect that Yandan, who was the first disciple of the Crown Disciple, who had broken through the mark of prestige, was directly repelled with a finger of Tai Luo's corpse. Asshole! Qi Yandan's face was iron blue, staring at Jian Wushuang and snarling. It was just my intention just now. Let's come again. After he finished speaking, his whole body of power began to condense frantically, and the whole square began to tremble and shake. Okay. Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed, and his mang rose sharply by 3 inches. He was just when the 2 were facing each other, and the sword was out of control. Enough! The master of the refining god frowned, and suddenly spoke freely. With this sentence falling, he was still surging just now, like a square plunging into the sea of anger, and then calmed down. An extremely powerful force separated Jian Wushuang from Yandan. Master! Seeing this, Xia Yandan just felt like he was so hard to get hold of it. The punch he wanted to make was hit on cotton, and his heart was bent to the extreme. Master, let me learn lessons from Wushuang. You taught him? Isn't it enough to shame? The refining god sovereign snorted, and then looked at Jian Wushuang and said, Miss Chuang, I ask you, what did you mean before? Why did you block Yandan Wei? The goal of Wu Jianshou to show his strength has been achieved. Therefore, seeing the master of the refining god forcibly interrupted his battle with Yandan, there was no emotion in his heart. He heard the words humble and arched his hands and calmly replied, Master Sect, I stopped Brother Yandan because Brother Yandan passed by me first and provoked his disciples first, saying that he would make them disciples and slaves, and the disciples were so anxious that they did the above. The master of the refining heard that he couldn't help looking at Yandan. His face sank. You say if you have to go well, you just have to shake a clever provocation. Now, you can't get off the stage yourself? He shook his head, and the master of the refining scolded, What a fool! After taking a deep breath, the master of the refining looked back at Jian Wushuang and replied, Well, you and Yan Dansher went out the same door. In the future, I will be the mainstay of the refining of the rain. Just go on and fight each other. Understand? Well, let's stop this matter and let the party go. Pu Lianshin, Zhongzhu, stood up and shook his head boringly. Yes. With the rise of the sovereign lord, many disciples in the square naturally did not dare to sit any more, and they all got up again and gave respect to the lord. Missed Pair Yuet. Qi Yandan stared at Jian Wushuang with his eyes fixed on his forehead. If he is not in the refining sect now, he can't restrain his inner urge. He will kill the sword without double-clicking. Miss Chuang, rest assured, our future days are still long. You and me today, I will slowly settle with you in the future. After finishing speaking, Yandan strode away. When he saw Joshin, there was a look of disgust in his eyes. It was this woman who caused his face to fall sharply today. He was afraid to take her back to become an accomplice. He just added a joke to himself, as if he picked up a sword. Something like, And you, cheap, all things happened today because of you. wait for me to kill Wushuang, and then slowly calculate with you." Lung hummed. Yandan stepped on the ground with his right foot, and the floor of the foot cracked suddenly, and a small pit was recessed, while he turned into a burr, and instantly rose into the sky, disappearing on the square outside the main hall of the sovereign. Wu Jusu saw Yandan leave, the heart that had been hanging, and finally fell to the ground. She looked at Xiang Jianwushuang gratefully and whispered a thank you. Wu Jianshou shook his head without paying more attention to her. After looking at Elder Moosefong, he walked in the direction of the Lord of the Refining God. He still remembers that the Lord of the Refining God had told him that after the end of the Zoman disciples, there were still tasks assigned to him. Inside the Lord's hall, Gao Lian, the God Sovereign, took the first seat, watching that he did not leave with the flow of people, but followed him into the shuang of the Sovereign's hall and nodded. "Missed Shuang, originally the Sovereign wanted to wait for you to rest for a few days before telling you about the task. Since you are here, then this Sovereign will tell you now." Wu Jianwushuang took a deep breath and nodded. "Master Zhongzhu, but it doesn't matter." "It is good." The master of the Refining God sect looked to the distance. He heard the words and did not rush to speak, but seemed to think about the words in his mind. After a while he said, "Miss Chuang, do you know where our universe is sealed?" "Seal God's land." Wu Jianwushuang raised his eyebrow and felt a faint feeling in his heart. I was afraid that the Lord of the Refining God was about to say that it was one of the top secrets of this virtual universe. Yes, most people don't know the land of the gods. This Lord will talk to you today. Shen Lian's eyes glinted, and he said, "The land of God is not one of the forbidden places in our universe, but the day after tomorrow. Almost tens of thousands of Suji, those who accompanied you when you started, came from the same place of power and came to our universe. These cosmic aliens are speculative, with fierce means, and after their identity is exposed, they will launch a killing ring in our virtual universe. These people are extremely powerful, and each person's cultivation is the same as that of the monarch, at least at the level of 6 marks. Among them, one person has a deeper and more unpredictable, strange method, and has the power to suppress the origin of life, and it is even more powerful than the sovereign." The master of the refining slowly said that Jian Wushuang was at this moment, and his heart was suddenly shaken. This is Chapter 4491. Get burn chatter, chatter, chatter. Everyone in the crowd looked at Jian Wushuang. The crowd looked at Jian Wushuang with an extremely strange expression. Wushuang, a person with supreme talent, was also the person who Grand Elder Mi Feng had personally welcomed into the sect. Thanks. The person who took Yan Don woman is actually Wushuang. There's going to be a good show to watch now. One of them is the most talented person in the sect, and the other is the leader of the disciples, the next sect master candidate in the eyes of the sect master. Now, it's up to Lord Sect Master to make his choice. A series of discussions sounded. Yan Dan suddenly turned his head and stared at Jian Wushuang with a fierce look in his eyes. Elder Shin Lian's face also darkened instantly. On the other hand, the God Refining Sect Master, Void Master Bahuang, who was originally a little angry, calmed down and frowned. Other than being Yan Dan Master, he was more of the God Refining Sect Master. What he paid attention to was the art of balance. Previously, Yandan had asked him for Jiu Sha and wanted him to personally ask for Jiu Sha and Yandan to become Dao companions. In his opinion, it was like a child asking for a beloved toy from him. Naturally, he could not do it. However, now with Wu Shuang in the middle, the situation was different. It was like a scale. Originally, the weight of the Jiu Sha and Yandan were completely different. Everything was leaning toward Yandan, so he did not mind agreeing to Yandan's request. However, with the addition of Wu Shuang, the weights on both sides of the scale suddenly became different. To be honest, as the God Refining Sect Master, he did not have any ill intentions toward Jian Wushuang. After all, Jian Wushuang had passed the Trial Foundation Stone's verification and had a peerless talent. Previously, he had mentioned the soul-searching technique in the sect master's hall only because he suspected that Jian Wushuang was a spy sent by the divine power universe. From the perspective of the big picture, he was naturally better off than Jian Wushuang. After all, Jian Wushuang was a member of the God Refining Sect. If Jian Wushuang was doing well, the God Refining Sect would naturally be well. The two of them complemented each other and were not enemies. If there were no accidents, Jian Wushuang would definitely become one of the pillars of the God Refining Sect in the future. For a moment, the God Refining Sect master did not know what to say. If Jiu Sha had really become Dao companions with Jian Wushuang, then the matter of Jiu Sha and Yan Dan had to be considered carefully. After a long while, he looked at Jian Wushuang with a frown and said in a deep voice, "Wushuang, is what Jiu Sha said true?" As soon as the sect master finished his words, Yan Dan looked at Jian Wushuang and said coldly, "Junior brother Wushuang, aren't you going a little too far?" Jian Wushuang remained silent and expressionless. However, in his heart, he was already extremely angry. What was this Jiu Sha trying to do? As early as when they were high up in the sky outside the sect master's main hall, Jiu Sha had opened her mouth and begged him to put on a show with her and reject the marriage between her and Yan Dan. However, Jian Wushuang had rejected her very clearly. He did not expect Jiu Sha to be so selfish. She did not care about his feelings at all and publicly announced that he had pledged to marry him in the main hall. Jian Wushuang understood that he had been used by Jiu Sha. As for why Jiu Sha chose him, it was not because he was too charming. The two of them had only met 3 times, so there was no charm. The reason was simple. What Jiu Sha had her eyes on was Jian Wushuang's peerless talent. She believed that between Yan Dan and him, the God Refining Sect Master would definitely have a hard time choosing. However, she had never thought that after this matter was over, she could just apologize to Jian Wushuang and leave as if nothing had happened. But what would happen to Jian Wushuang? Jian Wushuang would definitely offend Yan Dan and become a thorn in the father and son side. If it was an ordinary disciple, he would not be far from death if he incurred such hatred. Jian Wushuang's thoughts flashed quickly. He was naturally not afraid of Yan Dan and his father. To him, even if he were to tie Elder Shenlian and Yan Dan together, they would not be enough to deal with him. However, he did not like the feeling of being used as a shield. Jian Wushuang took a step forward and said in a deep voice, reporting to the sect master, "Senior Sister Jiu Sha mentioned something about a private marriage. This disciple, I don't know anything. Chatter." As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd went into an uproar again. He had no idea at all. These words were simply amazing. Everyone's expressions changed. Jiu Sha, who was kneeling on the ground, felt as if a knife had been stabbed into her heart. Her delicate body trembled and she almost fell to the ground. Her face turned pale. Looking at Jian Wushuang's cold and calm face, she could not help but laugh bitterly. "Are you really that heartless?" Yan Dan, Elder Shenlian, and the God Refining Sect Master were all stunned. Even Elder Mi Feng, who was standing next to Jian Wushuang, was surprised. "Wushuang, are you saying this because you fear Yan Dan and the others? Don't worry. If that Jiu Sha is really the woman you fancy, I will definitely help you get her, even if I have to throw away my face." Elder Mi Feng transmitted his voice to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang could not help but feel touched. Elder Mi Feng was a very competent elder. If Jian Wushuang had been born in this universe, he might have treated Elder Mi Feng the same way he treated Supreme Bloodwave. It was a pity that the two of them were not on the same path. Sighing in his heart, Jian Wushuang shook his head and replied, "Elder Mi Feng, there's no need to do this. I really have nothing to do with Senior Sister Jiu Sha." "All right." Elder Mi Feng nodded. Since Jian Wushuang had already said so, he would naturally not force him. "Ha ha ha ha, lowly servant, I do like to see who can still stand up for you now." Yandan sneered. He first glared at Jiu Sha, then turned to look at Jian Wushuang with a sneer in his eyes. He looked at Jian Wushuang with satisfaction, as if he was saying, "You're smart." Jian Wushuang could not help but frown. He did not like Jiu Sha's actions, but he was equally displeased with Yandan's gaze. "Sect Master, I beg you, please allow me to bring Jiu Sha back now." Yandan turned around and said to the God Refining Sect Master, "Yes, go ahead." The God Refining Sect Master nodded his head with a calm expression. The current outcome was even better for him. "Thank you, Sect Master." Yandan cupped his hands at the God Refining Sect Master, then looked at Jiu Sha again. He stretched out the corner of his mouth and licked his split lips. His lustful and cruel eyes swept over Jiu Sha's enchanting and perfect figure. After laughing, he stretched out his palm and grabbed Jiu Sha. Suddenly, in the midst of Jiu Sha's screams, she flew up and fell into Yandan's hand. Yandan picked up Jiu Sha and walked out of the hall. However, just as he was about to pass by Jian Wushuang, he seemed to have thought of something and suddenly stopped. Chapter 4492. In the refining Shinzong, a round of blood moon turned sky. The moon shadow was sparse, and the corpse roared again and again. In a corpse cave on the top of the Yanqian mountain, the elder Banshan strode in and sat cross-legged with sword. "Elder Banshan, is there anything to visit late at night?" Wu Jian blinked without eyes and said, "As for the elder Luanshan," he had some suspicion in his heart. As to whether the guess was correct, it was up to the elder Banshan to come to him late at night. Elder Luan Banshan glanced at Jian Wushuang and asked, "Miss Shuang, the husband has a few questions I want to ask you." "Elder Banshan, but it doesn't matter." Wu Jian Wushuang nodded. "Okay." Elder Banshan said, then groaned for a moment and asked, "Miss Shuang, have you heard about the aliens in the universe?" "Yes." Jian Wushuang heard the words, his eyes flashed, and he immediately replied, "Okay, you said that you and halfway cosmic aliens have known each other halfway. They have never known each other before. The old man now asks you, in which star domain do you know them?" "Windfall Star Field." Wu Jianshuang replied without hesitation. He had long expected that someone would ask him carefully, and naturally he would not do no homework. The wind-falling star field is not too far away from the Lianshan zone, and it is not too close. The crowd is relatively rare. Presumably, no one will coincidentally stay in the wind-falling star field. "Okay," then the old man asks you again, "Which star field do you come from?" Elder Luanshan nodded and asked again. Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed. He didn't answer, but stared at the elder Banshan tightly and asked, "Elder Banshan, what do you mean by coming here this time? It's better to say straight. Why bother?" After all, he is not a person in the void universe and can't stand detailed interrogation. The elder Banshan, although he suspects in his heart whether it is from the divine universe, is a matter of great importance and cannot afford to bet. If he is not right, then he is very likely to fall into a situation where he loses and loses. "Miss Chuang, you don't need to care what the old man means. You just need to answer truthfully." Elder Luanshan said blankly. Wu Jianshuang heard the words and could not help but be silent. After a long while, he took a deep breath and said, "Liang Starfield. Liang Starfield." The elder Banshan heard a laugh and shook his head, saying, "Miss Double Odd Double away from Yang Star Field and Windfall Star Field, one south and one north of Lianshan Zone. If you come from Li Yang Star Field, why are you in the wind? Falling Star Field and those cosmic aliens?" Jian Wushuang heard the words and couldn't help but look cold, and when he was about to speak, he saw the elder Banshan continue to say, "Further, Wushuang, our universe is not big or small. You can grow up to be a star-like man. It's not just by talent and retreat. It can leave more or less traces of growth in the universe." But the old man went to inquire, "You have never heard of your name in the universe. You are like suddenly emerged from the universe." If you still want to argue, the old man can go to Liang Xingyu in person to see if anyone knows you. Wu Jian Wushuang heard his words and narrowed his eyes slowly, and touched the hilt of the Taro Excalibur with his 5 fingers, and his thumb gently rubbed at the position of the hilt of the Tara Excalibur. There was a slight sound of the sword, and it sounded softly. After a while, Jian Wushuang seemed to think of something, and loosened the hilt of the tailored Excalibur, and smiled arrogantly. Elder Banshan, what can you say? Just say it. Wu Jianwushwang wanted to understand. If Elder Banshan really wanted to expose him, then he didn't come by himself. I was afraid that the leader of the refining gods would already be in the ambush. But the divine power he spread out did not find any signs of ambush outside. After hearing the question, the elder Luan Banshan was silent this time and looked at Jian Wushuang for a while, then said slowly, "You are too cautious this time, not meticulous enough. If the Lien Shenzong really moved a bit of investigation, you have no possibility to lurk." Jian Wushuang heard that his face had no emotional changes, but his heart was a jump. This sentence is already equal to express, "I know, but things are urgent, not so much time to go one by one." Jian Wushuang replied in a deep voice. Elder Banshan sighed slightly and seemed to know the dilemma of Jian Wushuang. He replied, "Be assured that on the day you first entered the ancestral gate, the old man has given you all these things to be clear. Refined some time ago, the gods sent someone to Liang's starfield to verify your information, and the old man also let everyone handle it properly." After a pause, Elder Banshan turned his head, looking through the corpse hole, looking far away from the starry sky of Wudi, as if looking from this universe to another universe. It seemed to be nostalgic. His voice was a little hoarse. "Miss Double, how is that starry sky now?" Jianwushwang heard nothing and did not answer. The elder Banshan did not ask any more. He knew that Jian Wushuang had a sense of vigilance, even at this moment. This is understandable. After all, as the perspective of Jian Wushuang, it was impossible to rule out whether Banshan was counted as soon as he came out. Routine. However, Elder Banshan was talking to himself. At that time, 7 of us were ordered to come to this universe. I thought that we could quickly investigate the situation of this universe. However, it was too early to reveal our identity, and we ushered in the top power of this universe. Send friends, such as sending wind and flying across, have been killed. The palace owner took people to escape the birth, but the old man who was supposed to die, but picked up a life and entered the refining god sect by mistake. Elder Luanshan said slowly. Jian Wushuang did not bother, but listened quietly. He knows that Banshan has been lonely for tens of thousands of chaos periods, and these words have been tens of thousands of chaos periods. He needs an object to listen to. His words, although the narrative is plain, but Jian Wushuang felt the tragic and dangerous and magnificent in that plain discourse. After a while, after Elder Banshan finished speaking, he rubbed his eyes slightly and said, "Miss Shuang, in the past tens of thousands of years, the old man has not been able to get in touch with his hometown, and it is not easy to leave rashly, because the old man knows that Lord Elder God will definitely send him again. People come and continue the way we did not finish the unfinished things. My old husband stared at tens of thousands of chaos times and finally waited for you. This is the information collected by the old man during the tens of thousands of chaos periods in the refining god sect. If you have a way, please hand it over to the Lord God of the Face. This is extremely important. Don't let others know, because the old man doubts we in this universe also have people in this universe, and we are in a high position." After saying that, Elder Banshan turned his right hand, and a bamboo tube appeared in his hand, handing it to Jian Wushuang. Chapter 4493. Divine Universe, who also has a virtual universe. Jian Wushuang frowned. In that moment, familiar faces flickered across Jian Wu's eyes. But Jian Wushuang thought for a long time and couldn't completely lock the person who was sent by the virtual universe. Miss Shuang, the husband, just doubts whether the person exists, and the husband cannot be determined, so we don't need to think about it now. We just need to be cautious. When the war breaks out again, this person will naturally emerge water surface. Elder Luanshan said with a deep voice, "It makes sense." Qi Jian Wushuang converged his thoughts, nodded his head, and took over the bamboo tube handed to him by Ban Shan. This bamboo tube seems to be lightweight, but it is extremely heavy, but it is the hard work of Ban Shan tens of thousands of suji. Well, Wu Shuang, there is one more important thing when my husband comes this time. The elder Luanshan took a deep breath and then doubled his right hand again. He held a hexagonal red crystal ball in his palm. A sheer force of incomparable sheer force emanated from it. This is Qi Jian Wushuang's eyes suddenly freeze. Elder Luanshan said diligently, "Since the tens of thousands of virtual ages, the old man has spent most of his time researching this thing, except for collecting news in the refining deities. This thing, the old man calls it a virtual force nucleus, which is formed by the most fundamental force in virtual force. As long as this virtual force nucleus is swallowed, the virtual force inside can instantly change the structure of your body, allowing you to become a true falsehood. After swallowing this nucleus of virtual force, not only will you derive the most iconic thing of virtual men, that is, virtual stars or virtual marks, but also awaken your associated supernatural powers, virtual explosion. And the most important thing is that if you want to be transformed into divine power, you only need one thought, and you can convert virtual power into divine power. The virtual explosion will not disappear, and it will be displayed in the way of divine power. As for the effect, old man, I have been practicing Shinzong this time, but I haven't used it yet, but I think it should not be too weak." The words fell, and Jian Wu's eyes suddenly rose 3 inches. "This thing, it's amazing. It can be said that with the existence of this virtual force crystal nucleus, it will truly break the barrier between the virtual universe and the divine universe, so that it will have a perfect fusion and sublime to the fullest, calculating by individual and by average strength. One of the great reasons why the virtual universe is stronger than the divine universe is because the virtual universe has a killer more than the man of the divine universe, that is, the virtual. Associated supernatural power, virtual explosion. The horror of the virtual explosion. Even the sword Wushuang dare not to be underestimated. Its power is enough to compare all the moves in the Sword Warrior Tailu sword code, except 4 seasons and Taro. What is this concept? Divine power universe, but not anyone, can be compared with Jian Wushuang. I can say that in the same realm, if the person of the magical universe is not an arrogant monster, he has far more power than the same realm, and he will only be crushed in the face of the vain in the same realm. And this virtual force nucleus, but can give the person of the divine power universe, has the ability to resist the court of the virtual universe chamber. The preciousness of this thing can be seen from this. Wu Jianshuang looked at Elder Ban Shan again, with a little more admiration in his eyes. "Miss Chuang, swallow this nucleus of virtual power, swallow him, and you will be able to flow through the magical universe and the virtual universe without any flaws." Elder Luanshan said, "No way." Wu Jianshuang heard the words and shook his head. This is Elder Ban Shan, an invincible supremacy of tens of thousands of chaos ages. How can he try to figure it out? No need to talk nonsense. Since the old man asked you to take it, you take it. And Mo, Shui's daughter's delicate attitude. The elder Luanshan pushed the nucleus of virtual power into the hands of Jian Wushuang, and immediately turned around and walked out. This Qi Jian Wushuang nodded silently and stowed it seriously. When walking to the door of the corpse cave, Elder Ban Shan stepped a foot, then turned his head and said softly, "Miss Chuang, if you can really enter the land of God, if the old friends of the old man are still alive, remember to give them to the old man last sentence. My husband is fine now, don't miss it." After speaking, Elder Ban Shan no longer hesitated, and as soon as he stepped on, some thin and shy figures disappeared under the thin moonlight. Wu Jianshuang looked at the disappearing back of Elder Ban Shan, and there was a touch of complexity in his eyes. He suddenly remembered that in the annals of the divine universe, there was a record that a Taoist named Moving Mountains had once coveted the universe and suppressed 9 days and 10 places. But somehow, the moving Taoists who were originally in the middle of the sky suddenly appeared in the universe. Within bizarrely disappeared. I'm afraid that this is too old for the elder Banshan, who was a stranger who disappeared in the past. After the elder Luan Banshan left, Jian Wu sat down cross-legged and carefully looked at the hexagonal red crystal ball in front of him. Is there an empty mark, awakening the associated magical power burst? Wu Jian's eyes flashed a thought, and after a moment of contemplation, he no longer hesitated, swallowing his virtual crystal core. Boom! Instantly, a sharp pain came from the sword Wushuang deity. Even if Jian Wushuang is the top 3-body chaos body in ancient times, it is torn instantly, and the whole body is burned like it is thrown into a furnace of hundreds of millions of degrees. His, Wu Jianshou, could not help screaming, and the body burst completely. Next moment, the divine body was put together again, and the pain that seemed to distort the soul of the soul, with hundreds of millions of needles stuck in the pores, shattered his body again. In this broken way, Jian Wushuang could feel that an extremely horrific and powerful force was emitted from the core of the virtual force, and began to change the life structure of Jian Wushuang little by little, pushing it towards the virtual soldier. After dozens of crashes and reorganizations, the pain suddenly disappeared. A completely different breath than Jian Wushuang before burst out from Jian Wushuang. It's done! Wu Jian's face was pale and gasping slightly, and a lot of bean sweat beads condensed on his forehead. He glanced slightly sideways. On his left shoulder, 2 scarlet long marks, like scars, spread and twisted from his left shoulder. Wu Jianwushuang can feel that although he seems to have no change in the body and cultivation at this moment, in the meditation, there is something different. Is this virtual power? Wu Jianshuang felt the imaginary force rolling in the body like a river and squinted his eyes. The next moment, instead of rushing to awaken the associated magical powers, he reached out and touched the black willow seal on his neck, pulling a sneer arc. It's time to get rid of you. Chapter 4490, For the Land of Gods. The Void Universe that came tens of thousands of void eras ago. They came from the same place as Supreme Marshal Artist Gonyang and the others. All of them are at least at the 6th scar level, which means they are invincible supremes. One of them is several times stronger than the God Refining Sect Master. Jian Wushuang's eyes flickered, and his thoughts began to run quickly. The time axis of the Void Universe and the Divine Power Universe that Jian Wushuang was in was similar. Tens of thousands of chaos cycles ago, it should have been around the time when the Great Catastrophe War had just ended. At that time, only that group of people had entered the Void Universe and had disappeared without a trace. Even though the God Refining Sect Master's words were rather obscure, to Jian Wushuang it was obvious. The Palace Master of the Divine Life Palace. If Jian Wushuang had guessed correctly, the alien race the God Refining Sect Master had mentioned was none other than the team led by the Palace Master of the Divine Life Palace that had disappeared into the Void Universe. Jian Wushuang's mind was filled with thoughts, but he pretended to be listening. He continued to listen to the Sect Master of the God Refining Sect talk about the Land of Gods. He understood that this Land of Gods was very likely to be inextricably linked to the disappearance of the Divine Life Palace's Palace Master. When the identity of this group of foreign races was exposed, our Void Universe immediately summoned the giant arms of the great beings at the 6th scar level and above to kill these foreign races. This time, almost half of the 6th scar level Void Masters in our universe were gathered to fight with this group of alien races in the small ring star field. Speaking of which, although the cultivation base of this group of outsiders is similar to ours, other than the strongest person who can suppress the life source, the rest of them are weaker than us in terms of combat strength. Very soon, a great battle broke out. Almost all of the alien races were killed, and only the strongest of these aliens managed to escape with 2 or 3 people. Then, I don't know what kind of technique the strongest person used, but he actually dominated a star field and refined it into a forbidden area. He set up 999 restrictions, locking himself and the remaining 2 or 3 6-star-level experts in it. Not only was he unable to take a step out, but we also couldn't get in no matter how hard we tried. Moreover, the higher one's cultivation is, the stronger the rejection force will be when they step into the forbidden area. On the contrary, those with lower cultivation will not trigger the terrifying restrictive spells that can kill immortals and gods. As time passed, that forbidden land was left behind. We called it the Land of Gods, the god-refining sect master said slowly. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang could not help but squint his eyes. He finally knew the whereabouts of the Divine Palace Master. Back then, outside the Divine Life Palace, Overlord Patriarch had said that the Palace Master of the Divine Life Palace had been trapped somewhere in the Void Universe. He must have been referring to this Land of Gods. It was no wonder that the Palace Master of the Divine Life Palace could not return. Lord Sect Master, the mission you mentioned must be related to the Land of Gods, right? Jian Wushuang asked despite knowing the answer. That's right. The sect master of the god-refining sect nodded and replied in a deep voice, "It's been tens of thousands of void eras since that group of foreign people was trapped in the Land of Gods, and our Lord Void God used a great divine ability to seal off all the energy supplies in that area. In other words, those foreign people who were heavily injured will never recover from their injuries. For the first tens of thousands of void eras, we could still sense that the outsiders were trying to break through the seal and escape, but in the last 10,000 void eras, they've quieted down. They've never tried to break through the seal again. They're probably already like a lamp that's on its last legs. Wushuang, your mission this time is to enter the restriction and see what the situation is like. First, your cultivation is only at the star level, so the restrictions inside will not be triggered at all, and you can walk in safely. That group of outsiders has been worn down by tens of thousands of void eras. Even if they haven't fallen, they probably don't have much power left, so they won't be much of a threat to you." Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and thought for a moment. He nodded and replied, "I understand." "Very good. Then, Wushuang, you may leave first. You're not the only one going to the Land of Gods to explore this time. I'll also choose some disciples from the sect to go with you. Other than that, I'm afraid that the other top forces will also send their own heaven's favorites. Don't be careless and embarrass the god-refining sect," the sect master said slowly. "Yes." After a few more words from the god-refining sect master, Jian Wushuang took his leave. After returning to the corpse cave on the top of the limestone mountain, Jian Wushuang immediately opened a ward to seal off all auras. To him, even if the god-refining sect master did not allow him to go to the Land of Gods, he would still find a reason to go. The palace master of the Divine Life Palace had stayed in the Void Universe for tens of thousands of chaos cycles. Even if he had been trapped in the Land of Gods for nearly all his time, he must have known a lot about the Void Universe. This was of utmost importance. In addition, Jian Wushuang also had some doubts and wanted to ask the palace master of the Divine Life Palace, provided that the palace master had not died. For example, what was going on with his life level? The more he cultivated, the more he realized that his life level as a special life form far surpassed that of a perfect special life form. Or rather, it was not a perfect level special life form at all. His life level had far surpassed the perfect level. After that, Jian Wushuang used the token given to him by the Cosmos God to activate the water mirror and report the matter to Cosmos God. Regarding the Land of Gods, Cosmos God did not seem surprised. It was obvious that he had already known about this. He only told Jian Wushuang to be careful and then hung up the call. It was late at night. Jian Wushuang sat cross-legged on the stone bed and refined the tarot divine corpse. Knock, knock, knock. just as Jian Wushuang was immersed in his cultivation and preparing to go to the land of gods, an unexpected person came and knocked on the door of Jian Wushuang's corpse cave. After removing the magic barrier, Jian Wushuang frowned and looked out of the corpse cave's door. He was suddenly stunned. Outside the corpse cave, under the blood-colored moonlight, an old man with white hair and a white beard, his face full of age spots, was standing quietly at the entrance of the corpse cave with his hands behind his back. "Elder Panshan?" Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and asked in confusion. Panshan, one of the 5 great grand elders. What was he doing here? "Wushuang, I have something to tell you. Am I not welcome?" Panshan's expression was indifferent. He glanced at Jian Wushuang and said, "Elder Panshan, what are you saying? Come in and sit." Jian Wushuang smiled and shook his head. He then stood up and extended his hand to invite Elder Panshan to enter the corpse cave. Chapter 4495. Qi Yandan. This person is the sole candidate for the refining of the sect of sect. The Lord has already decided on Kuchang Datong. But with the advent of Jian Wushuang and the banquet held in the sovereign's hall that day, the dispute between Yandan and Jian Wushuang made the refining god's lord gradually disappointed with Yandan. Sensitive, irritable, hardworking, narrow-minded, so happy there's no city. This is the Yandan that the sovereign lord saw at the banquet that day. I ask, how can such a person take control of a sacred place to glory? That day he didn't go to point out these things, but it was Yandan who said what he said. He was still his big disciple. He couldn't scold him in front of Manchu, and if he liked himself all speaking out, Yandan will inevitably be imbalanced and secretly resentful. Resentment, refining the Lord of God, does not matter, but it is not necessary. On the contrary, Jian Shuang's performance that day made him feel a little different. I am not humble or overbearing and look at ease. At the same time, the master of the refining looked at Jian Wushuang, and he could not help but utter a sentence from the bottom of his heart. There are thousands of thunders in your heart, but those who face the quiet lake can worship the general too. The extraordinary talent represents the highest growth limit of Jian Wushuang, and the extraordinary mind represents Jian Wushuang. He will never bring the refining Shinzong into a place of no end. For a moment, Bai Shao reduced, and the candidate of the next refining god sovereign began to lean in the heart of the 8 poles. There was silence in the hall. The master of the refining god did not speak, and other people naturally did not dare to hustle. After a short while, the refining suzerain only said lightly, "This suzerain summoned you today. Presumably you also know why." He said the words fell, and the crowd had not spoken yet. Seeing Yandan stepped forward and said, "Master Zong, I guess the mission is about to start?" "Yes." The lord of the refining god nodded, then looked at the crowd, and Xinxing said, "The Lord has just received the news. Other sectarian forces have sent their disciples to the land of God." "Land of God?" "Yes." Wu Jianshuang, Fu Qin, and Yandan all bowed their heads. At this moment, they don't know where they are. The 3 of them are the candidates to go to the land of the gods this time. Shuang Shuang, Shuang Shuang, when you leave Lianshinzong, I see you die. Wu Yandan bowed his head and leaned towards Jian Wushuang, his mouth sneered. A poisonous plan breeds in his heart. Jiang has no double-sided and expressionless, but also has a good idea in mind. If this Yandan acted obediently along the way, if he wanted to commit stupidity himself, he wouldn't mind sending him a ride. Well, let's all 3 of you. Be sure to remember that everything is compulsory and be careful all the time to prevent others from the sect. The master of the refining Shinzong Shinshin opened his mouth. Then, through his big sleeve, a giant bird resembling a bone dragon flew from the mountain behind the refining Shinzong. This giant bird has no hair, no flesh, only white bones and black eyes. At its back, a high platform is built, which makes people set foot. The 3 swords of Wu Jian Wushuang stepped on 1 foot and immediately flew up, landing on the high platform at the back of the giant bird. moaning. This giant bird stretched out his head and shouted, and immediately carried a shuttle of Jian Wushuang and other people, directly over 180,000 miles, left the Lianxinzong and blasted towards the land of Fengshan. Master Su Lian took a deep look at the place where the 3 swordsmen disappeared, shook his head, and recovered his eyes after a long while. Strolling in the hall, Elder Banshan also looked at the disappeared 3 people for a long time. Refining Shinzong, Presbyterian Hall, the residence of the elder Xinxia. Da-da-da. There was a rush of footsteps. A close disciple of an elder sickle walked in hurriedly. Master, just now Yandan has been with Wu Shuang and Fu Qin, driving a giant bone bird, and left the refining gods. The trusted disciple knelt on the ground and whispered, "Oh, is this gone?" In the center of the hall, the elder sickle, sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes, and a flash of sharpness flashed in his eyes. "Okay, Elder Ben will go now. If the Lord Suzy asks where the elder has gone, you say that the elder has recently come to realize it and went out to seek breakthrough opportunities. Understand?" "Disciple, understand," this trusted disciple quickly returned. "Okay." Nodded with satisfaction, the elder Shenxian stood up, stepped on his foot, and disappeared into the elder's hall. Missed double, this time the land of God is where your bones are buried." In the void, the voice of Sun Lung from the elder sickle was heard. At the same time, not far from the Lianxinzong, there is a bright star. This place is close to the void forbidden area, but this is the place where the largest star thief group, the Red Whale Gang, is located in the nearby hundreds of millions of stars. This group of star thieves is notorious. They rob the passers-by who passed by in the starry sky all year round. The entire virtual universe gnashed their teeth, but they could not do anything about it. The reason is because the head of this Red Whale Gang is a 4-marked vanity. Under the leadership of this 4-marked virtual honor, the entire Red Whale Gang helped to the extreme. Even the even-marked virtual warrior saw a headache for a while, and he could obediently use his treasures to fight against the difficulties. The head of the Red Whale Gang is similar to the abdomen of a big whale among the stars. At this moment in the original Red Whale Gang, the astounding head of the imaginary universe is daring, but he is obediently kneeling at the foot of a silver-haired young pupil. Ice mast small, when the news is received, the land of the gods is opened, and the people of the main forces of the virtual universe have sent all the Tianjiao disciples under the door to the land of gods to break the restrictions and look for the universe. Alien, the big master shivered, and the atmosphere didn't dare to breathe. I can see that this big master is extremely afraid of this silver-haired young man. Okay. Tong Yinfa Bingtong's youth nodded expressionlessly and asked, "Luoming, is this person asking you to send someone to practice the sword warriors inquired by Shinzong?" "Master Hui Bingbing, I have been asked by the younger. There's no one named Jian Wushuang in the disciples of Lian Shinzong. Instead, there is a person named Mist Shuang. Through this selection of entry disciples, he entered the Lian Shinzong. Until novel is a rare qualification for refining the Emperor Shinzong. Mist double." The silver-haired young pupil narrowed his eyes, sneered at the corner of his mouth, and said to himself, Jian Wushuang, you are so fatal that you haven't died that day, but entered the refining god sect by concealing the sky and the sea. What superb qualification has he become? Disciple of Tianjiao." He shook his head, and Yinfa Bingtong's youthful words turned sharply, and he continued to ask, "I ask you, how is the situation of Wu Shuang now?" Wu Shuang, back to master, according to the small eyeliner return, that Wu Shuang has left the refining Shinzong and followed the other 2 disciples to the land of God Seal. He went to the land of God. Yinfa Bingtong youth frowned, and then laughed. "Okay, sword unparalleled. Then this seat is waiting for you in the land of the gods." After saying that, he bowed his head toward the original big gang of the red whale and instructed, Luo Ming, get ready, await to go to the land of the gods. Yes. Grandpa resigned in congratulations. After Tong headed down, the silver-haired ice pupil looked up, looking far away from the void, and there was a sense of coldness in his eyes. For this person, it is as if he and the sword Wushuang entered the icy supreme universe of the virtual universe. Chapter 4496. At the same time, farther from Lien Shinzong, in the heart of a star, an old man with an elegant temperament, a clear face and a cautious look, slowly exhaled a stale air. It's been a long time, and those who purify me and kill me should have gone. The old man narrowed his eyes, and thoughts flashed in his eyes. He is not someone else. It is precisely in the selection of the disciples of refining gods to escape the birth of the Ram Supreme. On that day, when the disciple was selected, he saw that his identity had been taken apart and ran away first. However, he was fatal and escaped from the hands of several trace-level virtual men. Later, he got into the closed heart of the earth and has been in retreat until now. Hey! Streams of light passed over the stars. Immediately, the Ram Supreme heard a discussion, sounding from the mouth of the passing figure. Have you heard that the ban on the land of the gods is loosening this time? Each case has sent Zong Nijio to the land of the gods to find out. I heard that the land of God hides a big secret. Shubabble, I vaguely heard that in the land of God, suppress people who are not our universe. What? Not people in our universe. Is there another universe? Be quiet. I heard one of our ancestors talk about this, but it's a secret of the heavens. Don't tell it. The discussion sounded, and the ram, who was hiding deep in the earth's heart, raised an eyebrow. Seal the land? Suppress people who are not in this universe? The ram's eyes flashed faintly, feeling like he had grasped some big secret. Looks like I must go through this land of God. I don't know what happened to Jian Wushuang and others after all these years. Did they escape and hunt that day? While his thoughts flickered, the ram treated himself to the high altitude. When one person placed an order, his right hand broke through the ground and turned into a giant hand. Boom! The single vanity was a 7-star vanity with a large elephant trunk and fan ears. Looking at the huge hand shadow that suddenly broke through the sky and covered the sky, it was too late to use the virtual technique to resist, and he was arrested. Hold it in the palm of your hand. Soon, the ram deep in the heart of the earth rose to the sky, opened up the kingdom of God, and threw it in. After a while, the Ram Supreme stepped out of the void with satisfaction, and he had got the news he wanted. The land of God, the old man, is here. The next moment he stomped with his right foot, and the whole man burst out, rushing away in the direction of Fengshen. Within the virtual universe, with the loosening of the ban on the land of the gods, many top forces sent Tianjiao in the zone to the land of the gods to find out. Therefore, the universe became very lively at once. In the vast sky, a bird with open wings and huge bones, thousands of feet wide, is moving fast. Its speed was extremely fast. Its body was moving forward hundreds of thousands of miles. Its wings cut through the void, and it made a huge sound boom. Jian Wushuang's negative hand was standing on the high platform at the back of the bone. Because the speed was too fast, the strong wind generated across the face like a knife. This strong wind is extremely sharp. If it is an ordinary starburst, it is purely physical resistance, for fear that it will be blown away by the strong wind. However, this terrifying wind is only able to blow Jian Wushuang's hair, not even a trace of white marks on him. Fu Chen, among the three, was not so easy to deal with the wind, and he saw that he could only run the virtual force continuously to form a protective cover to constantly resist this divine power. He looked at Yandan and Jian Wushuang, who were safe and sound on the high platform. Yandan is able to resist this smashing wind. He is not surprised. After all, Yandan has already broken through to the mark level, and the difference between mark level and virtual level is like Roaxian fan. And this sword is unparalleled, and the realm is almost the same as him. How can it be so easy to resist this gust of wind? Fu Qin couldn't help but think secretly that he was able to show his talents in the Zongmin disciples. But I was afraid that there was a large part of the reason, because the Wushuang did not participate in the contest. Yan Dan stood behind Jian Wushuang, and his lips kept humming. He was hesitating whether to kill the sword without double-clicking now. Just now his father, Elder Xinxian, has sent him a letter. Elder Xinxian has left the refining Shinzong and is rushing towards them. It won't be long before the two can merge. The Elder Sickle is a 3-mark practice. Yan Dan was confident. By the time, with the power of his father Xinxian, the two would work together to kill the sword unparalleled, but to turn things over. After thinking a long time, well, wait until you return from the land of gods, and then find a chance to kill this child. Yan Dan's eyes flashed, and he took a deep breath, eliminating his immediate intention to kill the sword without double-clicking. Standing in front of the high platform, facing back to Yan Dan, Sword Wushuang naturally felt Yan Dan fleeting murderous power. Shaking his head, Jian Wushuang didn't focus on his heart and continued to look up. After almost a year, a lonely starry sky gradually became lively. In addition to the huge bone bird stepped by the 3 swordsmen Wushuang, some strange means of transportation also came from all directions. For example, a giant golden-yellow gourd sits on the gourd with a group of young people wearing black long coats, with raised eyes on the eyebrows. At the top of the gourd, a vertical flag is inserted and the letters Tianmen are written. Oh, are these rabbits from Tianmen here? Yan Dan narrowed his eyes and made a cold hum in his mouth. And this group of disciples also saw the 3 Yan Dan standing on the huge bone birds and sneered at the corners of their lips. Isn't this the defeat of Zongmin at the Zongmin Exchange Contest that year? It seems that there is no one in refining Shinzong, so that such a role has led the team into the land of gods. He shook his head while talking with a look of contempt. It can be seen that the two obviously have long been hostile. The words fell. Yan Dan's face suddenly became gloomy. Xiankang, the heroes don't mention the bravery of the year, and the momentary victory is nothing. We have done it again this time. Yan Dan said a little ugly. Ha ha ha, how difficult is it? Don't cry this time and call your old ghost father to save you. The leader of the gate of this day laughed loudly and then led the team away. Jack! Looking at the proudly leaving Tianmen team, Yan Dan's eyes flashed. When his eyes turned, he saw Jian Wushuang smiled at him with a smile, and he was so angry that he suddenly exclaimed, Miss Shuang, what are you doing to me? I tell you that the door and our refining Shinzong have always been hostile if you have anything to do with me. You're not half good. Chapter 4497. Time is in a hurry and the time is over. Along the way, Jian Wushuang Yannan and others saw a lot of disciples from all directions. These popular Yuxuaneng with a strong spirit have been repaired to an average of more than 6 stars, and even the strong ones have reached the mark level. But the highest, that is, a mark, because the cultivation is higher, the greater the face of the prohibition and rejection of that land of God. Many of them recognized Yan Dan, either friendly or cold-hearted, and can see that the refining Shinzong is still quite famous in the virtual universe. A moment later, a huge star field appeared in front of everyone. The land of gods is here. I saw that around this star field, countless battleships or flying magics swept the void, and the Tianjiao disciples from the top sectarian forces were waiting for each other, waiting for the weakest restraint in this land of gods. Is this the land of God? Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes and looked up. This land of gods is said to be a star field, but it is actually inappropriate because it consists of a matrix of forbidden formations, a total of 99 bands. Each prohibition is like a halo of discs, blocking everything, and a total of 99 prohibitions are superimposed and integrated together, which immediately forms a horrifying formation of immortality. On the 99 bands, Xianhui permeated and slightly twisted, and directly annihilated the void, forming a 10-foot wide void belt to isolate all vitality. These 99 bands blocked all the way in and also cut off the way out. According to Elder Moose Wind, the power of these 99 bands, even if it is a 6-marked vanity, has to be peeled if it is immortal, and it can only be withdrawn halfway. Going in one step, it will instantly disappear and disappear. Its horror is evident. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes and felt the 99 forbidden breaths, but he felt extremely familiar. This is the taste of divine power. In addition, he also felt a special breath of life with him at the origin of the 99 bands. This made him determine that he would arrange the 99 forbidden people who made the entire virtual universe helpless. If he did not guess wrong, it would be the one who had no information and had lost tens of thousands of lives in chaos lord of the palace shrine. For a moment, Jian Wushuang's heart was filled with emotion. He began to expect that the lord of the Palace of Life Palace had not fallen yet, and the two could meet in this land of gods. Time passes slowly. The crowd did not move, but began to wait for the 99th time when the prohibition was the weakest, and then quickly entered. Gradually, there are constantly Tianjiao disciples from the top Zongmen walking into this land of gods. Rumble. A bonito flag hung with a spur bone, a huge boat like a whale, broke from the distance and was overwhelming and staring across the stars. In this huge boat there was a wild laugh. Little bunnies, we're here for the red whale. The red whales are acting. Everyone is away. Quack, quack, this land of gods, we red whale helped occupy. I saw countless robbers staring at the arrogant disciples in the gates of this boat, laughing loudly. On the deck of this boat, the ice-cold pupil of the silver-haired Bingtong stood supremely with a hand full of pride. Behind him, the original head of the Red Whale Club, Ming Luo, bowed his knees slightly, lowered his hands, and wherever there was a half-point thief that ran across the universe, he was respectful like an old servant. Everyone looked at the Red Whale gang that came out of nowhere. Their pupils shrank and their faces slightly changed. The stars of the Red Whale are stolen. This bunch of rotten fish and rotten shrimp, why are they everywhere? Damn, what are these cuckoo sticks doing to seal the land of gods? And who is that standing on the deck? Why are the great heads of the Red Whale gang standing behind, as if to worship the master? Many disciples of the Holy Land sect whispered, "The Red Whale helps these star thieves, which is too infamous in the virtual universe. They are not strong in individual strengths, but they work in groups using means, and there is a 4-mark master Luo Ming, who is the head of the cattle, can be described as extremely difficult. Even if some traces of vanity fall into their hands, if they're not good, they will hate the spot." They never thought of why the Red Whale gang appeared here. Moreover, looking at it like that, it seems that the Red Whale gang has changed hands. The silver-haired, ice-pupil young man standing on the deck was as impassable as a mountain, unfathomable. It is estimated that it will only be stronger than Luo Ming, the original Red Whale. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help looking at each other. Their hearts were sinking. If this group of Red Whale gangs waited until they entered the land of the gods, they stood at the exit and robbed them in the fire, then it was over. Skeleton on the platform, Jian Wushuang, also looked up and looked at the gang of Red Whale gang members. How can he not see the person headed on the deck? This silver-haired young Bingtong is not Bingyu Supreme or who? Bingyu Supreme also noticed the sword unparalleled standing on the back of the giant bone bird. The enmity between the two has spread from the divine universe to the void universe and has already reached the point of immortality. At this moment, the enemies faced each other, and the eyes of the two gathered in the air, which immediately gave birth to a fierce, invisible spark. A sneer sneered gradually at the corner of Bingyu Supreme's mouth. His lips lightly opened. He opened his mouth silently towards the sword and spit out 8 words. The sword had no expression on both sides, and he recognized these 8 characters. seal the land of God, and fight it. Jian Wushuang couldn't help flashing a cold rush in his eyes. Originally, when he first entered the virtual universe, he also wanted to temporarily put aside his old hatred of the Bingyu Supreme. After all, the divine power of the universe was ahead of him, but life and death could not be more than a thought. No old hatred of the old hatred could be compared with the endangered universe. But this Bingyu Supreme, however, entered this virtual universe, and then he was selected by the introductory disciple of the refining God sect, and he wished to put him to death. It is intolerable, he is unparalleled, but he has never been a soft egg of the Virgin. Okay, then in this land of God, settle the new hatred and the old hate together. Jian Wushuang murmured to himself. A flash of icy murderous flashed in his eyes. Red whales helped the boat. Master Bingao, the kid who refined Shinzong, is Wushuang. Does this kid have a holiday with the adult? Do you need to shoot now and kill him in place? The Red Whale Gang leader Luo Ming, who stood behind Bingyu Supreme like an old servant, noticed the collision of Bingyu Supreme and Jian Wushuang's eyes. Just because you want to kill him? Bingyu Supreme looked down at Luo Ming and shook his head disdainfully. Immediately, a bitter resentment poured into his eyes. This man must be killed by me. I want to peel him and cramp and feel the worst torture in the world. Luo Ming, bowing her head, heard the words and her heart trembled. What great hatred is between the two men? Let's go into the land of the gods first. This battle with this person is inevitable today. Let's do it in the land of the gods. After a moment, Bingyu Supreme took a deep breath. His expression gradually returned to calmness, and said lightly, Chapter 4498. Time Walk. A horrible coercion spread from the land of the gods. More and more people gathered outside the land of the gods. Everyone is waiting for the 99th band to be the weakest. This is the rule that tens of thousands of people in the virtual universe have found out from these 99 prohibitions since the Xian dynasty. There is a lack of heaven, and it is naturally impossible for these 99 bands to reach a complete state of completeness. According to countless powerful deductions and calculations in these tens of thousands of virtual periods, it is learned that the 99 prohibitions continue to operate, but every hundreds of virtual periods, this overlaps and the continuously running 919 bands. There will be a separation of a joss stick time. And these 99 prohibitions will have a weakest channel entrance during this time of separation of Huxiang. As long as it is modified to be shallow, it will most likely not trigger the destructive power of the immortality into the abdomen of the land of the gods. Now, everyone is waiting for the moment when the 99 band is separated. In the void, an old man with a clean and elegant face looked silently at Jian Wushuang and Bingyu Supreme. He emerged from the earth's heart, and then came the Supreme Ram. Well, when the four of them entered the virtual universe together, now it looks like this. Jian Wushuang entered the refining God sect and became a Tianjiao disciple, like Sun Zhongtian, and the Bingyu Supreme became the leader of one party. But I was alone, you can only hide in the dark. It's terrible. The Ram supremely touched his short beard, shook his head for a while, and sighed. But looking at it this way, it seems that Lingyu guy didn't escape? Thinking of Lingyu, he was silent for a while. Just wait until you get into the land of God, and then look for a chance to see if you can get online with them. After thinking for a while, the Ram Supreme decided not to move and waited until he entered the land of the gods. 3 more days passed. All of them opened their eyes wide and were reluctant to slack off for a moment, for fear of missing the 99 forbidden separation. Rumble. In the heaven and earth universe, the 99 prohibitions roll like a grinding disc, releasing horrific power, crushing the void, and then exploding. These 99 prohibitions are like the 99 apertures that overlap, and together they can destroy the world, but with their circulation. Finally, the 99 band, there was a short separation. A narrow entrance appeared in front of everyone. It's now. Instantly, countless people flashed out of their eyes, stepped on their feet, and rushed into the land of God. Ah, at this moment, the starry sky is covered by the phoenix gods. Countless dark shadows run through the imaginary force, burst into the sky, and rush into this entrance. At the moment when Jian Wushuang and Bingyu Supreme appeared, the footsteps soared into the sky, and they shot towards the entrance. The two looked at each other, sparks sparkling in their eyes, and the fighting spirit was surging. For the two, this time into the land of the gods, their opponents are only each other. These virtual universe people will be rejected by these prohibitions. But they will not, because these 99 prohibitions are based on the strength of virtual power to determine the power of the prohibition. Therefore, the higher the cultivation in the virtual universe, the harder it is to enter the land of the god, and the greater the counterattack force, the lower the cultivation is, the more likely it is to hide the sky and trigger the prohibition. 4. Jian Wushuang and Bingyu Supreme. As long as they release their divine power, they will naturally be unobstructed. Boom! Suddenly, dozens of notes of light hit the entrance of the land of the god. After Jian Wushuang and Bingyu Supreme left, the figure of Ram Supreme emerged from the void, followed closely, and entered the land of the gods. Originally still a black and sealed place, it suddenly became quiet, and only the Red Whale Gang yelled on the Red Whale Gang boat. A few hours later, a ray of gods blasted from a distance. The void shattered, revealing its blue shirt fluttering, the sickle supreme like a sickle. Did you go in? God, Scythe, narrowed his eyes and immediately stood at the exit of the land of Sealing God, sitting cross-legged. He made up his mind. As soon as the sword Wushuang came out, he immediately shot and killed the sword Wushuang Thunder to prevent future troubles. Within the land of God, Jian Wushuang and others flew in footsteps, extremely fast, constantly shuttled through the ban, and blasted towards the center of the land of the gods. The area of Fengshan was vast, but it was created by the master of the Palace of Life and other people who occupied a star area and banned it by exerting great magical powers. Soon, the first prohibition was pouring in like a tide. Although silent, the terrifying coercion, like the river and the sea, swept across all directions, and the arrogance of many virtual universes felt the coercion, all of them pale. Is this the power of the original restraint? Everyone shivered in their hearts and quickly converged, turning it into a piece of rotten wood, letting this prohibition sweep over them. Laugh. The prohibition swept across the body, but it was as if no one had been found. Sure enough, everyone looked at each other, and there was a rush of ecstasy in their hearts. Suddenly, everyone stepped up faster and flashed forward. Only those who truly came out of the top sects and had extraordinary insights into the sky sneered in their hearts. How easy was it to pass this land of God? Now it is safe just because it is still at the outermost part of the land of God, and once deepened, these prohibitions will gradually become sensitive and release the same, terrorize the lasers, and kill them one by one. Jian Wushuang, Yan Dan, and Fu Chen all flew in the middle position. Fu Chen's expression was dignified. The atmosphere didn't dare to breathe, and he was not far behind, followed by others, and after confirming the safety ahead, he followed the steps of others. And Yan Dan from time to time looked at Jian Wushuang. His eyes flickered fiercely at first glance. He was unhappy, holding on to some bad water, ready to trip Jian Wushuang. The sword is double-sided and expressionless, and he can naturally feel the maliciousness from Yan Dan body. But to him, Yan Dan is like the ants. You can pinch yourself with just one thought. His biggest opponent, this time in the land of God, there is only one person, and that is the ice-cold Supreme that looks at him in the distance. Ah, the crowd was extremely fast, and they continued to fly forward and quickly passed the outermost void. If you divide the land of the gods into 3 levels, they have now passed the first level. Suddenly, what? Located in the forefront of this group, there was a sudden, terrifying scream. Chapter 4499. Ah, dash! The screams screamed loudly from the very front of the group that entered the land of gods. What happened? What happened? What's up? Suddenly, everyone was sprinting in the footsteps, and his face was startled. It looks like someone has killed the ban ahead of time. Everyone quickly looked up and saw the first arrogant, 8-star virtuoso who was rushing at the first, and the aperture laser that was split horizontally and vertically, just like a tofu, was cut directly from the waist and cut into countless pieces. The annihilation force carried in the forbidden aperture directly destroyed this Tianjiao disciple, and the dead cannot die anymore. His. Seeing this scene, everyone in the presence took a breath of cold air, scalp tingling for a while. The person who fell just now is not an unknown junior, but the first disciple of the gray primitive in the center of the virtual universe. He is also one of the arrogant arrogants in the universe. He unexpectedly died here silently. For a while, the original people were still relaxed, and their hearts sank immediately. At this time, they only remembered that the land of God was a 6-mark vanity, a death-forbidden place that they dare not easily enter. The extremely fast pace suddenly slowed down. Everyone carefully fumbled, marching forward, and continued to deepen the land of God. After a while, what? Another scream came, and a Tianjiao disciple died again in the power of restraint. This makes everyone feel cold, and the pace that has become extremely slow has become like walking on thin ice. However, Rao is so unable to prevent death. From the death of this second disciple, death and fall, like a chain reaction, continue to happen. The iris radiates a faint white on, sweeping continuously from all directions. The iris speed is still not fast at first, but as people continue to deepen, the speed suddenly becomes faster and faster. This circle is blank, like a beheading head, silently harvesting the lives of everyone present. Suddenly, the entire land of the gods was screaming and shouting, and everyone began to urge the virtual power supernatural powers, constantly moving around, avoiding this white circle of light. However, with the successive outbreak of virtual power, the circle formed by the power of the prohibition was blank, and the speed of harvesting life suddenly became faster. A circle of Baimong chopped it diagonally. Jian Wushuang slightly tilted his head and easily escaped. Yen Dan, who is behind Jian Wushuang, is also easy to deal with, without putting much pressure on him. But dusting was difficult, and the response was extremely panic with sweat on his forehead. Just when the second by Mang slashed straight towards Jian Wushuang was just about to dodge. Mist Shuang, here today is your buried place. Virtual explosion dash. Suddenly, Yen Dan behind Jian Wushuang sneered. His eyes flashed fiercely. Countless red virtual forces condensed in his hands and formed a red ball the size of a basketball, slamming towards Jian Wushuang. What he waited for was this moment. Now, this moment has finally arrived. The first step is the power of horrific restraint to destroy the gods, and the next step is his fierce attack. He is confident that Jian Wushuang has no way to go, and his death is coming. In the distance, I have been watching the Bingyu Supreme for this scene, and I couldn't help raising my eyebrows and immediately laughed. Swords warriors, it seems that this seat is not just waiting to see you. Even the refining Shinzong you just entered, there are brothers and sisters who want to kill you, and then quickly, to be a man till you failed. Shaking his head, Bingyu Supreme did not rush to shoot. He knew Jian Wushuang, and naturally knew that the sight in front of him could not pose any threat to Jian Wushuang. Now is not the time for him to fight with Jian Wushuang, is it? Feeling the near burst of power behind him, smashing at him quickly, Jian Wushuang's brow slightly lifted. The whole Bodis virtual force was transformed into divine power, and he turned to look at Yen Dan. He faced the calmness of his face, whether it was the oblique circle from the oblique splatter or the virtual explosive ball that was severely dropped. Ha, is this ready to die? Yen Dan suddenly laughed when he saw this. When he saw this, his pupils shrank. However, at this moment he can hardly protect himself. How can he be a champion for the sword unparalleled? He could not help but sigh slightly, laugh. Next moment, Yen Dan's smile freezes suddenly, and his body freezes. Fu Qin was also dumbfounded, with an incredible expression on his face. I saw that the forbidden force that beheaded countless Tianjiao fell to Jian Wushuang's position about 3 inches, and it seemed that he saw the breath of Jian Wushuang. It was actually a turn, and he opened the sword slightly. This is not the end. The virtual explosive ball that was blasted out by Yen Dan and destroyed all was actually held out by Jian Wushuang and grasped directly. Immediately, sword Wushuang closed with 5 fingers and grasped gently. Boom! This exploding orb crashed directly. How can this be? Yen Dan stared blankly at Jian Wushuang. Trembling, his eyes were full of ghost-like horror, and he almost fell from the air. Fu Qin also opened his mouth wide. His expression shocked himself. Fog double, how did it happen? I just want to be alone, but why do you want to die? The sword looked down at Yen Dan without expression on both sides, and there was no emotion in his eyes. What I just did seems to be a trivial matter for sword warriors. Yen Dan swallowed his saliva, and for a moment he didn't know how to speak. A big terror between life and death came to him like a rolling wave. Facing Jian Wushuang's indifferent eyes, Yen Dan fell like an ice cellar, and his liver and gallbladder were cracked. A trace of virtual power seemed to be imprisoned by all, making him not even do a simple struggle. Become more familiar in your next life. Shaking his head, Jian Wushuang's fingers flicked, an immense force surging shot from Jian Wushuang's fingertips. A muffled noise came out. Yen Dan head and eyebrow center position was suddenly pierced by a blood cave with finger thickness. Puff! Yen Dan pupils gradually collapsed. Her face lost her figure, and she fell stiffly. Feng Rui's fierce sword chi has already destroyed his source of life in an instant. Puff, puff. At the next moment, the iris formed by countless restraining forces came, cutting Yen Dan into countless pieces. 1 finger spike. Fu Chen's eyes looked at the scene in shock, a cool air, straight from the back of his head. Suddenly, the entire back of Fu Chen was wet with cold sweat. Chapter 4500. Yen Dan, who has broken through the marks, led by the disciples of Refining God sect, was killed by Jian Wushuang in 1 finger? Su Fu Chen stared at Jian Wushuang dully, his throat rolling, and he kept swallowing. What a big deal! A big deal is coming. The main disciple of the Refining Shinzong master, the next master of the Refining Shinzong chosen by the suzerain, was killed by Jian Wushuang in this way. What strength is this missed double? Sun Fukin's eyes were frightened and his legs were shaking. Next moment, he saw Jian Wushuang's eyes falling on him. This could make him shiver uncontrollably, and his heart was cold. I didn't see anything. Sun Fuchen swallowed his throat, and his trembling subconscious blurted out. Qi Jianhui's eyes flickered slightly, looking at Fu Chan with a look of horror. Could not help but feel a little dumb. Is he afraid of killing himself? He shook his head, and Jian Wushuang didn't care about him. As soon as he stepped on his feet, he suddenly blasted toward the center of Fengshan like a cannonball. Far away, a group of disciples who had had a quarrel with Yen Dan outside the land of the gods noticed this scene, and suddenly their pupils shrank. Yen Dan, did he die in the hands of the same door? There was a dignified meaning in the eyes of the first disciple of Tianmen, and then he turned to look at a Tianmen disciple next to him and asked, Tianqian, I have been retreating before. I do indeed know the external affairs. Disciple? Who is that person? The disciples next to the first disciple heard the words and replied with respect. Master, you don't know. I heard that this time the selection of initiating disciples of the religious sect has appeared, and there is a demon of inferior qualifications called Wushuang. This is the person who wants to come. Miss Double. The first apprentice at Tiantian raised an eyebrow and smiled, This person is a bit better than Yandan's waist. After saying that, the first disciple shook his head, paused for a moment, and then groaned. The refining Shinzong and our Tianmen have always been at odds, and now Yandan is dead. I'm afraid that this person is very likely to become the patriarch of the future refining Shinzong. If there is a chance later, it would be better to kill this crowd. Yes, the disciple nodded quickly. The other side, Sun Bingxian, looked at this scene supremely, with a touch of irony in the corners of his mouth. This sword Wushuang is really a disaster star, and it will happen wherever it goes. The next moment, he stepped on his right foot and immediately turned into a skyward sword, chasing straight towards the sword. The end of the crowd. The cricket ram extremely touched his nose and grinned at the corner of his mouth. Neither of these people is the master of cessation. He shook his head. He also flew in the same shape, turned into a bright streamer, and flew forward. Seal outside the land of God. Elder Shin's sickle, meditating silently. She seemed to sense something. Her brows frowned. Her face slightly changed. Immediately he flipped his right hand, and an ancient lamp was held in his palm. The faint candlelight shook the ancient lamp, and then, in a blink of an eye, the flame on the ancient lamp's wick shattered suddenly. Seeing this scene, the elder Sickle's face changed drastically, and he stood up suddenly, staring sternly into the land of Fengshin, exclaiming, "Yandan Wu'er!" I saw that the elder Sickle had fallen into rage, countless green tendons on his forehead, and his facial features were distorted. "Who killed my son?" The elder god of Falcon snarled, and his aspirations cracked to the extreme. A breath of terrible horror emanated from him. That magic lamp is bound to a trace of the essence of life of Yandan. The stronger the breath of Yandan's life, the stronger the candlelight on this magic lamp. On the contrary, the weaker the breath of Yandan's life, the light on the lamp naturally dims. And just now he saw with his own eyes the light on that magic lamp went out. Totters die like lamps. Now that the lights are off, naturally Yandan has fallen. Angry, a anger that could not be described in any words, nearly burned the elder Sickle. Qi Yandan is dead. Yandan, his only son, had high hopes. In the future, Yandan, the son of the suzerain who was going to reign, would die in the land of God. A muffled noise came out, but the elder Sickle was angry and could not help spit out blood. His hair was exploded, and he became gray immediately, and his lips became pale and extremely dry. The eyes of the elder Sickling Sickle were scarlet, and he stared at the land of Fengshin, trembling with anger. Who killed my child in the end? Poor Green in this seat and falling Huang Quan will kill you, but also kill all your loved ones in this world. Elder Shin sickened with anger. His eyes flashed fiercely, and his complexion was extremely extreme. There was a hint of intuition in his heart. I killed the Yandan people. Most likely it was the sword unparalleled in their eyes as a prey. Missed double. Must be missed double. The elder Sickle stared at the land of God, and his eyes flashed with struggle. He could not wait to enter the land of God now and kill the sword unparalleled. But when he saw the circle of forbidden apertures, there was a rush of fear. After a short while, Elder Shinxian took a deep breath and sat down cross-legged. "Miss Chuang, you better pray that you are dead in it. Otherwise, if you come out alive, this seat will definitely peel you off and cramp and use all kinds of torture methods to make you regret being born in this world." The evil spirits continued to grow in the eyes of the elder falcon. In the land of God's seal, after Jian Wushuang passed many arrogances, he suddenly lost his breath and directly transformed the full force into the divine power. Boom! Medium and supreme practice spread instantly and rushed to the sky, causing thousands of thunders to blow. A breath that shared the same origins as these 99 bands permeated the quartet. The horrible power of the bands immediately resembled Ru Yen when she saw her parents. She directly swept away the sword and let it pass. Behind Jian Wushuang, the half-step invincibility of Qi Bingji Supreme, only one line away from the Supreme. The same horrible practice, the same skyrocketing. The two of them, one after the other, broke into the deep place of Fengshin, directly like two meteors. Tianhe, medium supreme? This guy broke through again. Extremely felt the breath of the great shore from Jian Wu's body, and her pupils shrank slightly. However, your sword is unparalleled. Why is there no chance for me? Bing Xuan snorted supremely, glanced down at a bag hanging around his waist. In this bag, there is the blow of the Emperor Taishu. This is also the dare to challenge Jian Wushuang, bluntly killing Jian Wushuang, the killer, at the bottom of the box. Boom! As soon as he stepped on his feet, the Excalibur appeared in his hand, and immediately shot towards the sword Wushuang. Chapter 4501. Bing extreme and sword unparalleled, sprinting forward and backward. Bing extreme holds the Excalibur sword, but he is not in a hurry to shoot at the sword. Although he hated Jian Wushuang's bones and wished to sacrifice his flesh, he was not a stupid person and was not impulsively stunned. He knew in his heart that compared to killing Jian Wushuang now, the most important thing before him was to enter, seal the land of the gods, and see if the team sent by the gods of the year was still alive. If is still alive, he will naturally have a chance. Even if falls, presumably the team's Qiankuan ring naturally remains here. That is the invincible supreme relic. He couldn't help but be indifferent. Thinking of this, Bingyu Supreme stepped faster. Supernatural power, ice wing. He whispered, and frost condensed on his back, forming a pair of long and bright ice crystal wings. Wow! His wings fluttered, and the speed of the ice mastiff skyrocketed suddenly. He was behind Jian Wushuang. Between the light and flint, he surpassed Jian Wushuang and ran forward. Okay. Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes at the Bingyu Supreme, who sprinted past him. Will he not know? What is the intention of this Bingyu Supreme hug? Dragon blood mystery, Kai. Jian Wushuang sank in a low voice, and the next moment his already extremely fast speed soared again, a level that was directly equal to the ice mastiff who had passed him. The two of them were very fast. You chased me in an instant and disappeared in place and swept deeper. This is the bitter ram who is chasing behind. How come these two guys are so fast? The cricket ram smiled helplessly. He has already let out his breath. Jian Wushuang and Bingyu Supreme should know that he exists, but they just ignored him. Oh, let's go. He shook his head, and the Ram Supreme figure flew and followed closely. 51 bands. Prohibition. 85 prohibitions. Prohibition of 97 roads. Instantly, Jian Wushuang and Bingyu Supreme turned into horizontal thunder, straight through dozens of prohibitions, and shot towards the land of the gods. After half a column of incense, a choke-like barrier appeared in front of the two. As if a round bowl buckled down, the light exudes a faint yellow light, leaving the two outside. This is the last ban. Breaking through this prohibition is the real land of God Seal, and it is the place where the Lord of Life, Jingu Palace, and others are located. Jian Wushuang arrived one step ahead, and he could feel that the same breath of life as he originated from the source emanated from behind the 99th prohibition. This familiarity, he has only experienced it in one person. That's Geniki. I felt this sense of familiarity. The hand that Jian Wushuang had stretched out stagnates in midair. Is it master? At this moment, Gu Jing's state of mind that Jian Wushuang had already cultivated has become a little confused. At the beginning, he was not skeptical. Would it be possible that his mysterious master might be the master of the Palace of Life? But he didn't dare to ask, for he was disappointed with the results. Later, at the grand ceremony of the universe, the universe mentioned to his master Xian Yi. Although he still hasn't got the exact news, Jian Wushuang always knows one thing, that is, his master should be a figure on the same level as the of the universe. And the Lord of Life Jingong Palace, although equally mysterious and powerful, obviously will not be a level character with the of the universe. If Xian Yi is the master of the palace of life Jing, the of the universe would not be so secretive and blunt. Therefore, Jian Wushuang also broke off the idea that Xian Hui was the master of the life palace. But at this moment, Jian Wushuang felt the familiarity coming out of the last barrier, but the idea was shaken. The breath inside him is exactly the same as him. This must not be done. Sword unparalleled, this seat will take a step first. Extremely noticed that Jian Wushuang had a strange face next to him. He dismissed his lips and then stepped into the last prohibition. Alas! With a soft bang, Bingyu Supreme fell into the water, and his body directly passed through the last 99th forbidden, and entered the land of the gods. Whether it is right or not, you know it at first sight. After a short while, Jian Wushuang took a deep breath, a flash of persistence in his eyes, and no hesitation, stepped into this barrier. Alas! A piece of darkness struck, as if trapped in the warm sea water, a warm current flowing on Jian Wushuang's body. This force of restraint is the most horrifying means of thunder for those who face the virtual universe. But those who face the divine universe are transformed into a pair of gentle hands. Alas! Ding! The darkness in front of me gradually receded, and countless stars of light appeared in the eyes of Jian Wushuang. The next moment, as if the world was lost, Jian Wushuang leapt lightly, jumping out of this best restraint. This is Jian Wushuang saw this for a moment, and saw himself standing on a mountain, a skinny figure facing his back. Where's Bingyu Supreme? Jian Wushuang frowned, and he did not see the figure of Bingyu Supreme. He was just stunned for a moment, and Jian Wushuang retracted his thoughts and turned to look at the thin back. This back has gray hair and dangles all over the body, like skinny skin, with saggy skin attached to the bones, giving people a feeling of dying wood and exhausted oil. The breath of the same origin that Jian Wushuang felt before was transmitted from this back. Senior. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and tried to ask. This back did not speak. A gust of wind blew across the top of the mountain, brushing his somewhat broken Sing Yi, revealing his lean, skeletal body. Until a long while, he only heard a hoarse, old voice coming out of this skinny back. I ask you, what's the situation at the shrine now? As soon as this word came to an end, Jian Wushuang suddenly understood it. The identity of this thin back is naturally the legendary figure of the Life Shrine, the master of the Life Shrine standing at the highest point of the universe. Hit him, not Xuani. I think of this Jian Wushuang somehow, some joy and some loss. With a swinging corner, Jian Wushuang kneeled on one knee, took a deep breath, and said respectfully, Xin Sheng, the disciples of Life Jinggu's sword are unparalleled. See Master Gongzhu. Master, returning to the palace, now the Temple of Life is seriously affected by the disciples, and they are very injured. They are recuperating. Jian Wushuang began to talk about the situation of the Life Shrine he knew now, slowly speaking. The skinny back did not speak, but listened quietly, seemingly unmoved, and did not react. After Jian Wushuang finished speaking, she was thin and silent for a long time, and then slowly said, Jian Wushuang, don't call me Lord of the Palace. You should call me Brother. Chapter 4502. Brother. Jian Wushuang paused. A conjecture that made him feel incredible and shocked gradually came out of his mind. From beginning to end, he has received many powerful refuges and inheritances from his predecessors in his life, but the true worship of the teacher can make Jian Wushuang call him master, and there is only one person. That is Xuani. And the Lord of Life Jinggu Palace said so. Then there is only one possibility, that is, he is also a disciple of Xuani. Yes. The thin figure nodded and then turned slowly. An old face appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. His hair was gray, his eyes were cloudy, the skin on his cheeks was sunken, and his face was crumpled against his face. The whole man was full of the hero's late blight. Jian Wushuang, when you step into this land of God, I sense the breath of you. This is the breath that transcends the perfect level of life. Only one person can create this breath, and that is us, Master. The main body of the Life Shrine Palace said. His tone was flat, without any ups and downs. Wu Jianshuang's expression was complicated, and he did not speak. It seems that the Lord of the Palace of Life and the Palace of God did not want to hear Jian Wushuang's answer, but continued to say indifferently, Daoyan of this seat, this life has many identities, such as the Lord of Life Jingong Palace, such as the First Supreme, but what makes this seat the most cannot be left. Only one identity, that is his disciples. Jian Wushuang, heard a word. After a long while, Jian Wushuang thought about it and asked softly, Brother Daoyan, can you tell me something about Master? This is the most urgent and most wanted news for Jian Wushuang. Master. The head of the palace of the Life Shrine, Tao Yan Supreme, heard the words and looked up, as if looking through the 99 roads, looking to an extremely distant place. He said after a long silence, Our Master is a character who can't use common sense. Do NT say that you do NT know his condition? Even if this practitioner is, to this point, standing at the pinnacle of the universe, he still cannot see through the Master. I do NT know much about Master S news, but I can tell you everything. First of all, this seat was born at the beginning of the universe. When chaos just opened, I was also the Master I knew at that time. I was nothing but a green lotus who didn't understand in the chaos. It was during the dawn of chaos that the Master woke me up and gave me wisdom roots so that we could wake up from the chaos and practice all the way. When I came to the back, it was the Master who transformed his body for me and gave me a special life beyond the perfect level. I just stepped into this state step by step and reached the top of the universe. Speaking carefully, the Life Shrine of the Year was also created by the Master, and the Life Shrine can be born thanks to the Master. Until the 100,000 Chaos era, people with the Void Universe entered the Divine Universe through the Void Gap, and then a catastrophe occurred, and the Master disappeared as if the world had evaporated. In these years, this block has not stopped the search for Master from the Divine Universe to the Void Universe. Although this seat did not find a Master, this seat is not without gain. 10,000s of epochs of chaos. When this block first stepped into the virtual universe, he encountered a dying 6-mark vanity, and on his body, this block felt the breath of a Master. Later, I learned from him that this person is also a disciple of Master. It's just that this seat has more time to ask in the future. This person will die and disappear, and this seat will be chased by the most powerful person in this universe and can only retreat. Before this person was dying, it is best to tell me a word of this seat, so that I don't have to look for traces of Master. He said, We are created by Master, and we must be due to Master in the future, and dying is just delayed by Master. Life Jingu Palace, Lord said lightly. Qi Jian Wushuang fell into silence. This is not the first time he has heard that Master is a chess player and they are a chess piece. As early as at the Cosmos Grand Event, the of the Universe said something similar to him. Wu Shuani in the next big game. This game uses the universe as the chess surface and all beings as the chess pieces. His sword Unparalleled, or other disciples of Xin Yi, are just a ring in the chess game, a chess piece. Sword Unparalleled, do you know I see you, especially like seeing a person. Shrine Palace Main Tao Yen Supreme said, Am I? Like who? Wu Jian asked with a frown. I used to be, she said, shaking her head. Qi Jian Wushuang couldn't help but sigh. Hey, he is not like the former Tao Yen Supreme. And Xian Yi was given the chance to make a good fortune. Then he set foot on a path to find Master. Brother Dao Yen, let me take you out of here first. Converged his thoughts, Jian Wushuang said. He turned over with his right hand, and Zhen Tian Bei appeared in his hand. Although the Lord of the Life Shrine has disappeared tens of thousands of chaos periods, his legend still exists in the universe. I was rumored that at the time of the Holocaust, the of the universe had not yet risen. It was the supreme master of the Palace of Life who led the universe and resisted the erosion of the virtual universe. It was precisely because of his existence that he was dragged into the rise of the universe, and then he turned the tide and drove the people out of the virtual universe. I can say that Supreme is the man in the divine universe, second only to the of the universe. Now the second catastrophe is imminent. If Tao Yen could return at this time, it would be an epic strengthening of the magical universe. In addition, Tao Yen Supreme is also his elder brother and the master of the Palace of Life. His sword is unparalleled. How can he bear to let this old man who has already disappeared, and the old man with a candle remaining in his life, continue to be alone in this land of God? This seat cannot go out. However, Tao Yen Supreme shook his head and said, "Sword unparalleled, these 99 bands are all supported by this seat. Although it resists the power of the virtual universe and prevents it from entering, it also breaks the way out of this seat. Once this seat leaves here, these 99 prohibitions will collapse in an instant, and once these 99 prohibitions collapse, the guy who has been staring at this seat in the universe will immediately release and place this seat in deadly. At that time, not only will the seat fall, you will also die because of this seat. We will not be able to get out of here." That guy, Jian Wuxuang, heard a word. Yes. Tao Yen nodded his head. His lips aroused a touch of indifference and looked up at Woody Void. That guy fought with this seat in the past. This seat can only seal himself in these 3 inches. And that guy he was seriously injured and has been recuperating. Calculate time that guy's injury has recovered at this moment. This seat can feel that for nearly 1,000 times of chaos, there's been a pair of eyes looking at this seat. I'm afraid that is the guy. If this seat is to go out, I'm afraid we have to wait until one day you can truly defeat the virtual universe and come in. Chapter 4503. Is this so? Wu Jian's brows frowned, some regrets. He is not a reckless person. Since Tao Yen Supreme said so, it is naturally in this virtual universe that at least one level of power exists with Tao Yen, staring at the land of God. If you forcefully pull the palace master out, not only will the palace master be harmed, but you will not be able to go out alive. Well, sword is unparalleled. You don't have to force it. You come here. I have something to give you. Pu Daoyen, Supreme, smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth and waved his hand toward the sword unparalleled. Yes. Wu Jian Wuxuang nodded, and then walked towards Tao Yen Supreme. Come, Jian Wuxuang. Come sit down in front of me. This seat will give you a good fortune. After Jian Wuxuang sat down cross-legged in front of Tao Yen Supreme, Tao Yen Supreme extended his finger and gently clicked on Jian Wuxuang's brows. Boom! Suddenly, a huge amount of knowledge was poured into Jian Wuxuang's mind along Tao Yen's supreme fingertips. The huge amount of knowledge almost explodes the sword, unparalleled mind. The vision of Wu Jian's eyes changed suddenly. Boom dash! Instantly, Jian Wuxuang seemed to travel through the floods of the heavens and the earth, endless time and space, and return to the beginning of the universe. I saw a chaos between the heavens and the earth, a hazy haze. I don't know how long after that. Suddenly the clear air rose, the turbid gas subsided, and the chaos began to separate. From there was a sky and the earth. Everything began to multiply and be born, and the original face of the universe began. In the universe, there are gradually signs of life. A common green lotus, located in the chaos, took the first breath of Hongmeng and began to evolve from then on. Wu Jian Wuxuang knows that this green lotus is naturally Tao Yen Supreme. As time passed, Jian Wuxuang was immersed in the evolution of this green lotus. Martyrdom Yen rises from the end of the micro, and then dominates the universe. All the avenues of understanding and magic skills are engraved in Jian Wuxuang's mind. The pictures in Wu Jian's eyes did not end until Tao Yen Supreme reached the top of the universe. After the cricket was over, Jian Wuxuang said nothing, closed his eyes immediately, and began to digest the mood and feelings in it. This is Tao Yen Supreme's understanding of Tiandi Avenue. At this moment, I gave Jian Wushuang everything. This fortune, it was scary. And Jian Wushuang also knows that at this moment is not the time to say the words of gratitude. What he has to do now is to do his best to absorb this insight carefully. He and Tao Yen Supreme are both super perfect lives. It can be said that by absorbing this Tao Yen Supreme's understanding of the heavens and the avenue, and the realization of the major realms, Jian Wushuang's future will be smooth. As long as he follows going the route, future achievements can reach the point where Tao Yen is supreme. After a few hours, Wu Jianshou slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a long breath. His consciousness on heaven and earth avenue has been digested by him. During the pause time, Jian Wushuang had many things he didn't understand on the road, and combined with Tao Yen Supreme's perception of Tiandi Avenue, he couldn't help but open up, just like a gigantic initiation. Stones from other hills can learn. Wu Jianwushuang is not ready to follow the Taoist Supreme Enlightenment and follow the same path as the Taoist Supreme. However, Tao Yen's Supreme Enlightenment from heaven can directly increase his knowledge of the enlightenment on the avenue, broaden his horizons, and make up for shortcomings. Thank you, brother. Wu Jianshou took a deep breath and bowed his head to worship. Oh, no need, Yu Gong. You are my disciple. You are my master. This one should take care of you for 1 or 2. If you are really interested, you should practice well. If any day you can lead the shrine disciple, it is our greatest consolation to break into this virtual universe and rescue this seat. Su Daoyan shook his head with a smile and raised his hand, and a soft power blocked the forehead of Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang looked at Tao Yen with a somber expression, and then gave a long stern earnestly and said in a deep voice, Brother Tao Yen, rest assured, my Jian Wushuang swears here. In this life, as long as my sword Wuzhuo's life does not return to heaven, he do everything in your power to lead a disciple of the palace to break the virtual universe and rescue you, brother. It is good. Shi Daoyan smiled a little. Her face was kind and soft. Immediately he doubled his right hand again, and a black iron token appeared in his hand. The sword is unparalleled, and now the Dragon Palace of Life has no heads. This seat is now ordered to seal you as the second-generation palace, Lord of Life Palace. This token card represents the identity of the sovereign. If you hold this token, you will be the second generation of my life shrine. After saying this, Tao Yen Supreme pushed with his right hand and handed this black iron token to Jian Wushuang. Wu Jianwusu took a deep look at Tao Yen Supreme and immediately solemnly collected the token. Seeing this, Tao Yen nodded with satisfaction and said, Jian Wushuang, now that you are the suzerain, you should act as suzerain. You must not be desolate and innocent. Do you think? Disciple, understand. The sword is unparalleled. Brother Tao Yen and also the Taoist is now lurking in the refining deities, so that if the disciple see you, help him to give you a sentence. He is fine. No need to worry. This kid has a good life. I didn't expect the weakest of us at the time, but fled to birth. Dayan Yen was supreme for a moment, then smiled broadly at the corner of his mouth and shook his head. It's worth mentioning, the kid who moved the mountain is still alive, but it's a piece of my mind. Afterwards, the two confessed a few more words, and there was a tinge of tiredness in Tao Yan's supremely cloudy eyes. Sword unparalleled, then finally, Tao Yan took a deep look at Jian Wushuang and whispered softly, Take care of this shrine, for life am in trouble. How? The words of the crickets fell, and Tao Yen waved with his right hand, as if the picture collapsed, and the lightning broke instantly. Boom! As a blast exploded, Jian Wushuang couldn't help but close his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, the mountaintop and Tao Yen Supreme disappeared. Instead, it was a desolate land. A piece of wall remains on this piece of land. Where is there any Tao Yen Supreme? Okay. Jian Wuxuang saw this for a moment. Was it just a remnant of Dao Yan's supreme conversation with himself just now? The true Tao Yen Supreme. Has the divine body broken? Just when Jian Wuxuang's mind was full of thoughts. Ha 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 ha. The sky does not live up to me. Even let me get the full heritage of the Daqing Emperor. Daqing God Emperor is a loud laugh came, and Jian Wuxuang heard the sound and saw that the ice skimmer, who was also sitting cross-legged, not far from him, opened his eyes. And when Jian Wuxuang looked at him, Bingyu Supreme also looked at Jian Wuxuang. Next moment, he made a low smirk. Sword Warriors, it's time we settled. Latest URL, Chapter 4504. At the heart of the land of gods, the sky was gray, and a piece of the earth was ruined, full of bleak scenes. Bing Extreme holds the Excalibur in his hand and twists his neck, his eyes flashing fiercely. Qi Jian Wuxuang took a deep breath and held the hilt of the Tai Luo Excalibur with his right hand. On both of them, at the same time, they exude horrible momentum and amazing swordsmanship, heading for Shaohan. The sword intention of the two people, one is Sun Sin, full of overbearing meaning. One is sharp, as if it can tear the sky into two. Immediately afterwards, these two horrible swords rose up, forming a terrible sword pressure, like a dragon and a tiger fighting, constantly colliding in the air, sending out a blast and tumbling the land around them. This battle, whether it is too long for Jian Wuxuang or Bingyu Supreme, the enmity between the two can be traced back to the ancient road to the sky over 100,000 years ago. Sword unparalleled. Only one of you and me can fight alive today. Extreme eyes flashed. His face was full of bloodthirsty. Originally, when he was in the divine universe, he had realized a chance to break through the invincible Supreme. The result was that the battle with Jian Wuxuang at the gate of the Taishu Shrine almost defeated him completely, and missed the opportunity to break through the invincible Supreme. Invisible, Jian Wuxuang has become the demon-like existence of Bingyu Supreme Nightmare. Sun Bingshu believes that as long as he kills the sword without double-clicking, the invincible, indomitable heart will be fulfilled again. But he can try to break through the invincible Supreme again. Sword unparalleled. Today I will use your blood to forge the invincible avenue of my icy magpie. Huh! After a smirk, a wing formed of ice crystals appeared on the back of Bingyu Supreme. His right foot struck heavily, and the whole man burst into a flash, turning into a streamer and killing Sword Wuxuang. This sword is coming to an extreme. Bing Extreme is fast, but Jian Wuxuang is faster. Sword comes. How? Jian Wuxuang frowned, holding the 5 knuckles of Tai Luo's Excalibur's hilt clearly fingers, and pulled out instantly, like a shocking dragon by Hong, was pulled out of the scabbard by Jian Wuxuang. There was a flash of electricity in Jian Wu's eyes. Ding! A crisp, muffled sound sounded, and I saw the Bingius Supreme Excalibur and the Terra Excalibur in the sword without hands have run into each other. The sacred sword is one of the 7 ancestors of the magical universe. Although this sacred sword is powerful, it is still worse than the sacred sword. I saw that after the two played against each other, the sword of God suddenly swung backwards, breaking a slight gap. Jian Wushou held the sword with one hand, except for the black robe's clothing corner being slightly blown by the strong wind. The whole person remained motionless and did not move at all. The fight is instant, and the relationship between victory and defeat is known. As early as when Sun was in the virtual domain, Jian Wuxuang was able to suppress Bingyu Supreme with the Elementary Supreme. Now, Jian Wuxuang breaks through the middle to Supreme. Alas! Bingyu Supreme pressed down the boiling blood in his chest, his eyes narrowed slightly, admiring. Jian Wuxuang, your talents and strength. It is simply the creation of heaven and earth, the darling of the avenue. Every so often, if you don't see it, your battle will soar. Although Bing Bingshuan said the words of admiration, The ice in his eyes did not decrease by half. Jian Wushuang, if you are a disciple of my Tu Shrine, my Bingyu Supreme will definitely take you as the leader of the horse, and even the position of the master of the temple can be confided to you. But unfortunately, you and me have endless vengeance. Noise. Without waiting for him to finish, the sword's expressionless face was interrupted by both sides without expression. Bingao Xiuyao, you can take out your strongest whole card directly. Otherwise, you will die today, without doubt. Definitely death, isn't it? Upon hearing the words, Bing Bingxuan laughed loudly, holding the hilt of the sword of the Excalibur with both hands, stabbing the ground. Supernatural powers, mirror flowers. Alas, I saw a circle of water under the sword's point, with the ice snorkeler stabbing towards the water surface. Countless water flowers burst out. Instantaneously, these water sprays condense and turn into countless ice owls. Each of these incarnations has a full blow from Bingyu Supreme, which can be described as extremely difficult. At the beginning, it was too troublesome for Jian Wushuang. Swords that can only be forced to use the 4 seasons, swordsmanship, one by one. But now nature is different. Kill. Bingyu Supreme drank a low drink, and for a while, thousands of Bingyu Supreme incarnations, all raised swords, swords matchless. Boom! The next moment, these tens of thousands of incarnations, daring to kill the sword unparalleled. Bingao, is it still the same? You are too disappointed. Wu Jianshou looked at the overwhelming number of Ice Cream Supreme, swords incarnations, covering the sky, and shook his head expressionlessly. Soon he moved. Cut. Wu Jian stepped forward without a two-way forward, and the tailored Excalibur in his hand swept forward fiercely. Suddenly, a white sword light that was thousands of feet wide and nearly 10,000 feet wide swept out instantly. The breadth is thousands of feet wide and nearly 10,000 feet long. What is this concept? This sword, just like a tianhe, crashed out of the same volume. Directly split out a vast ocean. This is a sea of swords. This sea of swords directly covered the entire land of Fengshan, hitting tens of thousands of moraine supreme avatars fiercely. The majestic sword sea directly submerged thousands of moraine supreme incarnations. The original number is still a staggering number, the moraine supreme sword incarnation covering the sky. Under this sword sea, just like ants and sky. What is the use of ants? When the sky falls, everything will be destroyed. Card. In an instant, the waves of endless sword seas slap away. In the sword seas, these incarnations are broken up into ice slags and then washed by the sword seas. They are directly annihilated into fly ash. The supreme incarnation of began to collapse in a large area at an amazing speed. Rip. Then, at this moment, the void in the land of the gods was torn, but it was the Ram Supreme that finally arrived. He hadn't had time to stand on his feet, and the scene in front of him was shocked, and he quickly waved his divine power to form a shield of light, blocking the predatory sword light. The two are fighting now. The cricket ram supremely looked expressionless. One sword cut out the sword Wu, sword of Genhai, and his eyelids jumped suddenly. This is the first time he has seen Jian Wushuang really make a shot. The visual impact of this scene has directly caused a stormy sea in his heart. Is the sword and sword Wushuang so strong? Even the half-strength, invincible ice mastiff is not his opponent? He took a cool breath, turned his right hand over again, took out a wooden staff again, and poked to the ground, blocking the swords away. Chapter 4505. The ram supremely hid in the corner of the land of the gods and watched the battle without blinking. At the beginning, he had originally planned to persuade him, but after seeing the momentum of the two, he suddenly stopped participating in his persuasion. Speaking of him, he is also a top-level supreme placed in the universe, and that is also a great figure. But when he saw the battle between Jian Wushuang and Bingyu Supreme, he felt that there was no room for him to stand. These two are terrible. The cricket ram smiled and shook his head. Huh. Within the sword sea composed of sword light is like a rolling river, and it is like the raging waves of the angry sea. If it is not in this land of God, there are 99 prohibitions to isolate everything. I'm afraid that the entire universe sky will be blown out of the cave by the sword of Wushuang. Under the boiling sword sea, in just a few breaths, the Ice Lord's Kendo incarnations all collapsed. He only had the real Bingyu Supreme, and he was in the sword sea, constantly slashing against waves of sword-light waves that beat him. Supernatural power. I am the Emperor. Boom! Suddenly, Bingyu Supreme has already fallen into a sluggish atmosphere, and the whole person has swelled at a very fast speed. The breath of horror spreads around him, shaking the world. Oh! Wu Jian's brow lifted, his expressionless face a little bit of warfare this time. Bingao, this is what it looks like. Come, show your strength. Don't let me down. Jianhui's eyes flickered with war fighting, and the gods also unfolded. Yizhang, Shizhang, Baizhang, Qianzhang, Wanzhang, Shiwanshang. Suddenly, both Jian Wushuang and Bingyu Supreme were soaring gods, rising up. The two men seemed to be transformed into an ancient giant, standing on top of each other, looking at the mountains, but at the knees. The two men seemed to raise their hands. They could hold the sun and the moon, and when they stepped on their feet, they could use the Milky Way as a foot bump. The eyes of the two of them looked like a burning sun. At the time of 150,000 feet, Bingyu Supreme stopped expanding. The breath of his whole body changed, and a crown made of glazed ice appeared on his head. His skin was covered with a thick layer of ice crystal armor, and only a pair of cold silver pupils were exposed. In his hands, divine sword disappeared and turned into an ice crystal great sword. It's not over yet. On his back, the wings of ice crystals have condensed again, but they are widened countless times, as if with a light click they can destroy the world. But Jian Wushuang is still growing. 200,000 feet, 21,000 feet. It was not until the 25,000 feet, the sword's inflated and enlarged body, the Kenken stopped. Originally had been as tall as the icy magpies of Joshan Mountain. Before the sword was double-sided, it suddenly became shorter. No words, the sword is double. He stepped out and stepped a mountain directly into the flat ground. His right fist was like pulling a bow to the full moon, and smashed severely towards the ice mastiff. Shizongsun Supreme repairs all broke out, condensing on his fist and cooperating with his immortal domineering body that dominated the ancient world. It was like holding a sun on his fist, exuding fierce golden light. Rumble. This fist is extremely strong, and the overbearing power and sword energy on it have not yet blasted on the body of Bingyu Supreme, and they have emptied the void into a pit, setting off a shocking wave. Come, Jian Wushuang, today you die or I die. There was a sense of madness on the face of Bing Extreme, and it was absolutely to the extreme, showing a spirit of indomitable. He lifted a giant sword like a glacier mountain, and severely chopped down at the sword unparalleled. Shocking explosion. Bingyu Extreme-S body is violently violent. The overbearing power and horrible sword strength on Jian Wushuang-S fist directly follows the glacier greatsword, like thousands of waves, and waves hit the Bingyu Extreme-S body. Suddenly, countless ice crystals splashed, and the Moraine Supreme stepped back in 3 steps. Each step was as if an earthquake had been triggered. With his feet as the center, the earth began to crack like a spider's web. Bottomless gully-long marks. The sword and Wushuang also groaned. His fist overflowed with pale golden blood, and his bones almost shattered. But even so, Jian Wushuang's face was sneered. At that time, in the Taishu star field, the sword did not have the double-sided approach to Bingyu Supreme, and it was almost impossible to resist. The extremely poor ability could not hurt Bingyu Supreme. In the end, it was the last move of Tai Luo Jiandian that defeated Bingyu Supreme. But now, with his own power, he is enough to compete with Bingyu Supreme. Come again. Wu Jianshou laughed loudly, his eyes flashed with war. I saw him step out and began to run away, and once again raised his fist to kill the ice cream supreme. Okay, Jian Wushuang, I have to see how far you have grown. Su Binjius Extreme face sank, and he also lifted the glacier sword, jumping up and splitting towards the sword, unparalleled. Good job. Talented, amazing life. Qi Jian Wushuang laughed and cast his life shock directly. A wave of coercion from the life level spread out instantly, letting the Bingyu Supreme move. This is the time when Jian Wushuang bullied himself into the body, his hands condensed into fists, as if holding the sun and the moon in the palm of his hand, releasing endless brilliance. And it was a wild bombing towards the supreme chest of Bingyu. On sword of Wu Shuang's unparalleled fist. The sharp sword exploded, and it exploded on Binji's supreme chest. For the current sword Wu Shuang, in fact, it is not difficult to cut and kill Bingyu Supreme. He only needs to cast the fifth form of Tai Luo sword of Tai Luo, and Jian Wushuang has confidence. This time, he can directly kill Bingyu Supreme. I did NT even have to worry about it. He directly released the corpse of Tai Luo, who is now hiding in the town's monument. www. Until novel. The two together, even if they slowly grind as they want, they can grind the ice to death. But Jian Wushuang did not choose to do so. He has to rely on his original and most original strength to thoroughly crush the ice cricket in all aspects. He wants to convince Bingyu to die. Wu Jian's unparalleled double fists hit faster and faster, like the same heavy artillery, and slammed into the ice chest supreme, chest like a storm. Countless ice crystal splashes. The thick layer of ice crystal armor on Sun Binji's body was crushed directly by Jian Wushuang's fist. In the dense bombardment of Jian Wushuang's fists, the supreme body of Bingyu began to tremble violently, and the whole person was constantly shaking like a sieve. His face quickly changed from blue to white, with blood flowing from his ears to his nose, and his breath became weak. Broken. With Jian Wushuang's loud shout, he gathered a punch of Jian Wushuang's whole body power and sword energy, and banged straight in the center of Bingyu Supreme's chest. Suddenly, Bingyu Supreme was hit by a raging locomotive, and the whole person flew out like a rag sack. He crossed a parabola in the air and smashed heavily on the ground, setting off a cloud of smoke and dust. Qi Jian Wushuang retracted his fist and gasped slightly. The whole world, only him like a mountain, standing alone. Chapter 4506. Too fierce. This sword is unparalleled. It's not fierce human. In the distance, the ram stunned and watched the scene where Jian Wushuang punched the ice cricket with his fist, and his whole body was shaking. There was no magical power between the two in the battle just now, only the original collision of fist to flesh, divine power and physical power. This battle is extremely brutal, and at the same time, the visual impact caused is also great. Between the two, each sword and punch can blast the sun and settle the galaxy. Pairs bang together, all directly trigger the starry sky storm. Chant, a cloud of mushrooms, thousands of miles wide, erupted, and the ice mastiff's body was as high as 150,000 feet. After it fell to the ground, it immediately triggered a magnitude 10 earthquake, shaking violently. Cough, cough. A violent cough sounded in the dust of the sky. Soon after, she saw the smoke and dust, and Bingyu Supreme stood up from the ground. His body has returned to its original shape, with silver hair and waist, pieces of clothes all over his body, and blood constantly flowing between his ears, nose, and eyes. Jian Wushuang, your growth is amazing. Bing Extreme shook his head. Qi Jian Wushuang also began to shrink quickly, recovering the cost. I saw Jian Wushuang's black hair scattered, her eyes bright, Her eyes seemed to be connected with two stars, bright and energetic. Bin Gao, say goodbye to this world. Jian Wushuang's expression was indifferent, and his right hand looked at his side and took a breath. The Tai Luo divine sword, which was inserted diagonally in the distance, flew up and shot into Jian Wushuang's hand, and was pinched by Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, do you think you won? Seeing this scene, Bing Bingsun's face was full of ice crystals and blood, but there was no fear at all, but he laughed out loud. Sword unparalleled. Do you think this place dared to come to you this time? Really do not have a whole card? Wu Jianwushuang heard his words and frowned slightly. Next moment, the expression on supreme face was suddenly replaced by, he opened his mouth and yelled, "Sword unparalleled, let's die!" Boom! I saw his right hand poking out like electricity, grabbed the bag around his waist and crushed it with a horrible breath like a prison, spreading with this bag as the center. This breath is far above the Bingyu Supreme. This breath appears together and the world is discolored. The earth is like a drop of countless bombs. It is flattened. Even the 99 prohibitions around him began to tremble slightly. Invincible Supreme. This is the breath of Invincible Supreme. In the distance, the Ram Supreme complexion changed greatly. Under this breath, he even had a feeling of being unable to bear to kneel and worship, and only one person could make him feel that way. That is the Invincible Supreme. Is this the breath of the Emperor Taishu? Wu Jian's pupils shrank a little, and immediately felt both funny and angry. Emperor Taishu, invincible and supreme, one of the main forces of the divine universe, resisting the demon universe, even disregarded the overall situation. Regardless of his sword, Wu Shuang went deep into the demon universe for the divine universe. Life, I really are a too virtual god. Sword unparalleled. This seat said, this time you it? Seeing the supreme appearance, Bing Bing laughed suddenly, his hatred of Jian Wushuang. From that day Jian Wushuang defeated him in front of the starry realm. In front of the eyes, he has been impressed endless. He has been proud all his life. Now seeing the adversary who is about to be able to reach the edge, how can he not be happy? How can he not be hearty? I bang, bang, bang. The breath of Xian has continued to rise. Over the sky, rolling clouds were formed and numerous bull-thick electric snake thunders shuttled among them, crackling in the void. Immediately he saw a majestic middle-aged man wearing a black gold crown and wearing a royal robe, born in the Thunder Sea. For this person, he is a virtual shadow of Emperor Taishu. In the phantom of Emperor Taishu, the white thunder continued to flicker, and his eyes were indifferent. Bing Gao, stop! Seeing this scene, the Ram Supreme couldn't bear it anymore and swept out of the corner. Bin Gao, Jian Wushuang, is the world's proudest man in our universe. The future has amazing potential. Maybe in the future he will become the strongest person after the of the universe. The universe? Bin Gao, think about it. Now that you have killed the sword unparalleled, what's your benefit? Rather than wait for the end of this catastrophe, the two of you will compete with each other's strengths. The cricket ram snarled loudly as he approached quickly. Go away. However, at the moment, Bingyu Supreme, where can I hear the second sentence? I saw him throw a big sleeve, and suddenly the Excalibur was ejected by him, slamming into the Ram Supreme, and hit the Ram Supreme and flew back. Ram, this seat warns you that this is a matter between this seat and Jian Wushuang. No one can interfere in today. If you dare to say a little more, believe it or not, this block killed you together. Bing Extreme looked coldly at the Ram Supreme and issued a humming cry. Suddenly the Ram supremely chilled. At high altitude, the thunder of the sky was imprisoned, and a sea of thunder has formed. The shadow of Emperor Taixis God Emperor became more and more solid, slowly raised a finger, and pressed towards Sword Wushuang. This finger is a thunder river. Seeing the supreme tadpole ram, he could not help closing his eyes and could not bear to look. This virtual shadow has the power of the Taishu Emperor. Although there is only one blow, it is an invincible and supreme blow. The difference between the invincible supreme and the ordinary supreme is simply a heaven and a ground. Throughout the ages, there is only one person who can fight with the supreme and the invincible supreme, and that is the supreme supreme. But Taro Supreme at that time was already the top supreme practice. What about Jian Wushuang? Chiu district is the most supreme in terms of cultivation. Not even him. Rumble. The void continued to explode, and the swordless pair of black hair flew up. Even before the finger fell, his body was already overwhelmed by the terror. This is simply Tianwei, far beyond human ability. For the first time in Jian Shuang's eyes, there was a solemn meaning. Do NT shake this finger? Even if he holds the Taro Excalibur in his hand, he can't resist this attack. Taro Supreme. Jian Wushuang called back slightly. Suddenly, the void behind him cracked, and a stiff figure wearing a black robe stepped out of the void in one step. Boom! A supreme breath, like a blazing flame, soared from the corpse of Taro. Supreme? Jian Wushuang and helper. Who is this person? Suddenly, the Bingyu Supreme and the Ram Supreme were both shocked and raised their eyes toward the corpse of Tai Luo. Chapter 4507. This is? When everyone's eyes fell on the face of Tai Luo's corpse, they were all shocked. Who is this stranger who is covered in a black robe and only reveals a pair of eyes? Supreme Bingyan frowned. For some reason, he saw a slight uneasiness in his heart when he saw the strange Supreme that suddenly appeared. He was especially cold, stiff, like a dead body, which made him feel uneasy. However, when he released his divine power, he found that this corpse of Taro was only the first Supreme Master, and then he shook his head and stopped thinking about it. A mere junior Supreme, there is no spray. Being extreme sneered, looking at the finger that was about to fall on Jian Wushuang. His eyes were even more pleased. Boom! Suddenly, kill. Jian Wushuang looked up suddenly. Looking at this finger, all magical powers were released. Talent is amazing. Life is shocking. Talented supernatural powers. Primitive universe. Dragon blood mystery. Burning divine power. One after another the strength. Blessing on Jian Wushuang's body. Jian Wushuang's breath of immortality soared again. The corpse of Tai Luo, who was behind him, even stepped on his feet, soared into the sky, turned into a sword, and smashed towards that finger. Like an egg hitting a stone, Tai Luo's corpse slammed into the finger of Tai Su Shin Emperor with a determined attitude. Click suddenly, the full power of Tai Luo's corpse exploded, and it exploded in the position of the fingertips of Tai Su God Emperor. But it was useless. Everything was useless. If it was the Taro Supreme in the heyday, holding the Taro Excalibur would be enough to kill the Emperor Taishu. But the current Taro Supreme is just an unconscious corpse. How can it be the invincible Supreme Taishu Emperor's opponent? In a short time, I saw the finger of the Emperor Taishu dimmed slightly, and the body of the Tai Luo burst away instantly, and his whole body was almost fragmented. Jian Wushuang saw this. His eyes could not help flashing the color of pity. If it was not helpless, he wouldn't let Tai Luo Supreme's body be in danger. Fortunately, although the corpse of Tai Luo is currently only an elementary Supreme practice, the body is actually a top-level Supreme. This finger, although the body of Tai Luo's corpse almost burst, but after all, it cannot be completely destroyed. Taro Sword Code, 5th Style Taro. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath. His eyes were frozen, and his voice slowly came out. As soon as this word fell, the starry sky of the whole land of the gods made a loud noise at the same time. Wow! The overwhelming endless lay high was torn directly, centered on the sword Wushuang. Each grain of sand and sand was suspended in the sky, transformed into a forest of swords, spreading thousands of feet. This is nothing behind the sword Wushuang. There is a huge FA phase that stands out from the sky. This Dharma looks like a blue shirt with a handsome face, a long sword in his back, a hip flask in his hand, a dim and drunk eye, and a smile to ask who the world is. Unpredictable and unrestrained. This is the true Taro Supreme. This is the one that year, with a sword in hand, dared to laugh at the man with no husband, the first sword honor of all ages. This is the sword. Su Bingyu looked at it as if the gate of heaven was wide open, and stepped out of the imperial palace, as if his sword was unparalleled, and his heart seemed to be held tight by a pair of big hands. The last time he was defeated by this sword. Come on, let this sword settle down. Yen Jianhui's eyes showed the fearlessness of breaking the cauldron, holding the Taro Excalibur in both hands, and slashing down. Broken. Suddenly, the Tai Luo Fa phased behind Jian Wushuang. As the sword Wushuang made a chopping stance, Tai Luo Jinzuin and Jian Wushuang merged into one at this moment. Roar! As if there was a giant beast roaring and roaring. The fiery sword light was like a river of heavens, rolled up, across the sky, through the sun and the moon. The dazzling sword light closed the eyes subconsciously. For a moment, this sword and Taishu Emperor's finger crashed into each other. A piece of space like glass began to be covered with cobwebs and then shattered. A gigantic mighty sword that Jian Wushuang has never experienced. Along with this sword, passed to Jian Wushuang. Suddenly, Jian Wu's body shape receded, and there were 1,387,800,000 pores in his body, all of which began to spill blood. After a while, between heaven and earth gradually calm, the bright brilliance gradually dissipated, the vision gradually began to recover, and the roar in the ears slowly disappeared. Wolverines Bingyu Supreme and Rams Supreme raised their heads and looked at the sword Wushuang. Tick, tick. This is the sound of the blood of God dripping on the ground. I saw that in the smoke of the sky, the figure of Emperor Taishu had disappeared. Only one person stood proudly. That's Jian Wushuang. His eyebrows were cold, his black robe was shattered, and a trace of red blood flowed down his wrist on the blade of the Taro Excalibur, and then on the Taro Excalibur, dripping to the ground. Not dead. Suddenly, Bingyu Extreme's face turned wild, and he couldn't believe 3 steps backwards, sitting on the ground with one buttock. The blow from Emperor Taixus Emperor failed to kill Jian Wushuang. The Ram Supreme, after a shock, the expression on his face was replaced by complexity. Medium Extreme slammed the Invincible Extreme without a hit. What kind of strength is this ancient and ancient? In the world, there are 3 million arrogants in the world. Only swords are unparalleled and can be called arrogant. No, impossible. Why is this so? At this moment, all the self-confidence and self-esteem of Bingyu Supreme are all fragmented. He looked at Jian Wushuang, climbing up from the ground panicking, shaking his head and saying something unconsciously while trying to flee. Bingao, everything is over. Pedaling in the void, like the sword unparalleled by the sons of heaven and earth, slowly opened his mouth. The simple sound was calm without any waves. He reached out and grabbed. Thousands of air conditioners locked the Bingyu Supreme, and the Bingyu Supreme flew upside down and fell into the hands of Jian Wushuang. He was held in his hands by Jian Wushuang, Bingo's supreme thoughts, as if he had awakened from the chaos. He looked at Jian Wushuang. His eyes were lost. I lost. At this moment, he was not afraid, no anger, and some were just confused. I felt as if I was missing something, as if I knew that the overall situation had been set. Bingyu Supreme lowered his head and sighed in silence. The point of the sword of Tai Excalibur pierced from his back, penetrating him throughout. The sword was double-sided and expressionless. When it turned over with its right hand, the sword of Tai Luo Divine sword erupted, and it directly smashed the Ice God Supreme. Alas! Extreme vitality began to disappear, and the whole person fell straight from the void and hit the ground. I was like a painting on a sand painting, blown by the wind, and Bingyu's supreme body was scattered from my feet to my head. This time, Bingyu Supreme fell completely. Chapter 45:08. Bingyu Supreme is dead. Resentment with Jian Wushuang, entangled with more than 100,000 years of the Ice Mastiff Supreme, was killed by Jian Wushuang Yijian in the land of Fengshan. In the world, there was a sound of wind. Jian Wushuang held the Tai Luo Excalibur in his right hand, with black hair flying all over his head, slowly raised his head and looked towards the void. His pale golden eyes were calm. When stepping into the land of the from Bingyu Supreme, when he was going to die with Jian Wushuang knew that only one person could stand in the end. That is his sword unparalleled. This is not arrogance, but his confidence. Far away, the ram stared at the scene stunned, his mouth opened and his whole body trembling. Bingyu died, and the one who had swayed the universe and ordered the world's heroes, the supreme master of Bingyu, who is the new master of Taishu Temple, fell into the hands of Jian Wushuang and became the soul of Jian Wushuang. It is already unknown how many supremes died in swordless hands. Snoring, the ram supremely panted, his chest constantly undulating. Bingyu Supreme, only one line away from the invincible Supreme. At the back, it was the sacrifice of the Emperor Taishu, which is still not the opponent of Sword Unmatched. It can be said, today's Sword Unparalleled is already the first person under the Invincible Supreme. Invincible Supreme, his sword is unparalleled, and he is the undefeated king in the universe. Today's Sword Unparalleled, it is only the Middle Supreme, and it has the ability to kill half-step Invincible Supreme, even the weaker Invincible Supreme. I am afraid that Sword Unparalleled can beat his wrist. If you wait until the Sword Unparalleled break through the High Supreme, or the Supreme, or even the Invincible Supreme, who else can stop him in this world? Jian Wushuang, isn't it the second Taro? His thoughts flashed in the eyes of the Ram Supreme, and even a more amazing idea came into being. I'm afraid that until Jian Wushuang reaches the top state of supremacy, even if it is really two Luo Supreme rebirth, it will not be Jian Wushuang's opponent. At that time, he was famous for the Titan Supreme and was named the Titan Excalibur. I was afraid that he would change his name to Wushan Excalibur. Shaking his head, the ram supremely felt terrified and did not dare to think further. Alas! Tai Luo's Excalibur entered the sheath inch by inch. The sword Wushuang looked to the Ram Supreme and said, "Ram Supreme, have you seen enough?" The Ram Supreme laughed and walked out of the void. Jian Wushuang looked at the Supreme Ram and shook his head. Regarding this Ram Supreme person, although there is not much contact, Jian Wushuang's perception of it is not bad. His personality is more peaceful, and he prefers the old and good type. Just looking at his situation just now, he couldn't help but want to go to Bingyu Supreme. Jian Wushuang pleading. After the two chatted casually, Jian Wushuang took the initiative to open Jintian Bay and let him in. If the Ram Supreme stepped out of the land of God with him, it is inevitable that someone with a heart will calculate. In case of rethinking the selection of the disciples of the sect of religion, there will be a lot of trouble. Therefore, after Jian Wushuang discussed it with him, the Ram Supreme and heavily damaged Taro corpse was included in the town's monument. After all this, Jian Wushuang looked back at the core of the once defeated god's land, carefully bent his hands, and made a long bow. Jian Wushuang knew that Dao Yan's supreme body had been worn away, but instead of falling, it turned into countless divine powers, scattered between the heavens and the earth, to maintain the operation of the 99 Taos. "Brother, I'm leaving, and I'll see you later," Jian Wushuang said softly, and immediately hesitated, striding towards the outside of the prohibition. One step across the dark yellow forbidden layer, the feeling of being caught in the warm ocean struck again. Opening his eyes again, Jian Wushuang has appeared outside the 99th prohibition. Outside the 99th ban, no one arrived. Jian Wushuang shook his head and immediately stepped away, rushing away. After Jian Wushuang went straight through dozens of prohibitions, He only saw the main gates of the virtual universe Tianjiao. With a movement in his heart, Jian Wushuang urged the crystals of virtual power in his body, turning all his divine power into virtual power. I saw that there were still dozens of Tianjiao disciples. After the elimination, there were only a dozen or so disciples. Each one was full of panic and disappointment. He looked around carefully for fear of prohibiting the sudden trigger, bombing. At that time, the disciples of Tianmen, who had a relationship with Jian Wushuang before, had been almost wiped out. Only the first disciple of Tianmen was still alive, but their robes were torn, their hair was scattered, and their wolves were extremely scared. However, Fu Qin, who is from the refining Shinzong, is missing, but he has fallen into the land of God. Shaking his head, Jian Wushuang did not intend to say hello to them. Once he stepped, he would pass by them. Now that it has been confirmed that the Lord of Life Jingu Palace survives and has received its avenues, this land of gods naturally need not be treated any more. However, Jian Wushuang was about to pass them by. There was a loud shout, but it was a sudden explosion. Slow! I saw the disciple looking at Jian Wushuang with a gloomy face that day, and Pai Xiao did not smile. Sir, this is about to go? Don't tell us. What's the situation ahead? As soon as this remark ended, others also looked at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang heard his words and frowned, and replied slightly, "The front is the same as here, but the power of restraint is much more turbulent and horrible, so I chose to return." Inability to move forward? Return here? I saw the disciples narrowed their eyes that day and sneered. "I see that you have already entered the land of the gods and got treasures. Are you ready to leave?" As soon as this remark came to an end, everyone in the audience was shocked. How is this possible? No way. Others were suspicious. The disciple twisted his neck that day and said loudly, "Dear everyone, I have paid attention to this person before, and he is not restricted in the land of God. I saw him before during the battle with Yandan, who refined Shinzong. A force of restraint suddenly avoided him when he was about to meet him. Think about it. The force of restraint is unconscious. Why would you this person avoided? And this person is obviously similar to us, and even lower. Why is he running in front of us?" The words fell, and everyone's face changed slightly. Before the battle between Jian Wushuang and Yandan, although the battle was short, and it was not an exaggeration to say that it was a spike, someone still noticed the scene. The first disciple of Tianmen didn't say it was okay. As a reminder, everyone immediately responded, "Yeah, why is this so? This man has an unusual atmosphere and is flat. Why didn't he target him before the ban? Only kill us? Could he look so good? There must be something strange about this." Chapter 4509. Among the land of God, Tianjiao, who came from the top pedigrees, was quietly surrounded by the sword unparalleled and blocked the way. In just a few words, the first disciple of the heavenly gate has already placed the sword unparalleled. The first disciple of Tianmen looked at the reaction of the crowd, and then looked at Jian Wushuang, who was expressionless, indifferent, and even sneered at the corner of his mouth. He looked around the crowd and said with a loud voice, "Dear everyone, I dare to say that this man must have a secret treasure that can hide his breath and avoid the power of restraint. Now that he has gained the benefit, he wants to leave. Do you agree?" Killing heart. As soon as the sentence came out, everyone's faces shrank, their eyes narrowed, and Xiang Jian's eyes became ill and greedy. That's right. There must be some secret treasure in this person who can escape these restraining forces. "Ha! We have died so many people, and it was so easy to come here, and you got the benefit, and now you want to leave. How can there be such a good thing in the world? Boy, surrender the secrets of your body. We'll let you leave safely." Ha ha ha, in my opinion, this person happened to make us a wedding dress, and we saved the risk and went further. Yes, in my opinion, we might as well kill the kid first, and then the treasures on him. Let's divide them one by one. For a moment, everyone stared at each other, smirking at the corners of their mouths. The evil of human nature is all bound by rules. Without rules, man will be like a beast, will not speak any morals, and release the most primitive greed and sin in human nature. And in this world of weak meat and strong food, respect for strength, the only constraint is who has the stronger strength and the harder fist. When the first disciple of Tianmen saw this, a sneer filled his heart. He didn't know if Jian Wushuang had a secret treasure, which could circumvent the restraining power of this God's land. He also didn't know whether Jian Wushuang entered the core position of God's land and obtained any treasure. But these are not important, as long as the sword is unparalleled enough. As for the reason, my Tianmen disciples are almost wiped out. Why can you survive alone? This is the biggest reason. Shaking his head, he looked at Xiang Jinshuang with a hint of lightness in his eyes, as if the emperor had everything in his hand, and said, "Sir, I heard you're called Wushuang, right? Now give you two choices. The first thing is that you just grab it and give up all resistance. Maybe we can leave you safely after we have searched you. Second, we will attack in groups and kill you directly." Jian Wushuang heard the words. A smile on his indifferent face suddenly. He laughed and sighed, glanced at the first disciple, and said sincerely, "Do you know why you died?" "Okay." The first apprentice in Tianmen frowned, some puzzled. "You died of too much talk." Jian Wushuang looked at the others who surrounded him again and said, "Why did you die?" Don't wait for them to reply. Jian Wushuang answered his own question. "You died of stupidity." Suddenly, the sword's 5 fingers were held on the hilt of the tailored Excalibur. Sword to cut. Boom! A white sword-shaped on, like Bai Hong of Jinglong, suddenly pulled out of the scabbard of Tai Luo. Between the heavens and the earth, there is only this white swordman, a sword like a dragon, straight into the 9 clouds. The crisp sound of the sword, like a bomb, exploded in the land of the gods. Under a sword, whether it was the first disciple or the other 10 or so, Tianjiao, just like the ants looking up to the sky, they were extremely small. Suddenly, the first disciple of Tianmen raised his head and looked at the sword mantle like the ocean and sea, with only terror on his face. Others were also replaced by shock on their faces. Under the lock of this sword energy, they could not even move their feet. Wow! Like a knife-cut tofu, this sword swept directly for more than a dozen Tianjiao. After a sword, heaven and earth returned to Qingming. Only Jian Wushuang remained, standing in the land of Fengshan. All Tianjiao was beheaded and killed directly by this sword, and even Fei Hui was not left. For the current sword Wushuang, these are nothing but 8-star or 1-mark, 2-mark class vagrants, and it is easier to kill than kill an ant. Call out. Shaking his head, Wu Shou stepped down step by step, suddenly like a thunder, rushed towards the outside of Fengshan. Outside the land of God, Elder Shin's sickle looked somber and sat cross-legged. Boom! Suddenly, a dazzling sword light flashed in the land of the gods, and Elder Sickle could not help but open his eyes to look. A familiar atmosphere is constantly rushing out. Someone came out. There was a hint of Morihan in the eyes of the Elder Sickle, and he stood up, blocking the part of the exit from the land of God. On the other side, the Red Whale group, headed by Luo Ming, the head of the family, also felt the breath in the land of the gods. Someone was about to rush out of his eyes. Only one person came out. Master Bingyu. Surely it's Lord Bingyu. Small boys, as I prepare to meet Master Bingyu, I wish you, Bingyu, triumphant return and victory. Luo Ming, the master of the house, cheered up and said with a smile, "Getting closer, getting closer." In the crowd's perception, the people in this land of God are reaching the extreme speed, and they keep getting closer to the exit of the land of God. Next moment, a thin figure of black robe suddenly rushed out of the land of the gods. Mr. Bingyu. Not Mr. Bingyu. Who is this person? What about Lord Morina? The Red Whale helped everyone look at the figure of the black robe and couldn't help But look, Elder Shin's sickle. His pupils suddenly shrank and his face changed slightly. Missed double. Suddenly, Elder Shin's sickle's face turned into an iron blue. Father and son have the heart, and the one who can most notice the breath of Yandan is the elder sickle. On Jian Wushuang. He felt the breath of Yandan death. Missed Shuang, say, did you kill my son? Suddenly Elder Shenxian stared at Jian Wushuang sternly, shouting sternly. Sword Wushuang, who had just stepped out of the land of sealed gods, frowned slightly when he heard the question. Why is this sick guy here? He shook his head, and Jian Wushuang didn't take the matter seriously. Don't think about it. The elder Shin Xie was afraid to follow him all the way and wanted to join Yandan in and out and assassinate him. I killed it, how? Jian Wushuang glanced at him and said lightly, It really is you. Seeing Jian Wushuang admitted so generously, the elder Shenxian suddenly became angry and furious. His murderous eyes flashed to the extreme, roaring, Misty Double, you're here! Chapter 45:10. Boom! Endless power is gathered in the hands of the elder sickle. His whole robe agitated, his eyes flashed with murder, and a violent force shook the void. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes, and just holding the sword of the Tai Luo divine sword, he didn't know what he thought and loosened his fingers again. Want to run? The elder sickle smiled angrily, waved the terror power in his hand, and turned to chase the sword unparalleled. Missed Shuang, you killed Yandan. No matter if you go to heaven today, this one will kill you. He growled in the back. Jian Wushuang did not look back, but sneered at the corner of his mouth. The elder sickle, as early as refining Shinzong, he moved his mind to kill this man, and then quickly. Originally, he could not find a suitable opportunity, but now the opportunity has come. However, this land of gods is a place that stirs up the situation, and the eyes of all the major forces gather. It is inevitable that the power of this sickle will be exposed, and it will easily cause trouble. It's better to lead it out, leave the land of the god, and then kill it with a sword. Elder Jian Wushuang and Shin Si were very fast. The two turned one after the other into a streamer, and soon left the land of God. In the empty land of God, there was only a group of people in the Red Whale Gang. Large, big master, there is no breath in the land of God. A Red Whale Gang whispered, Master, Master Bingyu, have you been killed in it? Another gang of Red Whale Gang spoke back. Luo Ming, the master of the Red Whale, did not speak, but hesitated on his face. Before entering this land of God, Xiuwei is the strongest, but the second-class Xiuwei, but Lord Bingyu has the strength to stabilize his existence. How could he be killed? If it weren't for the unexpected, there would be only one possibility. Luo Ming looked up sharply, looking at where Jian Wushuang left. He could have noticed before that Lord Bingyu had a strong animosity towards the boy from Wushin, called Wushuang. With the power of Lord Bingyu, he can be regarded by him and become hostile. At least it must be a level of existence with him. Right? Go. Let's catch up and see. Luo Ming opened his thoughts. Bang! I saw the space warship from the Red Whale Gang speeding up and chasing towards the place where Jian Wushuang and Elder Shin Sickle disappeared. Call out. Jian Wushuang and Elder Shin Sickle kept flying in the air one after the other. The sword has no two sides and no expression, and the speed is not fast or slow. It has not completely shaken the elder Shin Sickle, but also kept a distance, just able to hang him, and gradually swept to the remote part of the universe. Damn it! The elder Sickle had a somber expression, and his anger had completely stunned him. He didn't think about why an 8-star dummy in Jian Wushuang could cut and kill Yandan, who broke through the mark. He also didn't think about why he could not catch up with Jian Wushuang, because of his 4 marks. He now has only one idea in his head. That is to catch up, to kill the sword unparalleled. After a few hours, under the force of the two, they have crossed several star fields, and have a distance of nearly 10 million miles from the land of the gods. The two gradually entered a desolate star field. Just here. Jian Wushuang's imagination spread out and found that there were no silhouettes, and after Chi-Chi's eyes locked on it, he couldn't help taking a deep breath and gradually stopped. Ha 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 ha, fog double. You run, why don't you run? When the elder Shin's sickle saw this, he suddenly laughed excitedly. He only thought that Jian Wushuang was exhausted and could not escape. Mist Shuang, since you can't escape, then you are ready to die. Go and be buried with my son. Immediately, the elder sickle laughed and calmed down, replaced by endless resentment. Yandan was his life's work. Distracting sickle. He flipped his right hand, and a black sickle tied with a chain as a handle appeared in his hand. The black light on the blade of this sickle not only has extremely powerful attack power, but also hooks out the monk spirit and is imprisoned on the sickle forever, suffering torture day and night. This is the notorious murder weapon of this virtual universe. As soon as this distracting sickle came out, there was a sound of ghosts crying in the void, as if there were countless injustices and ghosts imprisoned in this sickle, roaring and roaring. The sword Wushuang turned around, holding the hilt of the Tai Luo Excalibur with his right hand, his expression indifferent. This elder sickle is a 3-mark practice, corresponding to the supreme of the divine universe. If Jian Wushuang has not yet broken through the medium supremacy, it may be quite tricky to deal with this person. But after breaking through the medium supreme, the elder sickle to him, but the invincible ants. Shen Si, you want to see your son, Yandan. Sword Wushuang faintly spoke. What do you think? Elder God sickle sneered and asked. Now, he doesn't want to talk to Jian Wushuang at all. Between his words, the distracting sickle in his hand has turned into a black streamer, and he shoots at Jian Wushuang's ground breaking. Very well, then I will do as you wish, and I will send you to accompany him. Jian Wushuang nodded his head, and the corner of his mouth suddenly opened a low smile. Dead! The sword was doubled. This move is like a thunder blast. Taro sword code, second style, dawn. A golden light appeared. The whole world is like this line of golden light tearing and spreading thick shimong. Fortune bell god show, yin and yang are separated. This sword splits the heavens and the earth from yin and yang. When? A crisp sound came, and the dawning sword light, transformed by the sword unparalleled, was directly mounted on the parting sickle that came from the laser. Suddenly, this notorious distracting sickle was full of dense, cobweb-like mouths for only a short time. Spurred again by the sword, suddenly the whole handle was broken and broken. The sword unparalleled, like Jinlong, passed through the body of the elder sickle. Puff! The figure of the sword, unparalleled, appeared behind the elder sickle, scattered all over the body with golden light. A human-shaped cave has appeared in the chest of Elder Shinxian. This power. Elder Shinxian turned his head blankly, staring at Jian Wushuang in shock. You hide Shiwei. No, you really are not from our universe. The elder sickle's face showed a sorrowful look, but before he could say a word, the breath quickly languished, and the whole person dissipated and perished at the speed visible to the naked eye. I hate it! In the extremely reluctant voice of Elder Shin's sickle, his whole body shattered by sword gas began to disintegrate. Sword indifferent, did not answer the words of the elder sickle, but looked at the elder sickle so calmly, the body collapsed and disintegrated, and then dissipated in the heavens and the earth. Chapter 45:11. Elder Shinxian is dead. As Jian Wushuang said, since Elder Shinxian could not bear Yandan, then he became a good man once and sent Elder Shinxian to accompany Yandan. This time, I went to the land of the gods and gathered a lot of arrogant people in the virtual universe. They were all killed by Jian Wushuang. Speaking of which, can I count the curve to help the divine universe? Jian Wushuang shook his head, slightly indifferently. Bang! Just then, a loud boom came from the sky. Okay. Jian Wushuang looked up and saw the head of the Red Whale gang, driving a space battleship, quickly moving towards this side. On the battleship, Luo Ming's two-footed foot stand was looking at Jian Wushuang with his eyes on him, and before driving to Jian Wushuang's side completely, he saw Jian Wushuang holding the sword to his right, and the Elder Shin's sickle gradually disappeared. Suddenly, the big head Luo Ming's eyes on Shangjin Wushuang only felt as if they were invisible. 2 Shendians shot from Jian Wushuang's eyes, and his heart trembled instantly. In a flash, he reacted, and he was definitely not an opponent of Jian Wushuang. The Elder Shenxian also noticed that his 3 strength power is only a small level lower than him. He asked himself that although he could also kill the Elder Sickle, he would never be as freehand as Jian Wushuang. With a slight blink of his eyes, Luo Ming could not help but think of the Ice Cream Supreme without sound, and quickly exclaimed, "Hurry up! Turn around, don't move forward." Then, the aggressive Red Whale helped everyone to quickly turn the space battleship and shoot towards the way. "Come where you want to go where you want to go." Jian Wushuang saw this, and could not help but sneer. "Huh!" At the next moment, Sword Wu stepped on his feet, his body swept away, turned into a cannonball, and rushed towards the battleship of the Red Whale gang. "No, this of chase is here. Run away." Suddenly, the Red Whale helped the big head Luo Ming, startled with a shock. Boom! Finally, the U-turn was complete, and the spaceship fire was fully fired, flying away. Jian Wushuang chased for a long time and found that he could only keep up with the speed. After he couldn't catch up, he couldn't help laughing. He raised the Taro Excalibur and pointed his sword at Luo Ming on the spaceship. "The Red Whale gang, right? If you move forward 10 feet further, believe it or not, this dare to kill you in your nest and cut off the grass?" The sound of the sword, unparalleled, sounded like a blast of thunder. Suddenly, the space warship of the Red Whale suddenly braked and stopped in the 10 feet. Luo Ming looked back at Xiang Jianwushuang and felt anguish in her heart. "What's the fun of my special mother's visit? This is all right, I was arrested." Jian Wushuang looked at the stopped space battleship, stepped out, and the universe star sky shrank at his feet. After only 3 steps, Jian Wushuang landed on the bow deck of the space battleship. "Missed and Mister. Little ones haven't seen anything. They don't know anything." Luo Ming looked at the sword Wushuang, who came with the sword, and his face became frightened, and when he knelt to the ground, he shouted continuously. When Jian Wushuang saw the situation, he shook his head, this 4-marked virtuoso who was unexpectedly so cartilage. "This seat asks you, how did you meet that Bingyu?" Jian Wushuang said lightly, "He is not a man of indiscriminate killing. But if this group of infamous star thieves knows their identities, they can only do one thing that kills them and kills them." Masters back and back to the misty fog, the young children who led the Red Whale gang that day were sweeping through the stars of the universe and were planning to find the idea of the Beating Teeth Festival. They just came across the ice cream grandma who was alone. "Well, I encountered the lack of morality of Bingyu and was about to go and rob a whole treasure, but the result was not his opponent." Luo Ming said quickly, "Jian Wushuang can be considered to understand the cause and effect. The thing is very simple. It is a story of robbery." After he finished speaking, Jian Wushuang didn't reply, but his face was cloudy for a while. Looking at it like this, these star thieves should not know their true identity or even know that there is a different universe. After all, this kind of thing is the most secret, whether it is in the divine universe or the virtual universe. Only the small group of people standing at the top of the universe can be qualified to know about the 2 universes. Although this Luo Ming has 4 marks of virtual respect, but his root identity is too low. Obviously, there is no channel to know these things. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed a little hesitation. After thinking for a while, when Jian Wushuang couldn't help but chose to do something, Luo Ming seemed to notice the flash of murder in Jian Wushuang's eyes and said quickly, "Master Wu, Shuang's life." As long as Wu Shuang adults are willing to let go of the young, and the young are willing to respect you, from then on, for your adult, you will be saddled up and down the horse. As she talked, Luo Ming raised her face and continued to flatter and smile. Jian Wushuang saw this, and couldn't help seeing the joy in his heart. The killing in his heart was reduced by a few points. He shook his head and said, "You and Bingyu say the same thing?" Ah. Luo Ming heard the words, and could not help but smirk and scratched his head. Jian Wushuang didn't ignore him anymore, but after thinking for a moment, he said, "This seat is not incapable of letting you go. In this way, let this seat plant a ban in your source of life. Then obediently for my use, this seat will no longer embarrass you." How? As soon as this remark came to an end, Luo Ming's heart was overjoyed. Let Jian Wushuang plant a ban in the root of life, which is equivalent to giving his life to Jian Wushuang. In the future, life and death are just a thought of Jian Wushuang. But how about that? If you do not agree, waiting for yourself will only follow in the footsteps of the elder sickle. Luo Ming can become a star thief who everyone shouts, but he has lived well now. In addition to his outstanding strength, there is the most important point. Observe the master. Luo Ming quickly slammed his 3 heads at Jian Wushuang, released his defense, and let Jian Wushuang's big hand rest on his skull, and planted a destruction prohibition in his body. The other red whales helped everyone, and it was so true when they saw the big head. They naturally agreed. Jian Wushuang made the same way. After a while, I saw the red whale helping people who were full of boats, kneeling down towards Jian Wushuang one after another, and shouted in congratulations. "I'll wait to welcome the young masters of the mist." For a while, the voices of the Shuangshou master came together and went straight to the sky. They know that Jian Wushuang will be their king. Jian Wushuang stood on the deck and nodded expressionlessly. "Get up." Chapter 45:12. Wow. As the sword Wushuang's right hand was lifted and time passed, everyone on the deck of the space battleship rose up. "Young master, what do we need to do?" Luo Ming's eyebrows were pleasing to the eye, and he said, congratulatingly, for him, obedience to sword unparalleled, but obedience to obedience supreme changed individuals, and there was not much discomfort. Jian Wushuang thought for a while and said, "You are business as usual, but you need to pay attention to the dynamics of the top forces. But any trace-level person who has any top forces suddenly leaves the Zongmin and behaves abnormally." "Yes," Luo Ming nodded. "For the Red Whale Gang, there is not much else, that is, many people." "Well," Jian Wushuang groaned for a moment or two, and then said again, "Also, you send people into the void to investigate. Don't miss every crack in the void. See if there are a lot of people in the void cracks or abnormal images, such as stern defense. If found, the investigation will be cleared back to me." After speaking, Jian Wushuang stretched out his fingertips a bit on Luo Ming's eyebrows, locking the induction between the two, and then if he needed to pass a message or the like, Luo Ming could pass the voice directly to him. "Yes, obey the Lord's order." Luo Ming didn't shirk and nodded heavily, although he wondered, why did Jian Wushuang ask him to investigate the void and focus on the movements of the top forces? These things are not something that a disciple of refining God should pay attention to. However, he has always been clever, knowing that there are some things that should not be asked, so don't ask them. Asking will only bring himself to death. Since Jian Wushuang said obedience is, he is a decent person. Well, you go. Sword Wushuang nodded with satisfaction and waved his right hand to let the Red Whale Gang away. A moment later, in the universe, only Jian Wushuang stood alone. The people of the Red Whale Gang have been reduced to 0. According to the command of Jian Wushuang, part of them went to the forbidden space, and part of them went to the top sections. Jian Wushuang did not leave in a hurry, but landed into a deserted star, and his body shot directly into the heart of the earth. Taking out the God of God token, I saw that the mirror surface of the token was twisted, and a ripple like the water surface appeared. Immediately, the face of Zeus appeared in the mirror. Sword unparalleled. In the mirror, Zhou God nodded towards Jian Wushuang. Master, Elder God. Sword Warrior slightly arched his hand, and then told the of the universe that he had recently received the information, and at the same time admitted frankly that he had battled with the Ice God Supreme and beheaded him. Hearing this news, there was no surprise on the face of Zhou God, but he sighed softly. The old man guessed that this would be the case. The enmity between you and Bingyu Supreme has reached a point where it is endless and difficult to resolve. After a long accumulation of hatred, the old man has sent you two to the virtual universe together this time. I want to make the two of you completely in the virtual universe and settle the dispute between the two of you. Otherwise, once the war of catastrophe begins, if we can't unite as one, we will calculate each other and sooner or later will cause great disaster. Jian Wushuang nodded when he heard the words. He understood the mind of the universe. As the Lord of the universe, the of the universe is like the monarch of a country. What he pays attention to is the technique of balance. A bowl of water must be leveled. If it is in the divine universe, Jian Wushuang and Bingyu Supreme will inevitably fall into an embarrassing situation. If you intervene, you will inevitably be biased. At that time, there will always be a bit of hatred in the other party, and if you don't step in, just ignore it and it will attract verbs. Rather than let Jian Wushuang and Bingyu Supreme both end their enmity in the virtual universe. The weak lose and the strong win, and no one can say good things. The Zhou was silent for a while, and then smiled and said, "But finally there is good news. I know the situation of Dao Yan. Although the situation is not very good, he has not fallen, and he may have no chance to rescue him in the future." As for what Elder Banshan told you, the old man also noticed that in our divine universe, there must be a virtual universe, a chess piece that was laid many years ago. It's just that this person has been rooted deep in our camp for many years, and this fashion is not the time to solve him. Oh, Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows when he heard the words and said, "In the heart of Lord Morpheus, who has this person been confirmed?" It's okay to talk about it, but the old man already has some doubts about this person. Well, Jian Wushuang, take care of yourself over there. The two chatted for a few more seconds, and then the God of God hurriedly hung up the call. It can be seen that when Jian Wushuang was exploring the news in the virtual universe, the of the universe was not idle, and he had begun to lay out to deal with the things in the virtual universe. Not long after hanging up the phone with Zhou God, Jian Wushuang released the ram, Supreme, from the town monument. The two agreed, and when they met together in the void, they dispersed. The sword warriors turned back to the land of the gods, found the giant bone bird, and stepped over and stepped on the backbone of the giant bone bird. The bone bird made a long sing, and immediately turned its wings into a streamer, shooting towards the Lian Xinzong. A month later, wow! The giant bone bird stopped in front of the Lian Xinzong mountain gate, and Jian Wushuang stepped down and walked towards the sovereign's hall. In this month, Jian Wushuang kept on the road nonstop, but he did not know that the matter of sealing the land of God directly set off a big earthquake in the entire virtual universe. All the Tianjiao who went to the land of God's seal was wiped out by the army. No one lived. When this news came back to the respective ancestors of Tianjiao, suddenly the top forces of the entire virtual universe shook. In the past years, the top sectarian forces sent Tianjiao to the land of the gods. Although there were deaths and injuries, there has never been an entire military annihilation like this time. And that's not much. The most amazing thing is that the Tianmen palm teacher calculated the death time of Tianjiao under the door, which was a shocking discovery. This time, the 10 strongest Tianjiao who went to the land of Fengshan actually fell at the same time. What is this concept? It is tantamount to having a terrifying force far beyond these people in the land of the gods, killing them all in an instant. This is definitely not a means of prohibition. For a while, until novel, the land of the gods was surging. Refining Xinzong also received this message. Missed and missed. The disciples responsible for guarding the Lord's hall looked at his face calm and unscathed Jian Wushuang, and he could not help but widen his eyes, and there was an unbelievable color in his eyes. Doesn't it mean that all the people who went to the land of the gods have fallen? What's up? Jian Wushuang frowned, with some doubts in his heart. Immediately he said in a deep voice, "Trouble informed the suzerain. Wushuang has something to see." Chapter 45:13. The disciple in charge of guarding the sovereign's hall took a short while to react and quickly apologized and smiled at Jian Wushuang, then turned and entered the sovereign's hall. Not long after, the disciple came out and whispered, "Wushuang, let's go in. Lord Sovereign is in there, but Lord Sovereign seems to be in a bad mood. If you have any bad news, how many say it again?" "I know." Jian Wushuang smiled at him, then strode into the sovereign hall. The sovereign hall is dark all the year round, and the candlesticks made from skulls emit a faint light, adding a little gloom to the sovereign hall that was originally only a little dark. Jian Wushuang looked up and saw the Lord Lianxin sitting on a Bisensen's chair with his head tilted, his hands condensed into a fist, leaning on his temple, his elbows against the armrest, and his face was tired. Obviously, Yandan death also hit him to a certain extent. "Master Sovereign." Jian Wushuang arched his hand at him. "Okay." Lianxin Zong nodded, then took a deep breath and sat upright. He didn't rush to ask Jian Wushuang what he found in the land of the gods, but he said, "Miss Chuang, do you know that Yandan and Elder Shinsik have fallen?" Hearing this, Jian Wushuang was in a daze, but fortunately on the way back he had already set up answers to various inquiries and unexpected situations, and his face was shocked. "What? God, Elder Sickle has fallen? Lord Sovereign, I only know about Yandan fall, but I didn't expect that Elder Shinsickle also." "Well, not long after Yandan died, Elder Shinxian died." The Lianxin Zong nodded, then his eyes narrowed, and his face suddenly became a little bit more sharp. Looking at Jian Wushuang, he said, "Miss Chuang, according to the message of Elder Shin's sick disciples," he said that Elder Shin sick left in Yandan. "After Zongmin, I followed you, and Yandan. Presumably you should know how Yandan and Elder Shin sick died?" Jian Wushuang heard the words, and then he could not help but show his doubts, and then pretended to panic and asked, "Master, do you not think that the death of Elder God Sickle has something to do with me?" The Lord of the Refining God heard that he did not answer Jian Wushuang's question directly, but said faintly, "Miss Chuang, I think you should explain to the Lord why this time when you went to the land of God, everyone else died, and you, but I came back alive and unharmed, and I remember that in this trip to the land of the gods, many of them have been cultivated a lot higher than you. Among these strange things, you can hear them." Jian Wushuang heard the words, and his face was struggling. It seemed that he was hesitant to say, after struggling for a long while, then made a decision and bit his teeth. "Master, Yandan was indeed killed by me. This is not to blame the disciple, but that Yandan deceives people too much. Soon after we entered the land of the gods, he wanted to kill me, helpless to fight against him. As for how the elder Shenxian died, the disciples really don't know. It really is Yandan you killed." In the eyes of the Lianxin sovereign, the light rose sharply by 3 inches, and there was a touch of anger in his face. Even if Yandan is not good, he is also a disciple who he brought up with his own hands. He snorted coldly, and the refining god sovereign asked again, "Miss Chuang, let's not talk about the elder Sickle first. This sovereign asks you why the people of other sects died. You don't tell me it's all forbidden killed." In this regard, Jian Wushuang had a countermeasure and bowed his head and replied, "The Lord Sovereign didn't know. When we entered the land of God Seal, there was a strong one in the Red Whale Gang. This person's cultivation is at least 5 marks. Not only can he ignore the prohibition in God Seal land, unblocked and killing in it." Jian Wushuang said slowly, pushing all the responsibilities to Bingyu Supreme. "Now that Bingyu is dead, there is no evidence of natural death. And with a little investigation, we can know that the red whale has recently come to the top power. When the red whale went to the land of the gods, they also made a huge momentum, which can be investigated. Hearing here, the lord of the refining god frowned. Later, the master of the refining asked Jian Wushuang why he could escape from the sky. In response to this, Jian Wushuang also had a countermeasure and took out the heavily damaged Taro corpse, telling that he relied on the Taro corpse to resist a breath before he escaped. The lord of the refining god slightly sensed the injuries on the corpse of Tai Luo and found that the terrible divine power fluctuations left by the blow of Tai Su God Emperor still contained in the injuries, and he no longer doubted him. You step back first. This lord needs to think carefully. After a while, the master of the refining waved his hand wearily, signaling that the sword Wushuang was leaving. Yes, Jian Wushuang condescended. In the sovereign's hall, there was a return to silence. Inside the gloomy lord's hall, the lord of the refining god reached out and rubbed his eyebrows. His eyes looked far away, and his eyes kept thinking. Just now on the corpse of the Taro of Jian Wushuang, he sensed a strong wave of divine power. This wave of divine power, in terms of strength, is not under him. At least it is the invincible supreme of the divine universe. Then everything naturally makes sense. I'm afraid Elder God Sickle is also dead in the hands of the invincible supreme of the divine universe. How recently has the penetration of the divine universe into our virtual universe been so frequent? I am afraid that the war is about to begin. I have to plan for the refining of the sect of God early. He thought silently. Once the war is about to begin, he will be summoned by the Void God's invitation to go to the battlefield of the Void confinement to form an army and attack the divine universe. No one can say whether they can come back this time. Before that, you have to decide on the next master's choice. The light of the Lianshan monarch's eyes flickered and fell into thought. It was not long before he sighed. Is the fog double? Back to Xianshan, it's getting late. While under the mountain, Jian Wushuang encountered the enchanting woman Jiu Mu again. She looked at Jian Wushuang with expressionless face. Her lips opened slightly, and she wanted to say something, but finally she sighed and lowered her head. Jian Wushuang shook his head and had no intention to talk to her, and shot straight into the seventh corpse hole on the top of the mountain. Open the enchantment at will, and seal the gate of the corpse hole. Jian Wushuang released the corpse of Tai Luo from the void with a slight pity in his eyes. At the next moment, Jian Wu sat down with his hands on his knees, and innumerable divine power poured into his hands, sinking into the corpse of Tai Luo. Suddenly, the body of Taro's corpse, like a rag sack, began to recover quickly. Chapter 45:14. After 3 months of enrichment, Taro's corpse finally recovered a lot. Although there were still some injuries, it was no harm and will gradually recover over time. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang finally took a long breath. Close. With a big wave of his hand, the sword Wushuang put the corpse of Tai Luo into the town's monument. During these 3 months, the news of the land of God gradually spread, and it was no longer limited to being spread in the hands of the patriarchs, but spread throughout the universe. Suddenly, Lian Shinzong was uproaring. Brother Yandan is dead. Not only Brother Yandan died, but also Elder Shin Sickle and the accompanying rookie Fuchin all died. This time, only Wushuang came back alive from the land of God. Countless disciples of refining Shinzong whispered. Subsequently, the sovereign lord announced the death news of Yandan and Elder Shin Sickle. Although the refining suzerain did not say exactly how Yandan died, countless disciples of refining suspiciously guessed Jian Wushuang's head. The feud between Jian Wushuang and Yandan is obvious to all, and Yandan is a man who must report. These disciples have long been determined that this time when going to the land of God, there will be a life and death battle between Jian Wushuang and Yandan. Then Jian Wushuang is back alive now. The victory or defeat of this battle is self-evident. Yandan death is not so simple. but involves the most important issue later. The refining god sovereign is about to abdicate. Yendan was originally the replacement of the next refining god sovereign. If Yendan dies, who will take over the position of the refining god sovereign? Suddenly, countless people set their eyes on Jian Wushuang's head. The ultimate qualifications are enough to compete with Yendan, even stronger and supported by Elderwind elders. This is almost the perfect candidate for the next sovereign. As a result, many disciples or ordinary elders who originally followed Yendan and intended to be slaves of the dragon minister approached Jian Wushuang and released their good intentions towards Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang's performance is also remarkable. One by one accepted the goodwill conveyed by these people. The top of the moon. Jian Wushuang sat on the stone bed in the corpse cave cross-legged, bid farewell to a refining elder, shook his head slightly. Originally, he lurked undercover refining Shinzong for the purpose of inquiring information. However, he did not expect that he would become the first master of refining Shinzong. Fortune is really confusing. At this time, from the long-lived Red Whale gang who came to his head, Luo Ming's rumor came from his mind. Young master, our people have discovered the situation in the void. Luo Ming was tired, but more excited voices came. Directly said the point. Jian Wushuang replied indifferently, yes. Luo Ming gave a respectful response and quickly replied, young master, according to our inspection, a total of 97 voids were found in the void, and these 97 void cracks were guarded by the strong. But the first 89 cracks in the void are a bit weird, because our people were there and found the traces of the ancient Hengshuan that disappeared long ago in the void universe. Guheng Su Zun is a peak strongman who became famous before 50,000 virtual times. He once dominated the characters of an era, but before 30,000 virtual times, that is, his coercion on our virtual universe, reached the highest peak. When he disappeared for no reason, the people of the original virtual universe thought that Guheng Su Zun had fallen unexpectedly, but he never thought that he was hiding in the void forbidden space. In addition, around the 89th void, there are many other virtual force fluctuations that are not weaker than Guheng Su Zun. The small estimates are all in the same era as Guheng Su Zun, or even older. Character. They were all hiding around the void crack, and something must have happened. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded when he heard the words, and his heart was slightly happy, but Gu Jingwu was set on his face. You marked me with a detailed map of the void forbidden area and put it in your Red Whale base camp. This seat will be picked up from time to time. Remember to mark the 89 cracks with extra care. Yes, master, no problem. Luo Ming quickly patted her chest and promised. Well, are there any other visions of other top forces? Jian Wushuang asked casually. Back to the young master. No abnormalities have been found for the time being. It is good. Jian Wushuang nodded his head and casually commanded, if you have enough staff, go and help this place investigate an organization called Bite ? As soon as the voice fell, Luo Ming's face changed greatly. Bite? Master, have you caught these lunatics? You know them. Jian Wushuang frowned and came to interest. Luo Ming, who was at the messenger's face, became dignified, holding her breath. Young master, Little does not know much about phasing or the entire virtual universe. Not much about this organization. All I know is that they are mysterious and powerful. They are usually not exposed to the universe and belong to a hidden world. No one knows where they are hiding, but once they are born, major events in the universe are bound to happen. Among them, the leader of the Bite organization, the powerful one, is far more powerful than I can guess. I remember that there was a son of a 6-mark Vein Respecter who angered the Bite organization and was killed. The Lord of the Holy Land's 6-marked virtual respect went to seek out the trouble of the organization and wanted to get justice for the dead son. As a result, the 6-marked virtual respect was directly beheaded by the phasing organization. Even the Manchu, they were all implicated. All the tens of thousands of disciples, including the elders of the Trace class, were all beheaded and killed overnight. Jian Wushuang heard his words, his pupils shrunk slightly, and after a moment of groaning, he said, "Let us stop investigating the phasing organization for the time being, and continue to stare at the trends of the top forces." Yes, Luo Ming heard a sigh of relief, and if Jian Wushuang strongly asked him to look for the investigation of the organization, he would not dare to refuse, but he was convinced that as long as he dared to investigate the organization, he would definitely cause death. A few more words were ordered. Jian Wushuang broke the communication between the two. Jian Wushuang reached out his finger, wrote the word bit on the stone bed, and frowned. The death of Taylor Supreme is related to this Fae, and the corpse of Tereas is also sold by the Fae organization to the Refining God sect. At that time, in the Juyao star field of the Divine Universe, the group of mysterious black robes who claimed to be 7 and 9 was also from the Sweet organization, looking for Master Xuanyi. What is the purpose of this group of people? What is the relationship between them and Master Xuanyi? Without a word for a night, Jian Wushuang reached out his hand, brushed off the word bit, and looked up outside the cave. A ray of sunlight has entered through the entrance of the cave. Jian Wushuang stood up and exhaled a sigh of breath.